I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Let's believe, good to see. Stomping on the ground till the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, this is high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me.
Dead! Let's go! Beat the f out of here.
I'm ready for war.
Baby, come on! Come on, boys!
Let's go, boy.
That's what we like to see. Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Now boarding.
Operators, welcome aboard your direct flight to sunny Urzikstan. Please adjust your seat to the upright position and ensure your loadouts are securely stowed in the overhead compartments.
Dude, get off.
If needed, gas masks will drop from the compartment overhead, ensuring your safety throughout the war zone. If you are teaming with someone who needs help, assist them only after placing on your mask first. Ensuring headset devices are fully operational for crispy comms. Because nobody likes a silent teammate. In the unlikely event that you land in the gulag, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. This is a battle royale specifically for trios. Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint will be introduced for the first time, and Solo YOLO will make an appearance. Expansion regions are back, and that means once we land, everyone will be competing for a piece of the massive $1 million prize pool. Thank you for flying Urzikstan Airlines. We know you don't have a choice when flying, but we appreciate you choosing to hot drop with us today. Good luck and may the best squad win.
The World Series of Warzone is back. Shortly pushes the fight. No! The best Warzone players from around the world dropping in for a chance to prove their region reigns supreme. And you have a front row seat to all the action, all the hype, all for the glory. Biffle are your champions. The biggest Warzone competition on the planet just got bigger, bolder, and badder than ever. Let's go, baby! This is the World Series of Warzone. And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone. Today is EMEA. It's no longer just EU. We got the Middle East and Africa joining into the mix. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Geo and Enigma. Great to see the both of you. Geo, first time on the World Series of Warzone desk. It's great to have you.
I'm so excited. I've wanted to work in Call of Duty for so many years, dude. So I'm super stoked. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Incredible to have you. Seriously, your insight's going to be invaluable. We're going to be breaking down the action all day today. And Enigma, welcome back. Great to be with you once again, man. You were here last year. You come back. We couldn't get rid of you.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Can't get rid of me that easily. Absolutely not. And then, of course, looking forward to running through all the storylines of our region, because as you touched on there very quickly, it's not just Europe anymore. We've got the Middle East and Africa joining us, and I can't wait to break down all the action alongside yourself again, my friend.
It's going to be a great day, and yesterday was incredible. North America brought some blistering fast gameplay and some great results as a whole. And I've got to say, I was very happy to see some unknown teams start to make their way up. Finesse there, obviously you know him, but I'm talking about more so Toph, Scroat, Patch, who was tearing it up. But another team that really did well, second place, won 2 out of the 6 games, Gio. Shaded, Readboy, OP, Mart. They were absolutely incredible.
Yeah, a score of 111.2 by the end, so they were really not that far off of the top spot, and they were just part of the reason why yesterday just seemed to fly by.
It did, and I gotta say, I was very happy to see how aggressive the teams were yesterday, Enigma, given the fact that, you know, I was expecting it to be a little bit slower only because this is, you know, for some of the teams, their last chance, but it was anything but. Game 4 was the slowest game we had, but outside of that, 5 games were just blistering fast, and I expect the same today.
Yeah, exactly. I think as teams evolve, get better, some of them get reps in, especially through this competitive format that we've got going on, I'm expecting to see them get, you know, better and find their way through into these aggressive situations. We are still seeing teams try and play in for those placements and see those later circles, but once we start getting to them, it gets very busy.
Oh, and it's getting busy when it comes to the money side of things. This year, we're bringing back $1 million guaranteed. Top 20 get paid, but first place, Gio, is what everyone is looking out for.
Yeah, $300,000 is a ridiculous amount of money. You know, split between the trio, $100,000 each. Like, what are you going to buy with the $100,000?
There's a lot of things. Probably 3 toothbrushes, honestly. And you could buy really fancy toothbrushes. Trust me on that. $100,000 for each, $300,000. It's absolutely incredible. And all the teams are fighting for those spots. The competition's been heating up across our qualifying stages. And speaking of which, let's talk about how we got to this point, because it is grueling, right? We started in the in-game open, broke out into 4 different groups that led to upper bracket. Now, that's where things got a bit dicey for some. The bottom 20 teams from the upper bracket dropped to lower round 2, where they will be competing today. The 20 teams from today will advance to the finals. Meanwhile, the 12 teams from 31 through, or excuse me, 21 on down will have their one more shot at the LCQ, and there's only 5 spots available there, so you want to make sure you're top 20 today. But unfortunately, 8 teams, their World Series of Warzone run will be ending today. It's heartbreaking, but that's the way competition goes. As far as our first 20 teams go, though, who's competing today, there's a lot of incredible names here. I'm looking at Visions, King AJ, Showstopper, who have been absolutely stunning. But Gio, who are you looking out for?
I mean, I have to be looking at Team Melvin, this German squad that have absolutely been tearing up the competition. It's actually kind of amazing to even know that they're here in the lower bracket, because they shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be. I agree with that. Pentagon, Fuzz, Enigma, we've been watching over them for the longest time.
Yeah, one of the very first times you and me did together was actually Charles Vashika, and there it felt like they were a bit of always the bridesmaid, never the bride, these 3. I mean, Melvin comes into this duo, and it still kind of feels like the same sort of situation. I spoke with them before today. They said that they had issues with their landing spot, but they've tried out several different ones, and they're looking to make those early game approaches a lot smoother in order to get themselves into the late stages. Let's see if they can execute on that today.
Well, big supporter of the boys, big supporter of multiple teams here. We'll see how far they can go. Obviously, they're wanting to go all the way to the global finals, but there have been some drama, and it wouldn't be World Series of Warzone without a little bit of drama on the timeline. But things do get serious when we're talking about Louis CM. We actually have a clip to play where Louis CM is breaking it down, what the drama is about, what happened.
The event with a handful of teams, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? You're going to make money there. You're going to make money at the Saudi event, yeah? But you're going to make a name for yourself at World Series of Warzone. Now he's just literally fumbled World Series of Warzone, because how are we going to perform to the best of our ability, bro, when I'm going to have to sit there playing with him on mute, bro, and he better buy a fucking self-res, because I'm not fucking resing him. You know what I'm saying? So I'll carry on, yeah? So when he asked if you got the spot instead of me, yeah, would you have taken it? I said, bro, if I got that captain spot, yeah, I'm playing my World Series teammates. They are my teammates. I'm grinding with them to make a bag with them. That's the type of person I am. I would choose my World Series of Warzone team over every team, because that's my team, yeah? And he goes, I guess you're just too nice. I guess you're just too nice.
It's heartbreaking to see that, Enigma. You can see the passion that he has, but also the pain that he's feeling.
Yeah, so to provide a little bit of context, basically this squad, Louis EM, Wars, and Bobble. Louis EM and Wars are long-term legends over here in the UK, and Bobble is this guy that broke on through really last year, looked really hot on it. And when this squad came together, a lot of people saying top 10 EU minimum, guaranteed. Sure. And it looked really good up until that point, until the Esports World Cup was announced, and the conversation that's going on there is because initially was going to play that with Louis EM and Bubble, his World Series of Warzone teammates, and instead what Wars decided to do was drop Louis and Bubble and pick up AJ and Vision, and yeah, it didn't have a great impact on their team.
Not a good impact. So that means the team might be struggling. Actually, Gio, how does this team look despite the Louis EM drama?
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough. I mean, when you consider the fact that last year Wars was coming 5th overall in the World Series of Warzone, and they've kind of fallen down. They actually missed getting into the upper bracket this time by 2 positions, which was about 5 points for them. It's also a little bit concerning when you kind of look at their stats in terms of eliminations, because you have someone like Wars, who's the highest fragger on the team, but he put up 16 kills, right? Which is, when you're looking at the top teams in this competition so far, 16 should be your bottom fragger. That shouldn't be your top fragger. So while they have the potential and they have the, you know, the history to show how good they are, they're gonna have to pick it up today, otherwise it's over.
It's shocking, like you said, Enigma, to see them at this point in time. What does the team now, like with that drama, right, with them coming together, Louis EM, Wars, Bubble, potentially not playing at their best, despite, you know, the feelings, what does that mean for the World Series of Warzone?
Well, I spoke to Louis before today's events, and it was a touchy subject to try and approach, but thankfully he was very open with me. And basically he said that they've come together as a squad, discussed it, and kind of try and draw a line in the sand and basically say, look, we don't want this to affect us getting to the World Series of Warzone Global LAN. We want to make sure we're there as we damn well should be. So they're just going to try and brush it all onto the sand, move forward for now. One of the comments that came out of Louis, though, that was important is that they are an emotional team. So for me, they've got to get off to a strong start, because if they start slowly after everything that's happened with this squad so far, and then they come into this, they start slowly, I think it's just a downward spiral from there. But if they come out hot, expect to see them steamroll the competition.
Emotional teams, they're fun to watch, mainly because either they're blowing up and you're kind of questioning what's going on, or they're blowing up the competition by doing incredibly well. We'll continue to keep track of Wars & Co. and see how well they do today. But it's not just them, is it? No, it's EMEA after all. We're adding in the Middle East. We're adding in Africa. We've got so many teams now competing, and EU's competition just got that much hotter. In fact, I'm incredibly excited that we combined the regions, because there's always been this conversation, you know, could EU stack amongst the rest? Now, for me, Tony White, happy he's back. One of the oldest competitors, doing it for the old heads out there like myself. Can't speak for anyone else on the desk, but there's other rosters to look out for here. Gio, who are we watching?
I mean, the one for me, it has to be in that position 27 there, Team Zesty, all the way from South Africa. Now, if you looked in the previous lower bracket round, was playing at 181 ping, dude, and they were still absolutely wrecking people. It's insane. This team that they've been talking about on their social media about how what they really want to do is they just want to make it to LAN so that they can prove themselves on ping, but they've also been so consistent. In the lower bracket round 1, they finished top 10 in all but one of their games, and their average placement was 6.7, which was the highest average placement of any team in the lower bracket round 1. Their eliminations have been keeping up with some of the top teams at 43 throughout the lower bracket, and you know, after placing 51st in the groups, they've had such a wild ascension in what's come since, and they just want it. You could just tell they want it.
I hope they do. They're going to need it, because you know, you obviously mentioned their eliminations. That's one of the highlights yesterday from North America, is how quickly they were moving. The eliminations were coming in very fast. So for Team Zesty, they're going to have to match that energy if they want to be at the top. But playing on that ping is never easy, right, Gio? But they're making it happen. So if they do make the LAN stage, I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do on an even playing field after they've been playing on 100+ ping. But Enigma, it's not just Team Zesty, is it? There's other rosters to be watching out for.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the beautiful things about our region last year was talking about all these different countries coming in and all the different storylines and backgrounds and whatnot, and that expands even more when we start to bring in the Middle East and Africa. And I mean, just Middle East, we've got people from Kuwait, Lebanon, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and I'm really glad that Gio touched on an African squad there coming from South Africa, because we have another one, and this is going to be Team Sober from Libya. Now, their story is absolutely out of this world. They traveled from Libya to Turkey key so that they could play in this competition. They're following their passion. They want to make something happen. They want to shock everybody. Listen to this. They deferred their university exams in order to come and play in this because, and I quote, "We have a dream, which is to get to LAN and then to earn ourselves a World Cup place in the future." Doing so many things, putting that African region on their back and trying to go massive here today.
Incredible, Gio. There's never a person scarier than someone with a dream, a passion, and conviction to make that dream possible.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, we were talking about how in NA yesterday, there was a player who deferred an NBA spot because he wanted to pursue this passion. And but the thing is, you know, we have all of these players who, you know, there'll be a number of players that the audience sees today who they may not be as familiar with, and you will see the passion. But it's also players who have been around for a really long time as well. You know, a player that I would highlight from that respect would be Toho, who, if he does make it to the grand finals of the World Series of Warzone this year, it'll be his 5th Call of Duty grand finals throughout his entire career.
Impressive stuff, man. I love it. And like you said, and I love that you mentioned it right, less known players, building an image, building a brand, making a dream throughout World Series of Warzone. But we've talked about a lot of heavy hitters. Let's talk about a team that didn't necessarily do the best, but it was at least exciting to watch them compete. Representing North America, Tim the Tapman, the two-time Dr. Disrespect himself, see you later, coming back in, obviously making that bit of a retirement. They had to play against the best of the world, okay? They didn't make it to the international stage, but I don't know if we were necessarily expecting them to, but the intensity, Enigma, the intensity was there with these three.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a shame that we lose Z-Laner. He was there on World Series LAN last year with Clutch, Belk, and Destroy, and they actually won a map. So, I mean, look, the Z-Laner was still very much so able to perform at a high level. But I think if you try and run quals with Tim the Tapman, who's known for breaking his legs, and Dr. Disrespect, who always has an interesting conversation mid-map, I think that would put anyone into a retirement position.
Well, look, check it out. They're not the easiest people to deal with, but they're always fun to watch. And even though they might have been playing and having fun, let's talk about a serious conversation, Gio, and that's one EU versus NA. It's always hotly debated on the timeline, within Twitch chat, wherever you're watching, right? Who is the best region? Why are they the best region? Well, we don't have a definitive answer, but one thing I do know, Gio, is North America typically wins. EU drags behind a little bit. Let's talk about EU NA and what they're all about.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the exact same thing. North America it's just the home of Call of Duty, right? And it's become the home of Warzone ever since it's been on the map too. But you get these insane EU players that come along. And hey, listen, it's not just the EU this year. We have the EA as well, the MEA as well, right? So we have even more opportunities to start besting North America. But you can't deny that there is some incredible European talent in amongst those American giants.
There absolutely is. I mean, Enigma, we even saw some incredible EU talent in the World Series of Warzone Global Finals last year.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, like, I mean, I've gone back through how last year unfolded and everything else and all the storylines in which, and I do think that we didn't have the best day, but it wasn't as big a gap as everyone makes out. And I'm going to give you 3 good reasons as to why Europe feels a little bit better this year. First of all, a lot of the lineups that are coming together, you had that breakthrough of talent last year, and I think that what we're seeing is a deeper list of squads that have kind of formed, come together, that look like they have the potential to take on the top NA teams. Also, Enkyo, Omit EU, Enkyo, Gromlock, and Heeds in particular look dangerous, starting to put a bit of fear into those North American souls. And also, I'm going to talk about Jukies and FIFA Guild coming back together and how good they always are when it's World Series.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that. And I know you are as well, Gio, right? It's like, oh, that's my duo, and I want to see them go far, even though I'm North America all the way, baby. Juki's FIFA Kill. That's my favorite duo. I hope they bring the action, too. And speaking of bringing the action, it feels like Map 1 is about to be underway. Let's bring in our casters, of course. It's none other than Spider Tiff and Goj himself. I'm ready to get this started, so let's get it started for drop number 1.
Oh, let's do it. Look, I'm already so excited. We had a great time with North America yesterday, and just given how the earlier rounds went for EMEA, specifically that upper bracket, this is going to get crazy when you have the risk of potentially going home today, Ghosh.
Yeah, if you didn't watch yesterday, I know the Des broke it down. I want to reiterate the stakes of today, right? You're just trying to get top 20. So if you win, it's all about ego. It's all about for you, giving you momentum for Thursday's competition here with EMEA, trying to make the regional finals. If you then miss miss out on that, your next cutoff is top 32. Basically 21st to 32nd makes the LCQs. So that's your next kind of flow that you're trying to go for. And if you're bottom 8, you're going home. You're done. You're out of the World Series. And Tiff, I want to bring to attention something yesterday that I said that ended up being 100% wrong.
Interesting.
I said if you win a map today or yesterday, you're going to at least make LCQs. That is not the case. 33rd yesterday, just barely missing out of LCQs was Collat's team, and they won a map yesterday. So you got to stay consistent. A map win gives you so much in terms of your average score, your overall score, but it's not everything. You got to at least get some points on some other maps.
That's definitely going to be the biggest issue for some of our players today is that consistency. Let's go ahead and look at that scoring format because you were starting to talk about it. We're going to have 40 squads dropping into 6 private lobbies across Urzikstan. 1 point per elimination. Now, this is where you're going to find the majority of your points, and then that placement multiplier is really going to help you. And despite winning a map, it's true, you could be at risk for going home in your journey in World Series of Warzone being done. But if you do win, you get that 2x multiplier. It'll scale accordingly. Now, 31st through 40th, if you're constantly going out right off the rip, you lose your Gouge, GG go next because you only have that normal 1x multiplier. But a lot of our teams, Gouge, they try to strive to at least get top 10.
Yeah, exactly right. And as we take a quick look at our beautiful Urzikstan on this, well, for me, afternoon, for those at home watching EMEA from EMEA, it's probably evening. So I'll wish you a good evening as we prepare for our first drop. What I am super excited about, Tiff, is which of these POIs will be hotly contested. We saw that construction building inside of City as one of the main hotspots for Clutch Belt yesterday, fighting with Clown's team. And that was a ton of fun to watch this grudge match because these players, these teams, they don't want to give up their main drop spot, because if you forfeit it now, what happens if you make it to the next round and you're then expected to go somewhere else again? I mean, you're going to continually get dropped on over and over again, and it's either do I relent to try to save my game or do I hold fast to try to hold the POI I'm comfortable with, Tiff?
I think it's your time to lay it all on the line and see what you've got to bring to the table. Let's lock it in for drop number 1.
Folks, like I said, good evening to all you EMEA folks. It is map number 1, and we are dropping in hot for a lot of these teams. Again, all of them have favorite drop spots, maybe backup drop spots, but the question is, who's dropping on who? They've played against each other, Tiff, in the group stages, and some of them are just now seeing each other for the second time since groups, as they have either dropped from upper bracket or risen through the ranks through lower bracket. They're all coming together, and our first circle today is just a classic, mostly central zone. Really no telling where this goes. If I had to wager, maybe down towards Low Town, but hey, anything could happen. It's Warzone, baby.
How kind of the Call of Duty gods to give us a central zone, because yesterday it was anything but this. We saw the farthest northwestern side that we could potentially go to the open, all the way down to Zohor Ranch, and just moments where you are vying between trees and just the general topography of Urzikstan for shreds of cover. But we're kicking things off with Louis CM Wars Bubble CT. Now, I had a chance to meet Bubble on that global land stage last year, and I'm honestly quite shocked to see them here in lower round 2.
Yeah, I think everybody is. It was a catastrophic breakdown. I love the way the desk put it together with all the drama and everything. And, I was talking to Enigma about this, and we were talking about just the, nature of chemistry. And a team like this, Squad 35, as we're watching all of our games today and all of the teams pop up, I want to remind everybody about how they got here. Upper bracket dropped down. So if you see the number 1 team on your screen, that was 21st from the upper bracket. And then if you're down into the lower 30s, those are the players that played at the top of the lower bracket. As we finally get into a hot drop here, it looks like Squad 7 fighting Squad 28 to start things off here by Firehouse.
All right, you can see Revolt already in that line of sight. We don't have loadouts here, but a ground loot Cat AMR will still pack a punch. And having Huncho in the top of fire to constantly put that pressure down onto them is going to be nice and provide openings. Now, this squad, Team Huncho, is comprised of 2 Germans and 1 Austrian. And over the course of the nature, they just missed out by 7 placement points in that upper bracket. So I'd love to see them maybe get up into the finals if they can, but it all starts here.
Yeah, and there's always a conversation about the old guard versus the new guard as well. A grenade, it takes down a player on the other side with one of the old guard, Mike Revolt. Won a lot in Verdansk. Unfortunately, not going to win this gunfight. Huncho with the knock is the signal flare. Gentlemen, we ride and we push in, but finally answering back. It looks like there might actually be some trades. No, squad 7 goes down. They lose a 3v2 versus Mike Revolt. The old guard live anew. Wow, what a start for the first hot drop of the day on the very first map, Tiff. We always talk about this with Warzone. If you have player advantage, you push the equation. It just didn't happen that time.
Yeah, and I love that we're going to grab that picture of the replay, because even though you strike the numbers in your advantage, sometimes you can push in and be overconfident and not necessarily take the best positioning. But back on board here, you can see Kedema here under insane amounts of pressure, but can't seem to get a grasp on where that firepower is coming from. Now, with only living up to that namesake, being the only one left on Urzikstan for now, we'll have to wait and see. Will their teammates survive that early round gulag?
Team 5, Team B Groovy in the area as well, but we continue to float around the map and we head to Bazaar. We talked about it being a hot drop yesterday, apparently. Another hot drop today. A lot of action here as Physic falls. Millsy still alive, but coming back from the gulag, it seems like, or in the gulag, rather. We'll see Millsy's fight. This is a team that had a great performance in some of the group stages and then kind of struggled in the lower bracket, but wins the gulag there. And we should be heading right back, and we'll see his teammate do a lot of the same, potentially.
Potentially, question mark. You need to see it. Already throwing out some damage. Finally starts to connect with a drop shot. Just sends them packing. Will not return to Urzikstan, but we'll check in with Millsy here. Already on 2 eliminations. Not too bad of a start, despite having to go to the gulag early.
Well, here we go. We've got Toho down below with Palooka off to the backhand side with Tachi. And this is a fairly standard stance of having kind of one player isolated, especially if they get an early knock with a snipe here from Tachi. They want to be able to follow up fairly quickly. But looking downside, just frankly, I think Tachi's a little bit more worried about getting third party than anything, and something we always see in Warzone, especially in the early game. A lot of teams, 40 teams total, 39 still up in the lobby. And a quick look at the map, you can see where the next circle has rotated to. Favoring a little more north, Tiff.
It's very typical for what we've seen in Warzone pools here, but underneath we go, straight to Walker. Team still up and at it. Black Bandana on the opposing side. This is relatively open, but I just don't see the push going to be able to be made safely from Black Bandana's side of things. But OG looking for a wrap and maybe a potential good angle. We've seen this happen a lot yesterday in North America of people looking for cheeky openings that could really strike the numbers in their advantage. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's a good push.
This is one of those teams that I think a lot of people expected a decent amount from, and frustratingly, yes, they made it to upper bracket, but really struggled in the upper bracket. They want some redemption, 36th overall, and as we continue to rotate around, was 32nd overall in the upper bracket. You've got Not Bad Uncle looking to kind of reiterate on some of the success they found in group stages as VDAT finds an angle from above, and Team 39 in trouble. Knocks across the board here, Tiff. Rather, plates cracked, but no knocks that they would really want. And again, same types of fights here. VDAT has got this kind of high ground position. If he can grab a knock, the team can follow up. They've got to get it first, though.
All right, C4 for the opening, and honestly, just keep on feeding them through. No real shield cracks just yet, but you do see BKS does fall for that squad. The full comes through. So in a 3v2 situation and visual clutter galore. We love the utilization of all of these items. We're just trying to filter down through the stairs here and connect with the remainder of that squad, though.
We're going to do a quick listen in here, Tiff, to see what this team's talking about in this crazy fight.
Tu vas pas, Joe? Je suis en bas, je suis en bas. Ils ont du back au shop, hein.
Ça s'est échappé, les gars.
Personne les a vus décaler. Ils sont où, ils sont où?
On a qu'un kill.
Ouais, mais tu les as vus partir par où, Joe?
J'en sais rien.
Hein, putain, chier.
Vas-y, go mettre un drone, les gars. On met un drone, on les slay.
Vas-y, bah mets-le. Ils avaient leurs armes. Hein. Ah, on les voit pas. Ok, il y a 2 mecs sur la montagne. Vas-y, go jouer, ouais, go jouer.
Bon. J'ai flanqué autant que je pouvais, mais j'avais plus de blague, les gars.
Ah, t'inquiète. On charge le premier, hein.
Attention. Allez, descendez, les gars. Il m'a détruit.
Crac, one shot. Oh non, putain. Ah, chier.
Tu peux rien?
Fais smoke. Une bâche injectée. Ah non.
Faut...
Viens sur Marenzo. Attends, je peux pas. Sur moi les deux. Plusieurs. Ah, ils sont 3, un K one shot.
Allez, les gars. Enfin, full life.
Oh, Tiff. It was fun to listen into those comms, but they got stuck between a rock and a hard place, driving straight into another team and couldn't quite execute on their push. That's a frustrating one as we continue to rotate around the map. But shout out to Chow, great competitor, some success in the past. We'll see if they can find some success today.
Yeah, well, back on board with Toho here. Now, granted, this team got 21st in the upper bracket, just missing out on finals by 1.6 points. It came down to a difference of 1 elimination and a 0.1 decimal on average placement. That just goes to show you that every elimination will matter, and it starts here, obviously, in drop number 1, currently sitting with Gunstachi on 1 with 758 damage. So I'm hopeful that this team does have a few for now. We're just waiting to see what this positioning is going to look like. If you're coming back in from the air, you can at least provide that information for B Groovy or miss the door completely and take a few damage.
Yeah, again, B Groovy's team is that team number 5. You're seeing team number 6 is team Showstopper. So 1, 5, and 6. Frankly, top 3 teams for me, at least inside the top 5. These are all very, very strong teams. Another one, Fuzzin, Pentagon, Melvin, another team that a lot of people, you heard the desk talk about it, didn't expect to be here in lower bracket round 2. And if we learned anything from yesterday, Tiff, it was all about which team said, I shouldn't be here, we shouldn't be here. Let's prove that that's the case. We saw that yesterday with some of our top teams, OP Mark squad, right? Vonbot's team was talking a ton about that, looking to play scrims after because they were like, why are we doing this? Why are we here? And it's all about execution and it's about performing day of. And this is another team that needs to show that everybody that's been rooting them on and cheering them on is correct, that they shouldn't be here, but they got to slay out today.
Well, good news for Vonbot. I mean, I heard there's scrims occurring after this broadcast, courtesy of the boys over at Pulse Check, watch partying a lot of those early rounds in World Series of Warzone. But Melvin, Pentagon, Fuzzin, I mean, this is that German trio that has been such a staple. They've put in a lot of time with their consistent trio throughout other events just leading up to World Series of Warzone to get that time locked in, to work on the chemistry. And like you said, it's crazy that they're even here competing in the lower round 2. At least 7 eliminations between the squad, but here's some more teams that we were curious about. Louis CM already being fooled in Wars and Bubbles, still on the opposing side with Bora here moving towards them.
This is that team from Libya playing in Turkey. They've got something to prove. They want to showcase their skills, and unfortunately, as much as we want to hype them up, they are in trouble as Wars is going to push the equation. They have a knock. They're going to come swinging in with C4s over the ridge, but no, Soba catches Wars completely unaware. I don't know what happened there. A full breakdown from Wars with no help or follow-up from his team. Thought it would be free, but it certainly was not. Bubble back behind holding POI. Maybe it was Maze and Kiddies throwing some bullets down range, making that Wars push a lot more detrimental than it should have been. I don't know. But what it was a full breakdown from Team Wars, and Soba gets out alive, and frankly, where they should have not.
That's true. They came in from that lower round 1, placing 4th. Average placing of 19, though, so I'd like to see them improve upon that here in lower round 2. But back over here with Solds, you've got Team 28 on the opposing side. The last time we saw a very similar setup to someone trying to take down Revolt across the street, and ended up with this player getting a knock and making the push. You know what happened, Goj? Well, this team here lost. So let's see a Chow Revolt here.
Yeah, over by Opal Palace. That firehouse over on the right-hand side. Revolt's been hanging out here for a little while, but here's a quick look at the map. You can see where we went, and I was kind of right. This is more similar to actually our first circle of the first game yesterday. Kind of like South Military Base. The big question is, which side of the river will it pull to? Do you favor Lowtown? Do you favor South of Military? Do you favor that western side of the map? I mean, there's a lot of options here to where you could go, and a little bit of a gamble unless you're able to do some of those late-game recons, but I don't know. Tiff, I mean, any preference on which side you think it should pull to?
Yeah, we're squad number 2 and squad number 10 were positioned, so that's immediately looking towards Team Wars. That, you know, them, maybe even Toho, they're picking that southern side of the water, and Wars. Toyo's squad picked more towards Old Town, whereas Wars' squad picked to go towards Lowtown. Yeah. I think the Lowtown call is the better one. I've seen a lot of endings there, but there's more playable space from the Old Town side, and that could lean to it skewing that way.
Yeah, I don't like that, or I don't mind that call at all. I like that call, Tim. So we'll see, though, if we are correct. I have been very wrong in the past, and at this point, it's just a gamble. But speaking of a gamble, fighting this far outside the outside circle here, right on the edge of zone, they've just been back and forth. I think the gamble here is essentially, hey, if we don't go in early, we're not going to get any of these early rotates to grab any of these early pieces of cover to be able to actually hold something down. And frustratingly, I think they're going to be fighting out there for a while, and when they try to rotate, there's going to be a team where they want to go. I don't love fighting outside zone, especially as we get to 4th and 5th circles. You need to get to the zone earlier, and Opal Palace, a great place to do that. You see where Doom's at. Again, you called out Team Toho is the team number 1 on our mini map there on the top left-hand corner. I like these spots. This is where you want to be early. Team 35 as well on the other side. Any team that tries to push from the north side of Opal Palace is going to get obliterated by one or multiple ones of these teams. So these teams are set up perfectly. However, we always talk about the zones of activity, Tiff, and if you don't have a ton of early game kills, you might be sitting on 1 to 2 points right now, and we still have 29 teams alive. Our multiplier doesn't really even come into effect until right now at the 1.2x, but you're really looking for that top 10, which is the 1.6x and more.
That's true. And as you can see here, just on that southern side of Old Town is going to be Team Melvin. Now, this squad is already putting up an astronomical amount of eliminations and playing hard edge Pentagon, investing that C4. I'm curious to see, will that be able to drive that rotation from the opposing squad straight into the open arms? And you see Monzo falls, doubles down with more C4s here, but we're north of 2k damage. Job's not done because we're just about to have to keep on pushing forward once we see that next circle pull, but this is a great hold.
Yeah, something to prove. Certainly the case with this team already, just with 2 of the 3 players we've spectated at 10 eliminations. Holy cow. Tiff, 26 teams alive, and this team's on 15 elims. This could be, if they can get at least to top 10, if they could win, this might be the biggest game we've seen in lower bracket round 2 between either region, and it's the very first map. I mean, a massive map in the making, but now they know we have enough kills. We have got to get to zone. We have got to hold out for placement. These multipliers now are tenfold that much more important when you already have this amount of kills. 15 already is wild.
Yeah, less than 4 seconds away before we have to be in that next circle. And, well, we're getting a bridge zone. It's not really going to pick between Lowtown or Old Town. You're going to see a lot of water towards that end game. And Team Toho is going to be that next course of action, that big threat in Team Melvin's vicinity. You can see that beautiful picture-in-picture straight towards the bridge. And we will see a lot of teams that maybe died out early and are looking to just try and get through as many placements as possible, lurking amongst the water. So we'll have to be careful as we continue on our rotation.
We saw in the bottom right-hand corner of that quick map view, I love that from production, by the way, is Team Wars. They're coming in from that Lowtown side that you were talking about, to watch out for that team. They've got a pretty hard rotation, frankly, to get into zone, and I don't mind the redeployed drones, but the problem is when you redeploy drone right into 2 different teams, you are getting obliterated out of the air, and well, the one place you thought was safe had a lurking single player that nearly single-handedly wiped that entire squad as they came in weak from the skies. Brutal rotation. And here's a quick look at that Team Wars using the bridge, or rather the bridge and the train for cover and also rotations. I don't mind it, but Louis is on an island.
Yeah, this makes sense for Louis to hang back and really try to help Bubble and Wars hit that rotation with this. Now, if he's got the gas mask, likely a durable. I'd love to check in and hear what the thoughts are behind this positioning.
You got a res cash, didn't it, yeah?
Yeah.
Stay there. I'm gonna get some freebies, bro. Wait there.
Wait in the water. One shot. I really want to grab my loadout, bro, but...
I'm up here, fucking... You got the camera, you good? No time.
I got it. Hey, in the water here. My ping. I think he's just stood there, bro. Here. Head. One shot, he's absolute, bro. He's so weak on that thing under there. My loot. Could be straight directly
Under the water, yeah?
Yeah, in the water, bro.
Crack there.
Like a bot skin or whatever, or like
Yeah. Under the crate on me. Close.
We gotta be careful here. Kids on our left over here, be careful.
Come on, focus right, we have to focus right here.
Yeah. And then we use the train as cover, bro.
Yeah.
I see him, I can cross.
Yeah.
You're here. Wait,
Crack him. Crack 2.
I'm clustering that. I clustered that.
I've got another cluster.
And they're gonna go.
Pushing close to us.
I knocked one with the cluster. I cracked another one with the cluster too, bro. Careful, stop the train. Up here. Oh, I'm weak as fuck, bro. My ping, careful, bubble.
I'm dead. Can you res me?
I got hit by a stun.
Buy me back.
Bubble needs to do it. Oh, that.
Tiff for free? I mean, finally somebody looks at Louis, and now it's an utter breakdown as the train has been breached, and this team is finally in trouble. But that was so many free kills. Will we see the demise of Team Bubble with Wars? Yes, finally. 12th place it looks like, but still a sizable amount of points in the first map for free on the rotation.
I'm not even sure how Louis was being able to like roam throughout this end game without any resistance. But that just goes to show you how many players are so preoccupied with their smokes, investing streaks, trying to get across the bridge, such as Crystal Shots here on 7 eliminations into the top 10. We're finally seeing that 1.6x multiplier, but you can just see here now it's going to be muddled, a collapse across the remaining structures inside the zone.
Yeah, teams I'm not seeing are some of the teams near the top. I don't see Team Fuzzin still on the map. I don't see Team Wars. We saw them wipe, but Team Crystal Shots is the team on your screen right now, currently with multiplier somewhere around 20 points. They have a chance at a massive map in front of them, but they've got to secure a win with, I believe, just 2 players, unless they're able to get the res here. Showstopper, a massive move to get at least a single buyback. Not enough cash for both, but it's got King AJ in the skies, giving some nice recon, and Showstopper finds one down below. One of our Lebanese players going big with King AJ and Visions, a team that shouldn't be here as well on paper, but got to prove that here in the lower bracket round 2, Tiff.
Yeah, Cam's team was on the opposing side, anchored down with all the space in the world, but however, Cam's is the only one left from that roster, knowing there's a mobile buy station still in play. We've seen how vital they can be. Nice smoke here for Black Bandana. We'll see if they can grab their teammate back up. Medvest can come in such clutch to allow you to get your teammate back on the feet, but guess what? The train's on the move, and we've got the early wrap into the next play zone, but once the train is gone, it's going to open you up towards the rest of the lobby. Cam's on the right side, Caspian and Fedo, they're going to go ahead and hit that buyback, get back to full 3.
Tiff, this is a wild finish because it's a 3v3v1. So just like yesterday, it comes down to who Cams is going to engage with and if he'll get any early shots to open up the engagement for the other opposing trio. Cams goes down. Veroe is a little bit low, but it is a true 3v3 in a PDS play. They can hang out here shortly, but both teams, both players all low. It's going to come down to Team 26 on your screen, all 3 alive. They got the early knock. They push the equation, and they grab the map 1 victory. What a way to finish your very first map of the lower bracket round 2 with a bang and a win with all 3 alive, winning that 3v3. Shout out to this squad for the win.
That's how you've got to do it. That was a crazy end game to be kicking things off. The Italian trio, though, from lower round 1 is able to do what they can to bring it on in strong. We get a good look back at it with the last stand. Cam's still alive over on the right side, is consistently trying to put pressure onto Team 26. There goes the buyback, and now we start to think, if I'm Cam's, what do? I just want eliminations. I've already got the best multiplier I can him get in this situation, but he goes for the wrap around the fence and ultimately flanks Fedo, Caspian, and Musty. Does go down to Musty, who just comes right back in. The PDS comes out, and this is where we start chucking the C4s, right? Just trying to let that be the entry damage.
Yeah, I really love this last stand aerial cam to rewatch this fight, because the big question in my mind was who was Cams engaging with, because we saw Team 26 get the kill on Cams, but Cams was engaging with the opposing team, the team that got second, and so because of that, got them weak and got them distracted. They opened up their shoulders for Team 26 to take the victory. A massive win for your very first map. Again, it doesn't mean you've already qualified for the regional finals, but it does mean you are just one step closer, and frankly, a massive leap forward to getting that much closer to regional finals. So shout out to Team 26, shout out for the win there, Viore. Really, really cool stuff. Let's take a quick look at their victory moment and see our players' reactions.
Fatti due, manca l'ultimo. Destra, destra. Qua. Nice, let's go, Ski, let's go. 20 bombe! Andiamo! Andiamo! Forza così, forza!
19 eliminations, Goj, a 38-point game to kick things off. And if there's one thing that we might have been correct about yesterday with North America, was that 20th place threshold. It's sitting around 54 points. And if you're taking 38 points in one game and you just remain slightly consistent throughout the remaining 5 drops, I'd say that's a shoo-in.
Yeah, Viero's team, that's a massive map. I mean, frankly, it's one of the biggest we've seen thus far in the lower bracket round 2. I think not the biggest overall, but you're right. I mean, if we're looking at 54, 52 points as kind of your threshold, I mean, you need just a couple kills each map, and you're there, no problem at all. So excited to hear what our desk has to say about that map, because it was a very, very fun final circle. Folks, take it away. That was a blast.
It was an absolute blast. Italy gets it done, right? The Italian trio taking home a massive game, 19 eliminations, 38 points, just a hair away from potentially already qualifying if yesterday's stats, right, apply to EMEA today. Talking about North America from yesterday. Exciting stuff, without question. Gio, I loved every single bit of it. It's a fast pace, which is exactly what you want to see. We started off with some big moments, though, from Fuzzin, a team that you highlighted in the beginning, right? I mean, talking about what, 15 eliminations by stage 5 alone.
We said that it was pretty impressive to even see them down in the lower bracket round 2, and they're showing that they deserve to be actually exiting out of this and qualifying through, because, yeah, as you say, 15 eliminations in stage 5 alone. But then even when you look at the very end, you know, that was very impressive by our first place team. But the fact that this team placed 9th, but they still came out 3rd in their score, is such a testament to how well they were playing early on. And they lasted quite a long time as well. So, you know, impressive, and don't let me down.
It's just, it's wild, isn't it, that they start so strong. A team that shouldn't necessarily be here. We're not expecting them to be here, Enigma, and yet they make the biggest impact. You got to give them credit where credit is due. Obviously, they're fired on all cylinders. Now, I know they wanted a better placing, right? But those eliminations, they at least have to count for something. Now, another team, though, that you notice maybe making, you know, some mistakes, right? We're talking about that big drama with Wars & Co. What did you notice from them throughout map 1?
Yeah, so an engagement early on is you see Wars get knocked onto the Libyan team. So this was Bora and GNCR that end up getting picked up. He actually kills GNCR and knocks Bora, but Bora's body falls back over the ridge. Wars pushes it and actually ends up falling foul of Sober, who'd come in for the res. And I think there's feeling a bit of pressure at this squad, either that or it's complacency, because Wars immediately pushed that. He dove straight towards the player that he'd knocked, didn't check his left or his right, and he actually has Team Loom on his left-hand side and Keybase on the right-hand side, and he basically puts himself in a kill box. So once he sprints out there, Bobble can no longer support him, and ends up in a situation where Wars basically gives his life up for free because he then falls into the awaiting Sober. Thankfully, they went on to recover.
Recover they did, and Gio, for what it's worth, you know, despite them, you know, maybe making a couple mistakes, pushing as individuals, they do recover, and a lot of that is due to their comms. We had a chance to do a listening with them during game number 1.
Yeah, I'll be honest, especially after everything that we heard in the beginning and spoke about in the pre-show, getting to have a look into their listening and see how clean those comms were really impressed me because, you know, to some people it might sound like they were being a little bit blunt, but that's what you really want for a well-oiled machine and a really successful team. You don't want them to be clogging the comms, and it meant that every single thing that was said had value, it meant what it meant, and they could get through a really difficult point in the game as a direct result.
I like that. Clear, concise comms. Communication is what you need to be a great team. I love this play from Tachi. Just getting intense, getting mixy up in the stairs. That was actually Pentagon and Co. who ended up pushing through. And this is where we started to see the tail end of the zones, Enigma, right? We're now down to our top 13. Louisiana Wars, they're still up. They get finished off relatively soon after this. This was not a very easy zone to deal with, right? Very open for all the rosters.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. You end up in this spot where you've basically got to cross open water, then you've got yourselves these little bits of headies and such as you can see here. But I mean, when you've got so many players trying to scramble over this, we spoke about this at the top of the show, a lot of teams are staying alive, trying to play around those placement points. And when that becomes the case, but the circle condenses them together, it eventually just turns into pure bedlam, especially when you get yourself a zone like this. And the teams that were rotating amongst and across it, what I will say, when it comes to the winning team, Team Belv, the Italian trio that come out on top here, I spoke to them beforehand and they said that one of the things they wanted to make sure coming into this is that they all get to the end zone together, and you can see how important it is when they pull off end plays like that.
Beautiful 3v3. Black Bandana and Co. pushing up. They didn't have a lot of coverage, but they had enough to make it happen. Believe, Virili, Strong, right, making it happen. And a big win again when it comes from Italy. Good stuff. Love that, obviously, for them taking that. And a big game number one, Geo, to set themselves up right. I think for a lot of our top teams, we're seeing them finish at the top as to be expected. I know there's some teams that most likely struggled in game number one, but overall, I think it was a pretty successful start. The jitters should be out of the way, right? And we should be pushing forward to the next 5 games. In fact, Gio, let's take a look at our standings and see who finished on top and maybe some surprise teams who are at the bottom.
I mean, I'll be totally honest, even just the team that came out on top, you know, this was number 26 or number 27 going in, right? So they had come in through the lower bracket. They hadn't come down from the upper bracket. So if there's anything to learn from the fact that they scored first in this first round, it is that you can't underestimate those teams that may be somewhat underdogs.
Louisiana Wars, Bubble sitting in 5th place, so we finally get an answer to their eliminations. We complimented 15. It seems like that's where they ended at. Nice to see, though, King Benji sitting there in about 3rd place. We go down to 11 through 20, Enigma, and this is where the cutoff is, right? It's only game number 1, but man, you know, for these teams, I definitely want a little bit more, especially from B Groovy and his team.
Yeah, exactly. So there was 4 teams that I felt coming into this shouldn't be in this conversation, and it was Vision, Louis M, Melvin, who are all currently sat inside our top 10 and looking a little bit pretty, and then it was B Groovy, and B Groovy, Jammer, Benno. I really do feel like, in particular, this is a squad that should be doing better, and currently they are putting themselves right around, you know, they're just about getting themselves through to regional finals, should be safe for LCQs, but I know that they want better, especially when you look at, for example, Benno, who shone last year on the online stages, picking up 3rd to qualify for the global LAN. So a really strong team there that I'm just looking to see break on through to that top 10 conversation and leave it in no doubt, so they're going to be putting themselves in regional finals.
There it is, 25th Team Visions. Curious to see how far they go up. We will be updating this scoreboard as we go through the standings. And obviously, we'll be keeping you all up to date. Soba also in 23rd, a team that we covered at the very beginning, looking to represent bottom 8 teams, though. This is where you want to step it up, especially for Tony White. I want to see Tony White make it to the global stage once again. You know, I had a chance to speak with them after the global stage. Obviously, they didn't, you know, play that well, but they were happy to be there nonetheless. I mean, he's, gosh, don't quote me. Well, maybe quote me on this. I think he's like 31, right, Enigma?
Yeah.
Like 31, 32. So, doing it for the old heads, man, and I like that. It just comes to show you age is just a number until maybe you hit 40, and then maybe you're not making it to World Series of Warzone Global Finals. But we haven't reached that point yet, Gio. So you don't know how high you could go in the ages, right?
Still alive, man. It's still alive.
and hopefully it stays alive, because I'm 32 and I still want to make it to Global Finals one day. Okay, I don't know. It's nice being a talent and watching less pressure on me, I think, right, as opposed to the competitors. But a good game number 1 for sure, without a doubt. Gia, one thing that I did like again was that aggression from some of the teams. We got the open zone out of the way. One thing that I did notice from North America yesterday is we saw quite a few city zones, whether it was rotating into into city or not, prioritizing teams to take over high ground, more specifically those rooftops. You don't want to be left on the ground in those moments because it's hard to push up and also push into those buildings when teams are already established. With the open zone being from game number 1, we start pushing into city. I'm curious if that starts to shift, our standings, right, from teams that may have not performed well in game 1.
Well, I think that'll be a very curious thing because it really depends where the team's strengths lie in terms of what kind of ground they like. If they are a team who can be really aggressive and take those high grounds early, then they're going to be at a massive advantage. I mean, that's the kind of trade-off with those sort of zones, right? Is like yes, if you can get the high ground, you're great. But also if you don't win out to those positions, then you might go out really early. So I think we really need to be seeing a lot of audaciousness come out of the teams in those early stages in order to kind of set their authority on those early zones.
Authority, right? Put your foot down, 10 toes down, baby, and just go for it. I like that. North America does that. EMEA is doing that as well. I did notice a lot of superiors. Obviously, that's going to dominate the meta when it comes to it. Enigma. Not a lot of cars, though, and I thought cars are going to be highly impactful in that final zone, especially with it being open. Very few, or I should say limited POIs. What have you noticed from EMEA in terms of the weapon usage? Is it kind of right in line with North America?
Yeah, I think it's right up there, which I think bodes better for us this year than last year. One of the things that changed going into the 2023 World Series Global LAN was that we brought in that signal meta, right? It started to be very sniper heavy. And I just didn't feel like we had that presence here in Europe around the snipers. I just didn't think we were as strong. So when that changed, I was a little bit concerned. But this year, it feels like everyone's on board with the Car 98K. One thing I will say, you talked a little bit about zones there. I actually think that the snipers are better used for those congested zones in city, especially if you're playing around those rooftops, as opposed to the open areas where you've got no cover.
Fair enough, and I could see that, right? Beam them off the other rooftops, maybe down low. Car is just it's just such a nasty weapon, especially if you're getting beamed by it. Well, it looks like game number 2 is ready to go. Let's bring in our casters and keep the action going. I loved how yesterday flowed. Today is flowing just the same. Hey, Tiff, Ghosh, let's get game number 2 underway.
Hey, let's do it. I'm already super excited. I love that we're talking about the Signal 50 because prior to the Signal 50 goes, do you remember the Gorenko coming out of that original EU region and then it just spread like wildfire? Oh man, the car is doing the same thing. Plus it hits that nostalgic moment for me.
Well, and I also think like every region plays differently. Like I was watching some of the APAC qualifiers, watched some of the LATAM North and South qualifiers. Like every region technically plays the game slightly different. Like everybody has their own play styles. And you're right, EMEA or EU in the years past always comes up with new ways to play the game. And Gorenko, certainly one of those back in the past. And I think you're right. I think Car 98 definitely a major influence in most teams yesterday in North America and today. It's just so valuable for getting that entry knock, and you see a lot of teams playing that where one player at least is running the sniper, they get the entry knock, and that is the signal flare to say, hey, we now push and try to clean that up. Now what we saw from last map was, well, that doesn't always work out in your favor. Sometimes you push 3v2 and you lose because you take those fights wrong, or maybe you try to clean up a fight by yourself and, well, you get punished for it, which happened to Wars in that last map. But overall, a really exciting map 1, Tiff.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when you talk about the difference in regions that we saw, because some of our teams yesterday in North America, one in particular, actually took home a win in 2 different maps. One of them was that open end game that is the opposite of what Enigma was speaking about, saying that the Car 98 was actually really prevalent in the city. But also, we saw it get pulled out in the end game opens with a team running 3 Car 98s. But you know what? I'll leave it to the players because they clearly know what they're doing. I'm just along for the ride and ready to get into drop number 2.
Yeah, again, I said it yesterday, I'll say it today, I'll probably say it tomorrow. The 3-2-1 meta never left because that's Warzone meta, baby. You got to take team shots, and so you count down 3, 2, 1, take your shots with your team, and that's how you get those early knocks before a team can react with smokes or anything in between. So watch out for that. A lot of team shots today and playing trades, and teams that play together best will likely be on top of the leaderboard. Every playstyle is valuable here, Tiff, but we'll see which one is the most at the top of the leaderboard. But I'm looking out for spot 20. I'm looking out for that threshold metric, and if you can't get there, we're looking at top 32 to at least make sure you make LCQs. But drop number 2 coming. I'm excited to see which of these POIs will be hot and which will be cold, because I know Wars, Tiff, was landing right next to the out of bounds line, way on the edge of the map, whereas maybe Team Fuzzin, who had 15 kills in 4 zones, was maybe landing a bit more hot.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to play a little more conservative in that drop number 1 just to figure out how this lobby is going to go down. But at the current standings, we're looking at an 8.4 benchmark to get you into that 20th place. But for our teams that are about to lock into the plane, let's get drop number 2 underway.
Drop number 2, we're here, we're ready to rock, and it looks like the zone is favoring a little bit more towards Seaport, maybe. So excited about this one. You can see Old Town, Low Town coming up. You can see the plane line, a different zone, a different line than maybe we saw last time. So we'll get a quick view of that here shortly. But as all of our players fly out, will they adjust or will they not? Headed down a little bit further south, a little bit further southwest, potentially. Tiff, I think you're thinking what I'm thinking as we see our first hot drop. We might see City for map 2.
We might, and we did get some city endings over in North America, and they were highly populated. Speaking of that, I mean, this building, we've got a hot drop. If Spyro wants to contest here against Team Prito, I'd be curious to see how we're going to throw it down. Now, granted, one of these squads came down from the upper bracket, took 38th place, and the opposing team actually was pretty high up in there. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and this Team Rancid that we're watching right now, currently in 24th place, only 5 points in the first map. So I wonder if maybe they fell to Pyrocod down below, or Precod rather, and lost this early engagement. They couldn't quite stabilize. We'll see what happens this time around, though. Trying to figure out then grabbing an early knock or at least some sort of equipment usage. I like the early gas play. A lot of these players like to use that in these early encounters to try to create more chaos whenever they can, but they look scared. I have a feeling they might have lost this fight last map and restabilized as best they could, but ended up only getting 5 total points last map, and they're taking it nice and slow because they cannot risk that happening again.
I love that we're already scouting out neighboring buildings, right? You're calling in that mobile buy station across the way, likely wanting to get a quick loadout, and they know if this fight breaks out, there's a very good chance that team is going to fly off at this third party. So there's a couple different reactions that occur from this engagement. But you're right, you got to use what you can find on the ground. I see a Semtex, I saw gas grenades. We already had that trophy system down, and Rancid and Codwell and Spyro are out here controlling the roof, looking for maybe ways that we can full send on down. But at the end of the day, you're just wasting time. You either need to straight up push this, like we're seeing Spyro here on the ground, but they were ready holding those angles.
This is going to be a grudge match that might take the next 5 minutes, frankly. Both teams looking fairly timid. And yeah, I think both teams, again, what I talked about at the very beginning, they want to win this engagement. They want to take this POI by the horns. Okay, a nice gas.
Not a shock stick, man. Sometimes they hit you and you're just like, all right. The worst part about it is like this bouncing betties, everything is just getting thrown. Whatever you can fly on the ground. Codwell, though, they are going to be able to inevitably secure the push on the low ground. It was messy. It was chaotic. Doesn't have to be perfect, but they're still alive.
That was wild. It felt so unorganized. Of course, if we could hear their comms, maybe it was more organized than we thought it was. But everybody on the defense, if you can call it that, down below, and the offense from up above looks scattered and not really able to help each other. But one team does get the better of the other, so we move on our merry way. And to Shopping Center we go with the top fragging team, but not too much action there. So we're going to go check out Toho in another fight, another building. Another city building just outside of Riverside, looking to take this early engagement with C4s to open up the window of opportunity and grab a knock. And it looks like they've done just that. Palooka on the other side, able to grab it, and so they fly at this team. They want to clean up this team. No getting out of dodge, no restabilizing. Send them all to the gulag, Tiff.
Hey, that's what you gotta do. Mind you, this is a team that missed out on advancing to the finals from uppers like 1.6, and we're still hitting like that. All right, let's go, Tachi. We need to see more action. Plus, you've already rocking the Obsidian on the Car 98 and the Superi. We put in that time, and now I'm motivated to go grind my camos again.
They grab the early wipe, looking to potentially get a knock from distance. Just want to make sure that at the very least they can deplete some resources. But yeah, this is kind of that edge of city, and this is frankly where I expect in zone to be. So if I'm looking at our top team today on paper, the team that should be on top, if everything goes according to plan and history repeats itself from the upper bracket, got 21st in the upper bracket, dropping down, just barely missing out on making it. They shouldn't have to move for a very long time, at least if they don't want to. Now, they might want a different building potentially to hold down, but another team that we expect to do well. Be Groovy hanging out here as well, just biding their time. Don't want to expose their shoulders to anybody else.
Squad currently sitting in 14th place with 12.2 points. We'll check in with your 5th place squad on the leaderboard right now. Team Wars 22 points overall after one game. Not too bad. Wars though already on that one elimination. Looking down the sides, trying to find angles on a Starbrook, but if you can't find the angle, why not bait him out? But we are going to do some trades here with the C4 as it yeets on back. Now, we have to start looking at our resources. Wars out of plates. Minimal across the board for Louis and Bubble, but at least those two do have self-reses. And Bubble, once again, find themselves quite open. And I respect the disengage to maybe go for an epic flank, because at the end of the day, if you are just not able to breach that building and get across the road, your time's not spent well here.
This almost feels like a bait. Like, they're dragging them down to where they have advantage. The other team had advantage. Team 14 had advantage inside that building, and they baited them out. But back we go to our top fragging team on the day thus far, just after one map. Fuzz and Pentagon moving together as a singular unit, playing trades the way the Lord intended it here in COD. A perfect execution of the team wipe without losing a single player. It's exactly what you want to do. There's a reason this team is so good at getting kills. They've just got to get placement as well. I have a feeling their strategy going into today, obviously it's to make regional finals, but they're going to do that by just running at as many fights as they can because they believe they're the best players in the lobby.
Okay, Rancid, in the gulag we go. The reach out goes crazy, but at least we're gonna make it out. Now, Codwell, I'd love to see you do the same thing here. Dumpton on the opposing side, and we slide out to the left. And despite the reaction time not needing it to be where you want, we fall. That was just a few, like maybe even like a split second. That was the difference maker in that gulag.
High ground. A free zip in city, and this is what I was talking about, Tiff. They had the kills last game, didn't have their rotations to set up for in circle, and you can see where our zone's currently located. We believe here in the booth that it's going to go to city, but you never know, right? Anything happens in
that's a you.
Oh, you don't think it's going city? Okay,
I don't know. I'll base off the second one. It's still relatively central for me. If I want to see what go through, I'd go north of Zeravan suburbs if I was just basing it off this initial zone. Now, granted, we'll wait and see. Just under a minute or so to go until we get to witness where it pulls towards, so watch me then.
Stand on business, Tiff. I respect that call out. I don't want to speak for you. I thought we were in agreement that it's probably city.
Nah.
Fuzzin in trouble. Fuzzin all by himself, and apparently with a C4, he doesn't need anyone else. How about I just take care of an entire team pushing me and have a good time doing it? Not even losing a single iota of life as his rest of his team's fighting somebody else's vision on the other side. Now trying to get out of dodge with the LTV. A well-placed C4 could take care of this, but unfortunately, this is going to be a tough one to hunt down.
I mean, look, the LTV is great and can absorb a lot of damage, but it's not very fast on this type of terrain. And Pentagon by foot is actually surprisingly covering a lot of distance here, going to chase visions all the way throughout. Pentagon is hungry, and now comes the challenge just like that. Sends him down and out. Teammate currently flying back on over the way has decided to not land near Team Melvin. Can't say I don't blame them, considering they've already breached north of 20 eliminations, returning yet again to high ground.
Yeah, this is a great play by them thus far. I think a lot of teams, whether I'm right or not, which it's looking like I actually might not be right, Tiff. You actually might know what you're talking about, maybe a lot more than I do, because we got another engagement bottom right-hand corner, but it looks like it might be eking out of city here shortly. But I think most teams wanted to make sure that if it did go city, that they wouldn't be stranded at the middle of the streets or at the bottom of some massive building where there's 6 teams stacked on top of them, and maybe they're lying in wait from a couple other teams that rotated in early. Early rotations got to be key, especially if city is at least part of that final circle.
Well, when you start thinking about teams that needed that early rotation, it was going to be Team Wars here on your screen, starting out on that south side of Urzikstan, starting that rotation straight between Zaravan City and the suburbs. But Louis CM, his rotation kind of took him down into the gulag, and that's understandable. At least you have the ability to burn it now, considering that early Circle 3 was when that fire sale occurred, and then in 4 it closes. So might as well go. You just don't really want to face off against a Titan in the lobby. It's going to be Pentagon on the opposing side. Not an easy one indeed.
Yeah, it's a big one, and both teams inside the top 5 currently in terms of score are both very talented. But
Okay.
put him on a poster, put it on Twitter, 360 snap, and see you later, Pentagon. A massive victory for Louis CM. I think Louis CM's got a little chip on his shoulder. He's got something to prove, and he's showcasing it here on main stage.
Man, I was like, this is not going to be an easy one, and he does it in style. Let's run it back there on that picture-in-picture, because it was messy at first, but the fact is, we hit the turn, we start the burn, and we connect all of the shots. We'll join up with Bubble CT here and Wars, Team Donathan in the distance. Now, this is a squad that's going to be one of the only ones on that south side, but once they can contend with Team Starbrook, and then you also have Team Only on that farther eastern side. I've been keeping my eyes not only on the squad on your screen, Trems there, Rez getting picked up. This is on that eastern side. It was the rotation that came from North Zaravan City by Stadium. Team Tohor in squad, right? So they were kind of hitting that rotation and keep going towards Central. There is a redeploy that is in there, but for now, we'll wait and see.
Off screen, Pentagon back onto the map, getting C4 eliminations. Wars trying to clean up a team here, but unfortunately, when you lose a teammate, usually that denotes we need to get out of here. Trying to get Bubble to maybe clear a lane and get out of the building. Flying off the top here, given where the players are situated, not actually a bad play. Whereas usually I would say high ground, if you jump off the top of the team's low ground, you're gonna get fried. Bubble baits them out for Wars. Wars is a lane. Can't quite grab a knock. If he does, they might be able to swing back into that fight 2v2 and win it, but still kind of sacrificing Bubble to the flames as we wait for Louis CM to fly back in. A little bit of aerial view from Louis maybe can get us some info, but Louis lands, grabs weapons, gets right back into the mix, and all of a sudden 3v3 again, and now Team 14 is on the retreat.
Gonna be very interesting. We knew this was gonna be one of the bigger threats here towards their side of the circle. Smoke, reposition down below. I think we just gotta bide our time. I love that we're gonna go ahead and get a look at where it's going to pull towards. Now, look, cut the distance, Goj. At least we're both right in a sense. We are pulling towards the center. You can see that main redeploy. We're squad number 34. That's gonna be Team IR. You know what? When people put numbers in their names, sometimes my pronunciation is gonna go haywire, but it's Paxor, IRIN, and Co. are going to look for control of that redeploy.
Yeah, I'm looking at Team 25 as well. That's Caspian standing on that construction building, probably highest point inside of the zone. Likely won't be in zone though, so it's always a dangerous position to be in if you're going to take ultimate high that then you have to fly off of in order to rotate. Probably want to see a early rotation from that team, maybe something low ground or mid ground on one of the neighboring buildings. But yeah, Tiff, I'm glad we share in some sort of correct assessment of where this end circle will end up. Right in between city and suburbs will be a fun one. Still a ton of cover to work with.
I want to redeem myself because it's quite interesting that our #1 squad on the game just got wiped. Palooka, Toyor, and Tachi. Sometimes it's hard to say some of these names, so chat, if you ever hear a pronunciation go rogue, let me know. But be so Bob. I can get that one. I can get that one.
I want to see chat roasting us for pronunciations because some of these are going to come off so American when they definitely shouldn't. And look, I've got a decent British accent, but when it comes to an Italian accent, it's not going to happen. It's just not. But look, I love Trance's team, to be frank. This team is one of my favorite squads. I've actually watched Trance and casted over Trance a ton. To see them 36 seeded going into this, really barely scraping their way into from lower bracket into lower bracket round 2 is frustrating. Would love to see them have a better day today, but they were in trouble and another team in trouble. We swing over to Cams. Looks like he will likely be in the gulag, using up that last remaining section of the gulag timer here, Tiff, as they try to relocate and readdress this fight from another angle.
I love this positioning. Now, it's not going to be great for the end game, and this is prior to where we just witnessed, but for right now, Camp's got to get out of here. Palooka on the other side. At least we still had the gulag up and at him, and you know, they're not fully wiped. but they might be. Cams has that experience on the global land stage. The rope comes down. We've seen people try to use it, but Palooka rolls straight across the opposing side of the gulag and decimates Cams.
Yeah, Toyor and Palooka have actually been playing together since early Verdansk. I mean, these guys have a ton of experience competing in and out of EU tournaments, those old rivals tourneys, like so much history with this duo. One of the longest standing duos in EU, EMEA now. It's a really an incredible thing. And so to see them barely miss that upper bracket or that regional finals auto qual, I think they've got something proved today saying they shouldn't be here. So a nice win there from Palooka as we see Cams also fly back in after a portable buy station on top of this building. This is where it's going to start getting hairy on the edge of Riverside. Teams rotating in. Who's here first? And can you hold down that location? Sniper Pigna down below. Looking like they're in a bit of trouble.
Team Marcus's squad is in the area also. We did get a last minute sub on Sniper Pigna's squad. So DGianni is coming in for the trio. And so far, finding themselves just on the outskirts of the next circle, and will have to contend with 4 opposing teams before they can even get there. And it's not going to be easy. There's a couple buildings they could look to path towards, just towards their south, but most of it's open.
Yeah, this will be a fun one when you have to get a sub right before this round with little to no Kim, or at the very least, you know, not apparent Kim through the stages of this competition. It'll be super interesting to see what this team's able to do and if they're able to make those regional finals with a new squad, frankly. But right on the edge of this next zone, like you called out, Tiff, there's several teams that all need to rotate in shortly. Luckily, enough buildings here, as long as you have smokes, should be fine to rotate. It's just a matter of who's there first.
Well, you can already see Team Saney, squad number 40 on that mini-map, has already full sent it for the wrap around. But Sniper Pigna's squad here is not going to be afforded that luxury because there are so many squads just around them. And even with the C4s erupting around, they will be the last squad to rotate in. Cams on that just kind of southwestern side has already taken 2 buildings over. Now we have to worry about squad number 26 and the remnants of 36.
Team Saney also still alive. That's Team 40 on your screen just inside the zone where this team will likely rotate to. That team barely made it here. Almost was eliminated. Actually won a tiebreaker to get 20th in lower round 1. So talk about a comeback story. If they can make it to regional finals today or even LCQ, I mean, just hanging on by the skin of their teeth in this competition, seemingly in trouble though. And it looks like they might be winning that encounter down below Cams right now, and Cams is picking off some of their competition from distance, helping Team 40 out. This is such a cool view.
Yeah, this is really great considering we're already in third with 35.8 points as it stands. And well, there goes the bunker buster. Those things can be quite detrimental to anyone that's inside. But so far on the roof, we've stabilized, we're prone, and we know that we need to peek out. You can see squad Team Melvin across the way on board with Team Zany here. Now they need some eliminations. I was going through to see where they're currently on the leaderboard, but I would love to see them move up. They're in that 30-second slot, which will grant you advance to the last chance qualifier should this end here. But we just want to avoid that purgatory and maybe go to the finals directly.
Yeah, now they have a rotation here, so totally agree. A frustrating map 1, just barely at risk of relegation, just on the other side of it, just like lower round 1, frankly. Now they've got an opportunity for a bigger map. Top 25, by the way. Still 66 people and counting and dropping with the 6th circle closing. A ridiculous feat, but frankly not surprising. Inside of a city and suburbs, end like this with so much cover, so many players, so much of that layer cake action we talk about with a team on top, team in the middle, and team at the bottom of buildings. Who's there first and who could hold down the location? The consistent saying will keep saying, especially in circles like this.
Remember, Zany's the squad that did out-rotate the 5 teams in that area. But now seeing how many teams are looking to collapse around, Cams' squad has elected to stay out in the gas and maybe PDS play it so they can avoid this for now. Sniper Pigna's team across the way. I even saw Tony White. But you do get to use that redeploy drone for a shred of information. But time is of the essence. And with 20 seconds left before that circle starts to close, some teams are already trying to get on the move.
Look who's dead center of zone. Team 2, that's Team Wars. Wars all alive, all up, center of zone, in cover. A great place to be if they can hold it down and ward off any advances. Everybody wants it. Who can take it? As Big Groovy going massive out in PDS, and Storm finally goes down with 7 eliminations to his name. That's still a decent map. Unfortunately, there's 18 teams still up, and they maybe just barely made it into the 1.4x multiplier. We're looking for top 10. That's 1.6, top 5, 1.8. Still a lot of work to do. Even if you have a lot of kills, you got to get these multipliers as we dwindle down to 16 teams now. And look who else is rotating in late. Melvin, Pentagon, Fuzzin coming in very late from up on high. Maybe able to pick up a third party here, Tiff. Rotating in, Team 25 in dire straits.
Yeah, Team Caspian on your screen is currently sitting in 12th place with 19.4 points, but to just be able to narrowly go in, but here comes Team Melvin working straight to deny them access towards that next circle. Melvin does fall here. We'll have to wait and see. Will that res come through? No, it's just Pentagon. Last standing, defending the doorway, going through what he can. Not gonna let that play herself either. We finally make it out just into the open arms of Donathan.
Top 14 tip, a ton of eliminations. You're gonna see Team Fuzzin near the top of the leaderboard. Placements for them almost don't matter when you have that many kills, but Team Wars, all 3 alive, setting up for the next zone, not letting any team rotate into their cover. They've got gas masks to boot, they've got PDSs to boot. They are set up to win this game. They have the circle rotation. Wars drops, but they have the trades. Bubble, Louis CM covering all advances of multiple teams, looking to third party, but Louis goes rogue, tries to be the hero, and loses his life forward. It's all up to Bubble now in the gas. I don't know what he's gonna be able to do.
We just have to bide our time. Team Starbrook, that's 14 on the mini-map, is sitting in 10th place on the leaderboard. But if they can do something magnificent here, it's gonna be crazy. But Bubble, you said a hero play for others on this team, but right now it's all on the shoulders of them. No gas mask. And maybe we can see what's being called in here, a mobile buy station. We'll have to wait and see what's going to occur there. But for now, Stage looking for the angles.
Is Tony White still alive? Team 31, Tiff. They had 3. They just got their buyback on their third. 31 hiding behind the wall on the other side of the zone. If they get zone pull, they might win it all right here. But Sadie wins the tiebreaker to make it to this stage, has a chance as well to make it. I see 3 teams with 3 players alive. Bubble makes an heroic play to get Wars and Louis back, and now they're hanging out on ultimate high as well. This is about to be utter chaos with 5 teams left.
I cannot believe this, but this is what we want. This is why we love Warzone, and Louis CM has to finish things out with the Renetti, but check out where Tony White's positioning is. They are just holding this angle. PDS comes out, and we just need to dodge any shred of lethals and equipment. Plus, look at all the mobile buy stations. Now, that's what's crazy. We're just running, looking for money, looking for funds, whatever we can do to use this. Now, the only thing is, PDSs can reopen those, but I don't see one in the hands of Slayers and Impacts.
Yeah, they're able to buy their gas masks. Just didn't have a ton of cash to be able to buy Tony White back. So we lose Tony. Still playing the game, though. Still top 5. Still a great score. But right now, I'm looking at squad 14 to win it all. They've got player advantage, but they are quickly dying in the gas. They do not have the resources to withstand this fight way out inside the zone. But they finally, kill after kill, they continue to rack them up. But who's there to clean up? Wars finally dropping on the other side. Will Tony White's team make the difference? Will they win it all? No, they fall. And I think they lose. Tony White had the numbers, but not the resources. Tiff, who wins?
That is going to be very interesting as we get to run it back right out of the appliance repair building. We make our moves, we keep pushing forward, and we just need to know, how many eliminations was it? Team Tony White with Impacts and Slayers, what were you able to do? Maybe it's the Reflections buff.
I guess it is the Reflections buff, or maybe, you know, experience creates victories, because Tony White, the oldest competitor last year, the oldest competitor this year, just celebrated his very first Father's Day and likely is celebrating his first win here in the lower bracket round 2. They had an incredible position down low, and this is one of those instances where you want to be low. Ultimate high, frankly, wasn't all that helpful once this zone started to shrink in. You have to jump off, and you're likely losing your life. You can see it there from Sani. They get ripped by Wars and Starbucks team to get nearly fully wiped. But the fact that Wars and Louis are even here, Tiff, is a miracle.
Yeah, the fact that they hit that regain from Bubble CT to get the double buyback on that mobile, they go to the roof, they've got the trophy system, and it allows them to keep out of line of sight. And at this point in time, there's Tony prone on the ground, gets eliminated. So I'm really curious to see what that looks like, because right now we got Team Starbrook, Paxor, yeah, Slayers, income Slayers at the last minute. You hear the buyback go off, hits the building, and Wars and Louis are just on the roof looking up. But it wasn't just a solo buyback, it was a double.
Yeah, and they were able to pick off Tony White in the air. Then they started taking damage. They dropped down. There's a full team of 3, Tiff. Full team of 3, Team 14 all up, but Impact and Paxor go rogue, wipe the whole team, and then fight each other, and the Slayers fly back in. It is Tony White, your victors. I was talking to the pulse check here, Tiff, and I gotta give a shout out to my boy Rampage, because he said Tony White is his underhorse, and apparently I think it was a great choice. Let's take a look back on their victory moment and see the players' reactions.
3 people up.
2 people, 2v2.
One's in here, last one's in here, last one.
Under there, bro.
We won. Let's fucking go, man. Come on. Let's go, man. 9 kill win. That's not bad.
Let's get it. Good shit, lads. Fucking well played, man. Fucking go. Let's go, man. Bro, how has Oscar got 7 kills with fucking nearly half Tony's time?
Impacts on 7. They're like, yeah, a 9-kill win, which doesn't sound like that much, but let's go ahead and run that with a 2x multiplier. It's 18 points. That is substantially above average, and a lot of chances for eliminations in that end game kind of went to the wayside because they kept hitting those buybacks. They were in that kind of alleyway under the bridge looking like trolls, and that's fine because you're not taking any attention away from the squads that were duking it out just ahead of you. Now, had they been able to get in there, they might have found a few more eliminations, Goj, but I'm curious to see what the desk has to say about it.
Oof, yeah, that was wild. Ooh. Yeah. What is this? The reflections buff for Tony White? Hey, look, we're both old. Man. We're both old, you know, and they can thank me too when they get a little bit of that chunk of the global finals prize, right? They can go ahead and slide me a little bit of money. Tony White getting it done. Game number 2. So happy for that, given the fact that, again, our oldest competitor, Enigma, Tony White, come on, doing it all, baby.
Yeah, so I spoke quite a bit to this team before we came into today. Tony White's an amazing human being. If you don't know him, you definitely should. And a lot of the points that Goj touched on around his first Father's Day and whatnot, all beautiful things. But I also got talking to Slayers and Impacts. Impacts, by the way, an ex-professional FIFA player. Slayers does a lot in the competitive scene as it is. And they spoke about how they've got all this raw potential, the ability to slay out and do things, but they needed an IGL. So they went and spoke to Tony White and said, look, please lead us and show us how to do things. You can see it in that clip right there at the end. The comms are calm, collected. And they said one of the things they really needed to get better at was finding those power positions coming into that end game. And they do exactly that there by coming in through that canal and just finding themselves a safe route into end game and then seeing it out from there.
A big game from them and a much needed game, Gio, because they started off game number 2, I believe, down there in the big 30s, excuse me, like 37, 36. So they needed that game, and hopefully maybe they're top 20 now.
Yeah, I know. It's actually crazy to think that they will have like completely changed the trajectory of their path here as a result of their performance in that game. But that's what happens sometimes.
It does, and you pray to the COD gods that it continues to happen, right? 4 more games to go, and we'll see if Tony White continue to make it happen. Let's take a look at our replays because it was absolutely wild. And to start off, we had a bit of a manhunt go down early on, Enigma.
Yeah, we did. We actually got to watch Team Melvin, so the German squad that Gio's been bringing up regularly, actually push out Team Visions really hard. Now, this is important for multiple reasons. The first one is Team Melvin came into this afternoon saying that they've struggled previously when it comes to their landing spots. They were trying to play around mana, and it gave them horrible rotations out of there. They couldn't control the area. Also, they were having to contest against Enkyo. Not something that anyone wants to be trying to do. So they found a couple of different spots, but a common one for them at the minute is around the whole towers and Quadri shopping center region. Now, they push on out and they end up in a gunfight with Team Visions, and it's important for them to get that kill and drag them down anyway to try and essentially one-up a big rival here and show that you can deal with them when you come across them. But also what they're trying to do is create space. We saw this in last year's World Series Global Finals. Teams want a landing spot where no one else is going to trouble them, so they're pushing out and making sure the opposing teams think twice about coming back at them.
And Gio, we also had many incredible recoveries and some big gulag fights go underway.
Yeah, man, Team Wars seem locked in this round, and it definitely started with that Gulag fight between Louis CM and Pentagon. And I thought Pentagon was going to take it, and then you just had this flick. Louis CM takes it, and I think from that point, Wars just looked so on it, because it wasn't even just that. It's the fact that, let's take that I mentioned that the Wars himself was the top fragger with 16 overall in lower bracket round 1. Well, he's already on 13. He has the highest number of eliminations in the entire lobby so far, and we're only 2 rounds in. And not just that, but even their positioning later on in the game, they found themselves in the center of the circle time and time again in their late game. They didn't have to worry about all of these rotation wars that were happening, because we still had quite a lot of teams who were still alive, and they had to wipe each other to even get into the circle. That wasn't their problem, and they just seem like they are locked in today.
Locked in, and that's what you have to be. You know, it's interesting, Enigma, we were just talking about it right during the Phil segment from going from game 1 to game 2 about City and its impact yesterday. But we ended up going to City, more importantly apartments, which just, it was an absolute bloodbath. Talk to me about what the teams were going through as they rotated into City and ultimately apartments.
It's a difficult zone in the sense like it's unpredictable. There could be players tucked away in stairwells, there's multiple windows, doorways, and you've got to make sure that as a squad you stick together. And I know that sounds simple, but I've spoken to every team playing today, and they've said the same thing when it comes to end zones, making sure that they're pushing the same fight. Too many teams were trying to take on engagements from multiple different fronts, spreading themselves too thin, and then finding their numbers being dwindled. And you see that there with Team Tony White. What they did was they just made sure, look, this is the squad we're focused on, deal with that. We're hiding for now, let's do it together. And making sure that at all points they're on the same wavelength. Very important when we start talking about any sort of urban environment, and very important indeed to making sure you see out your map.
I just want to jump in and say another team that I thought were really good in terms of their positioning around this part of the map was Team Cams. They kind of found like this little top that just worked for themselves. And yeah, there were some people who were trying to kind of aggress upon that, but they just were so safe the whole time. And a big reason for that is because the 3 of them stuck together. They didn't go wandering. They knew what it was, how it was working for them. And it carried them through quite some way.
I believe this is one of those moments where we kind of had a bit of a buyback, right? Or at least here's the victory moment, but I know there was a couple of different buybacks, and I was actually astounded to see how many deployable buy stations there were, Enigma. This was that very moment that literally made or break this team, and I believe it ended up making them.
Yeah, and by the way, it is by a fraction of a second, because if Slayers goes down there, the result goes the other way. So there is literally moments in between winning and getting yourself that 2x multiplier, or second and the 1.8, which, you know, still isn't a bad day in the afternoon, but, you know, it's just one of those where you end up seeing just the fine differences that matter. A lot of teams currently playing around this gas meta of trying to use PDSs, trying to use buybacks and gassies in order to just try and stay alive a little bit longer than your teammates, essentially outlast. Comes out well there for Team Tony White. Commiserations for the other player who nearly pulls off a wonderful 1v2.
Absolutely. And GL, the impressive thing, though, for Tony and his crew is they win a game that arguably was, well, we've only had 2, but it was definitely the most chaotic game we have seen, even according to the 6 games we witnessed yesterday for North America. Because Tony White is brought in as that IGL, right, to guide his troops, and they win the most chaotic game. That gives me great faith that Tony White and his experience, even though he's not the highest, you know, elimination slayer out there, he doesn't bring the biggest numbers. Sometimes having that sometimes having that maturity as well as that experience can go and take your team quite far, Gio.
Listen, man, I'm just saying, there comes a point in everyone's life where they realize the answer to their problems is to find an older man. And it's worked out for them so far in this round.
Hey, I love that, man. I'm still waiting to see if it's going to work out for me. And it hasn't. And you know, I cry a little bit. Well, there's still time, right? There's still time. There's still time for me to get on that global stage. Shout out to Tony White. I love it. And happy, you know, at least belated Father's Day coming out to him. But a great game overall for game number 2. 2 games down, and we already have some significant front runners to already make it into the top 20. Heck, even make it to the top 5 and prove their worth going into the finals coming in a couple of days. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 3 coming your way. welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Geo and Enigma. 2 maps down, 4 more to go. And you better believe it's only going to get more exciting from this point forward. Enigma, we had an incredible moment. We talked about that manhunt, but I want to break it down even more and really find out exactly why that moment was so impactful.
Yeah, so we're going to transition then into our map view and do something that we've been calling cracking the code. Ooh. And what we're doing here is bringing up the illustrations that we have going on here. Now, I spoke a little bit about how Pentagon and Co. previously had been landing around Mana region here. They've been putting themselves in a spot where basically they find themselves not only up against Enkyo, but then the push outs from there were a nightmare. I mean, you look at this, you've essentially got a northern route here that takes you through a lot of open ground, water. It's a difficult rotation. If you're trying to come in towards city, you're essentially being held by squads that are already here. And Pentagon, Melvin, and Fozzin, they were finding that this was just not working for them. And again, practice themselves multiple different landing spots. And we'll go back to where they're now trying to land. And it's generally around the shopping center here and the towers. And this is where they want to be. Now, they're aware because of their chosen landing spot and where it is that they are comfortable being right now, pretty much every rotation, every game from this point on is going to either require a northern rotation, a long distance northeastern, or something out towards the west. You're very unlikely that you're going to end up coming down in this direction. So what they want to make sure they do is clear out teams and give themselves essentially a zone like such where they feel very comfortable. And part of that is seeing someone where they push on out, right? Land Quadri Shopping Center, push on out and come across Visions and Co. And they come across them around this location. And it's just making sure that basically they feel safe pushing on out and making themselves this point. So what they just immediately try and do is squash Team Visions. They do not want Team Visions coming back in here. They want themselves to, for the remainder of the afternoon, make sure that Visions don't want this land and that they can just safely rotate on out. They don't have to get to like this point of the map, end up losing a player, have to reset again. This point of the map, reset. So if we see them through the rest of the afternoon, don't be surprised if we come back to Pentagon, Fozzin, Melvin, the German squad. Do not be surprised at all to see them very comfortably pushed out towards here and then looking to contest teams around this whole beachfront region here. Because this next, it will be their landmark to try and make sure that they've established a foundation for the rest of the afternoon.
Ooh, that was nice. That was our first cracking the code segment with Enigma. And I tell you what, it did not disappoint. Let me know your day rate, Enigma, so I can pay you to do that for my personal game, so I can finally break it to Diamond 2 and above. We'll see how far we can go. By the way, chat, just letting you know, we have processed an emergency substitute for team number 10, which is Splock. Splock had a power outage, so he's been subbed out. KMX is now in, and curious how that's going to have an impact. Enigma, any information on this change? Is there going to maybe be like a bit of an impact? Is KMX like a solid player? What do we know?
So I don't know much about KMX, I'll be completely honest, but I believe this is the Polish lineup that I've been doing a lot of chatting with, and they felt very confident coming into this week. I'm not exactly sure where they sit on the leaderboard, but it's a lovely squad. I'm hoping that everything gets resolved very quickly because, again, a squad that felt confident coming in and expected to see themselves through to regional finals. So hoping that KMX can come in, do his bit for the period he's here, whether that be one map, whether it be the rest of the afternoon, I'm not sure at this point. But yeah, a lovely squad and hoping for the best.
Well, you know what? When it comes to KMX, though, being relatively unknown, potentially, at least to us, right, it gives him an opportunity to prove himself on the world stage, but also you have that honeymoon period. Love this. We got the standings, though. Geo, break it down. What are we looking at?
Well, we're looking at the result of some crazy Warzone. Obviously, we've spoken about Team Wars sat at the very top right now, and Team Fuzzin as well, right behind. So they have those top 2 spots, and it's going to be really interesting to see if that is going to continue on throughout the rest of the rounds that are yet to come. And then, of course, Team Viaroli in 4th. We saw them do really well in the first round. Are they going to be able to continue that as well? I have to say, one team that I'm really looking out for is going to be Team Marcus, because they were absolutely going crazy in the lower bracket round, in the upper bracket. Whichever one it was that they came in through, my bad. And they just haven't really shown up so far. But the one really big thing about this team is that they had really inconsistent results in the previous round. They won 3 of their rounds, but then came really far down in the leaderboard. And so I want to see some more consistency from them because they are too good to be in 12.
Too good indeed. 12th place, top 20 though. That's the main goal, right? To make yourself known in the finals, or else you have to go to the LCQ. So 12th place, they'll take that at the moment. Team Soba though, they're in 30th. The team that we covered in the beginning. And Enigma, what are we seeing as well from 21st through 30th?
Well, the team there, Team Splawik with Loom and now Pete. Sorry, it is Splawik, Peters, and Loom usually. KMX coming in now for Splawik. And fun fact actually about this team, they were last place last year in the terms of last team to qualify, and they were also last place again this year in qualifiers. So not a team that are afraid of a little bit of dicey situations. So definitely have that resiliency in them to overcome this situation. So although they're in trouble right now, German, Czech, and Polish trio, great mix indeed, and definitely have it in them to overcome what's happening.
Well, the good news is, right, in 28th place, they sit at 9.8, and at least we know where 21st sits at 12.6, maybe a little bit more than that. You break into the top 20. So we're not talking about a tremendous leap to get into the top 20 and save your spot. All possibilities still there. Tony White, I believe, has moved up a little bit, currently sitting in 35th, but I'm sure he got a little bit more from that victory that we just witnessed a little bit ago. Overall, the standings are shaking out to be what they are, but we do know, at least for Team Wars, all that drama we talked about in the beginning, Gio, it seems like they've cleaned it up. They've moved past it because they're in first place for a reason.
Honestly, to me, that is the sign of a really good competitor. It's like, okay, this stuff has happened. You had a big falling out. You know, everything was a mess. But when it matters, you can actually lock in and you're getting yourself to a good spot.
Lock it in, and it better be locked in for game number 3. Let's bring in Tiff as well as Goj, because I want to keep this trainer rolling. Actually, will we see some train fights? That's something we haven't seen just yet. Always fun, just throwing it out there. Tiff, Goj, let's get it started for game 3.
Yeah, we definitely need to do that because here we are about to move into kind of that midsection of our series, Goj, and things started to really heat up. And when you start looking at the average points per game that you really need to lock in for that top 20, it was sitting around 9-point average. Now, is that pretty consistent for where we are on the leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much right there. And I think as we start taking a look at that leaderboard, a couple other things to shout out is where are our top teams on paper, right? Yep. You got Toyor, you got Wars, Fuzz, and Cams 1 through 4 on our team list, which means that we're 21st through 24th coming into this event from the upper bracket, just barely missing out on that auto qual into regional finals. And besides Toyor, Wars, Fuzz, and Cams in order 1, 2, 3 on the leaderboard. So all is going well for them. But then you look at Team Toyor, who has frankly been fighting a lot, especially in this early to early mid game, and they're on the fringe. They're down in the 20s, well, like right exactly where you need to be to qual to regional finals, or you might get relegated to LCQ. So I'm watching out for that team in particular going into this map.
Yeah, well, you better lock it in because that average is sitting at 8, but it's time for drop number 3. Let's get into the plane, guys.
Folks, welcome to map number 3. We're almost halfway done somehow. A third of the way, certainly, into this one. Halfway, 6 total maps. Here we go. Dropping in a little bit different plane line this time around. And, well, I've been waiting for this circle here, Tip. We've been waiting on the northeastern pole. We're looking at maybe a North Old Town, South Military Base. Maybe your favorite Popov, Tip. I don't know.
Hey, you never know where we're gonna go, but for Enigma out there cracking the code for Team Fuzzin, as they like to land in Saravan City, they're gonna have to hit that major northeastern rotation. But let's check in with our squad here, Team Physic on the screen. Now, we're starting to think of what does that fringe squad look like? Where are you not going to be safe at? This squad currently sitting around 15th place, and well, we'll check in with them later because we have a hot drop squad number 28 on the opposing side, and well, I feel like we've seen this before, Goj.
Yeah, we certainly have. Huncho, this team currently in top 10, looking pretty solid, but definitely not out of the weeds yet. You got to make a move up inside the top 20, certainly, but they don't have enough points yet to just say, oh, you're going to make it. Keep that pressure up, and it's exactly what they're going to try to do. We've got 2 players left alive for this team, but they have a knock, so they're going to make a play for the fight. Quick Pre-fire gets a couple quick shots. They would love to clean one up. Not great ground loot to work with, though. This is the nature of the game when you're fighting early game. You got to use every weapon at your disposal, every piece of equipment at your disposal, and an LMG close range apparently proving successful.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're gonna grab that Bruin right off the rip, it does shoot marshmallows. There's only one attachment on it, so it is literally just ground loop, and it's gonna be better at this close to mid-range than maybe that sniper would have been a bigger chance there. Grabs the Semtex, but if I'm the last standing member of Team 28, Zeet on the opposing side, I kind of want to get out of dodge, but I also don't want to lose my life in the process. But Huncho here just reads it, chucks the C4 through the window, and connects. And here we go, up to the roof, still lying in wait. There goes the knock. Another team member from them will be flying on in. I'd elect to say they're not going to land back here.
Huncho with the reads. I mean, he pulled out his library card. He's going to mark his team and see what he can get some info on his opponents. But that was wild to know and just be watching centered on that top shelf was sick. But back to another early encounter we go. And again, all of these incredibly valuable for these teams to find success. If you get shoved back on your heels early, it's so difficult to restabilize in a full lobby of 120 players like this. And Be Groovy, another team we expected to be near the top of this leaderboard, in a bit of trouble, and they're not going to take any risks here with Jamba and Bino, all three alive, hanging out, waiting on their opponents.
Yeah, they're inside the top 10 right now, but on the opposing side, we have Team Only sitting in 24th overall on that leaderboard with 12.2 points. Now, granted, that's good enough for advancing onto the last chance qualifier, but not to get into the finals directly. Looks like Huncho's squad does return to send Team Revolt into the gulag. But let's check in. Blau, Oxa on the screen here. Over in Farms, we've got Infernal, Diablo, and Co. opposing side here. And we do at least have the Car 98 in our hands, but we're already focusing our attention elsewhere.
Yeah, we'd love to hit these for the Twitter timeline. Okay. Well, okay, yeah, we'll break plates. We take those. A couple extra resources spent their direction. But yeah, Farms is an interesting draft spot. I think at first look at Urzikstan, a lot of people don't love this side of the map on the far side of Farms because you have essentially your POI and you either have to go all the way up to military or you have to cross the river into Lowtown. It's a really difficult rotation, frankly. But with the zone circle that we have, it's not a bad spot to hang out in. You actually could get a zone pull here for the next couple circles, especially if you can clear out Farms and you have it entirely to your lonesome. It feels pretty good. Now, it's going to be tough. Player advantage numbers definitely not in their favor. Team 19 on the other side, all three alive, just looking for an opening fight. See if they can grab one, grab a knock, and then move on the merry way as we swing back over. Some hot drops, showstopper on the outside of Suburbs, putting on a show for us. A great team wipe with AJ, but the job's not done. Looks like another team from distance picking them up.
Yeah, and there's also going to be Team Toyor in that vicinity, so we'll have to see if they get gate kept. We'll check in there. We got Team Sani for the time being. Over in Rostava Shops is going to be on that northwestern side, trying to hit that rotation into power. But when you've got the majority of our squads in the nearby area, we do need to get out of here. But for now, I'd love to check in to hear what Enigma's got to say, considering we do have quite an interesting zone pool.
Yeah, so I love the fact that Gold brings it up nice and early. We do have ourselves this extremely northeastern circle. And a lot of teams that I've been speaking to through this week have said about how their landing spots aren't adapted to those circles. So it's going to be interesting to see how various teams plays out. But one for sure to talk about is, again, going back to Melvin, Pentagon, and Fozzen, who are landing down around here. Now, the thing is, like, if you have only one landing spot, of which Melvin, Pentagon, and Co said they have multiple, then they might be okay. But if they have decided to play down here, then you've got to cross not only this entire region here through suburbs, through water, and then through potentially Old Town, or take a long northern route. So I'm looking at this side here, this Pentagon squad, to then do more and find themselves a different spot to play out from.
Okay, Enigma popping in with some extra intel. W's in the chat for Enigma. I know a lot of our EMEA folks love me some Enigma, and I'm right there with them. Great shout there from Enigma with this crazy circle we've got going. And I was taking a quick look at our map, and I gotta say, Team Wars is all the way in the far northeastern corner, right on the tip of military, just biding their time. And I believe they're in an encounter here shortly with a couple teams trying to do the same. So you can see them getting actually the wipe against Millsy there, and now they're going to have a long time all hanging out by themselves. So let's keep seeing who else is going to be rotating in. This is actually squad 40. This team barely made it in, Tiff. That, well, they've got a long way to go. They're on the outside of Popov. Have to go all the way through Popov Power if it ends up pulling to military.
Yeah, they definitely do have their work cut out for them, especially when you've got Team Marcus on that next entry of threat. They're opposing them here. Now, the tough part about this is that Marcus squad won a ton of those maps in that lower round one, completely annihilated that entire series, if I do say so myself. Now, granted, we need to see some of that energy here. They found themselves inside the top 20, but only in 14th place. So, not safe by any means.
Yeah, and again, we really look at that 50 to 54 point metric as what you got to get to if you want to make it to... Oh, okay. Well, you know what happens when you blow up a C4 in your face? I think you usually get knocked. Those things are deadly. Even if you misplay them, that's very frustrating, especially getting cleaned up. So I can only imagine Sandspy gonna have a really difficult time trying to rotate in on this one. We can count this one a full team wipe, even with the PDS in pocket. See you later, and shout out to Scuffology. This is a really strong team, frankly, Tiff. I'm really excited to see them step back up in the latter half of this event. Again, 21st means they were first in the lower bracket, and frankly, it wasn't close at all. Shout out to Gio for calling out this German trio. They had 134 points in the lower bracket round one. Second place was 96. Like, that's some crazy score lines and spreads. They need to lock it back in, though, and make sure they make regional finals.
Yeah, they really do. For now, we're already seeing teams try to get across the water into Old Town. That's going to be one of the biggest rotations and a hurdle this early on. There's still at least 8 to 9 teams from that pop-off power side, but the majority of our teams have already made it over to military. For now, Melvin on the opposing time down there in the bottom right, trying to hang on and going big.
Come on, Melvin. All right. Show me what's going on, Melvin. That's some wild gunplay. 1v2 and wins it. Talk about that team. Team Fuzzin in second place, just outside of our kind of 54, if you can call it that, metric to qualify for regional finals. But we know they're going to get kills. Really no problem at all. So watch out for this team as they continue to harry and mess up some of the other squads trying to make the qualifier. This is what, I mean, they're just moving at a different speed than most of these teams.
Sometimes you just have to, especially because you want to advance on to finals. You don't want to go to the last chance qualifier. But for now, we'll just have to see what that early action in military base is going to look like. We're still at 33 squads up, not even into the points multiplier yet. And honestly, I can imagine that this team is looking to unseat for individual kills on the player as well, because right now, Wars is holding that with 20 eliminations.
Yeah, that's a great shout on the elimination side, because it does feel like Fuzzin's team's been kind of ruining the day that they were sent to lower bracket and enacting their revenge here on main stage. But you're right, Wars' team is on top by a sizable margin. It's because of kills and placement, so watch out for that team. Crystal Shots also having a great day today, but we continue to swing around to these teams on the edge of zone, fighting for their lives on a hilltop. This feels like something out of Lord of the Rings. I mean, we are just traversing these hills, trying to hunt down our quarry as Pro Orson, the Urks. Oh, wow, swoop that up. Here we go. Push the fight. Orcs go down. Bows, guns, everything in between. Let's get a full team wipe, really not losing anything but a couple bullets to one player.
Yeah, it's a big deal for Team Tremze on your screen. Came in from upper bracket 31st there, but currently situated in last on the leaderboard with only just minimal points prior to drop number 3. And if we're starting to string together some eliminations, maybe the first 2 were just okay. Maybe we had some bad luck. Rotations didn't go our way, but we're all 3 up. We're all alive, and we found ourselves on that southeastern side of zone. Now, granted, there is a squad in their nearby vicinity, multiple, and it'll be tough. But Starbrook, who has had really solid moments, especially in drop number 2, Ghosh, I'm excited to see what they do here now.
Yeah, and again, this team did pretty well through our group stages, but frankly struggled in the upper bracket. 34th out of 40 teams in the upper bracket, but today, 4th overall going into this map, and jockeying there with Vieiro, who won our first map for our top 5 positions. And now, frustratingly, Donathan just stretched a bit too far ahead of the rest of his team, and so they have to back up and rethink about what they want to do here, potentially hit a buy, get him right back into the mix so they have that player advantage going into future fights. But back to the hills we go, back to Isengard, up into the air, looking for a couple more eliminations. These are what we like to call freebies if you can track them down, as looks like a couple portable buys out here on the outer edges of this zone should help a couple teams at least have some players to work with going into the last couple circles here. I feel like we're already nearing end game, but we just now are getting the 4th circle, and it's because of this crazy zone pull that Enigma was talking about in that northeastern side. It is just so dramatic towards military that we're seeing wild rotations of people journeying across the entirety of Urzikstan.
And the journey's not done. Tremze is not going to be able to be safe here. Now, you do have Toyor's squad just above them, and they're starting to work their rotation directly mirroring them, which is interesting because you look where you have to go. We're going far north, baby, and I'm not looking for that disciple spawn on the water, even though I had to do that for my camos. We're going up that way. And I love that squad number 5 is already up there. Team B groovy. They needed a good showing. They had a little bit of issues throughout our mid game, but have decided post regain to go as far north as humanly possible, and I wouldn't be shocked if we saw more teams start to go for water plays.
Yeah, I saw Team Chow already situated on docks up there on the outside of military. Team Wars dropped, and well, Squad 8 in trouble, but making some heroic plays for trades, and with mortars falling on their head, they're just trying to stay alive. I'm not sure they'll get this res, but still somehow right on the outside edges of the map, fighting for their lives and trying to take down Caspian. Quick find, plates knocked, and should be able to grab the full knock and the full kill here shortly if he doesn't make a huge mistake. And luckily, this team doing what they should be doing, which is all 3 pushing. Don't make the same mistake as Wars earlier. Don't push by yourself. Find one, use your entire team to knock them down.
Well, speaking of finding, Toyor found himself in the gulag alongside Melvin. Rope comes down. We're going to cut the distance in half, and Chow straight in the center does win out. That must mean they found a lot of issues on their rotation towards military base. And wow, that was a little too close for comfort there. But so far, 2 out of 2 gulag wins there.
Hitfire go crazy. I respect it. Hey, good centering. Sometimes it just works. Well done. We'll see if they can restabilize going into the latter half of this map. Again, end of this map, we are halfway through this competition. Some teams will have already booked their ticket to the regional finals, which is in a couple days. Some teams still have a lot of ground to make up, and maybe you're jockeying for LCQ. You're near the bottom of this leaderboard. You got to get top 32. High ground we go. Windows we hang out in, and this is a great spot to be in, frankly, here in military base. You have a giant building all to yourself. The question is, will you get the zone pull? As we see Toyor, apparently they've restabilized and sandwiched between a couple teams, but looking decent.
So far, so good. I know we just got to check in with Team Codwell just prior to this. They're sitting in 32nd place on the leaderboard, so still alive and just into that 1.2x multiplier. But for Team Toyor, we've got to hold on. We've got a couple neighboring squads, specifically the team to their north. That's going to be Team Tony White, your map 2 winners, but back on board with Cams, who's yeeting these C4s out, trying to find some damage.
Again, a top 5 team, very strong team thus far. Really showcasing their skills here on main stage after frustratingly barely missing out on regional finals through upper. They're here to prove that they shouldn't be here, as are a lot of these teams. But you're right, Tony White just on the other side. Big Tony looking to go back-to-back. A team that certainly plays for placements, but a quick look at the map, you can see where all the teams need to go to. Team 2 on the right-hand side on the edge of zone are going to clear a path, likely either out into the water or straight forward. That's Team Wars at the top of your leaderboard. They dropped their TIF. They've been there since the beginning of this game, and now they're just finally being pushed into the next circle.
That's tough, right? Because if you land there, I mean, you won't be able to pick up as many eliminations till the end game. But for Team Tremze on your screen, this is dire for them. 2 eliminations for in here. And we were looking for some angles with the Car 98, but unfortunately just getting so red, the jump coming through. We'll have to see what this team can do as a duo, but it just seems like they've got too much attention on them. Team Fuzzin now starting to inch towards them, as well as some others.
Yeah, tuna sandwich, club sandwich. It's a massive, whatever type of sandwich you prefer. As this team is getting obliterated by 2 squads shoving into them, and then quickly the other team runs away as well as Fuzzin just goes on a tear, ripping anything that moves off the ground, out of the air, and everything in between. Look at this rotation. Pentagon, Melvin, Fuzzin wiping everything in their path, smoking their way into the next zone, saying we play aggressive, we play edge, but we always make it into this circle. Top 22 still left as they go charging into the building.
I was gonna say, how is In still alive? We saw him with minimal HP, gets into the building, but just like that, Team Fuzzin, 3v1, there's just not much you can do, and they finally find an open building to play from, but you do have team cams over here trying to shoot out this team's trophy systems that were in that cargo container. Not gonna be important there for Pentagon and Melvin and Fuzzin. They'll be fine for now, but they have a lot of gatekeeping to do. Ketama's squad in the distance. That's gonna be team only. Paxor's squad rotating in now. But for Lost, on 2 eliminations, once more can find them here.
Yeah, Pentagon and Fuzzin, they went early. 2 teams swirling around them. Lost cams might be able to help them out a little bit by throwing some bullets down range to weed out their opponents. But it actually gives Pentagon and Fuzzin the advantage in some of these fights if anybody pushes into that building. But everyone want to get further. They want to get to the next zone. They want to prepare for what's next. And a massive fight. Lost 1, 2. Can I get a third? No. Almost is able to wipe an entire team. And what? Gets cleaned up. We might get a self-res off. We might stay alive. Team Cam's still up. And no longer barely breathing. Somehow the self-revive comes through. We're going to get a quick listen in with, I believe, Team Lost after a heroic play to save his teammate, and now 2 up.
Andere Seite, pass auf, Vorsicht.
Verpasst den Smoke.
Wir müssen nach rechts Wasser, ich schwöre.
Okay, ich habe eine Smoke gleich.
Wann hast du die? Wann hast du die?
3 Sekunden ungefähr.
Ich habe noch einen Cluster, ne, aber bringt da nichts.
Nee, die sind im Fenster.
Jetzt hab.
Smoke.
Auf Blue?
Na hier, wir gehen zu Blue.
Okay, hab.
Kommt hier ran, komm.
Okay.
Geh tief.
Ich habe keine Smoke mehr.
Da ist ein Container.
Ich hab eine wieder.
Da ist ein Container, hier ist ein Container. Dings darf euch nicht sehen. Warte, hier. Ich glaube, hier ist gut. Guck mal, wo ich bin.
Ja.
Wir sind in Zone. Wir brauchen Top 10, okay?
Wir sind nicht in der Zone, by the way.
Ja, wir gehen gleich hier. Mach, use und guck, wo safe ist.
Ich kann nicht usen. Jetzt.
Ey, wir brauchen ein Safe Haus.
Ganzes Team links neben uns sind.
Guck mal hinter uns, das ist ein Haus.
Wo, welches Haus denn ist?
Leider, welche kommen hier ab. Da welche kommen.
Wie viele sind da drin, Maven?
All right, folks, we're back, and those were German comms, which means Pentagon, Melvin, Fuzzin. That's the team we were listening into, and they got a great rotation around through the water to stay alive. So good comms across the board for them. Seem calm, cool, and collected. Good small talk. But as we take a look at the rest of the team still in the circle, see some of our top teams going big. Louisiana Bubble Wars all alive in one of the biggest buildings left inside the circle. You see on the right-hand side, that's Chow that's been in that building for a while. And, well, unfortunately, Big Tony's coming in with the Car 98 to the head, Chow.
That's Chow. Then we see Chow fall. Tony White falls. It's the obligatory caster curse. For now, Impacts and Slayers, they had that heroic clutch up in drop number 2. Can they do so again here in map number 3? However, we do have Team Wars that are inside that main building, reigning supreme on it. Now, they had to fight extensively to take that hold, and Wars was able to team wipe an entire squad, finishing it off, of course, with none other than the C4. But for Impacts, you see that circle pull come through. We just have to work further south, but Team Wars is also going to be right there.
I gotta say, Tiff, Big Tony, he won last map. If he could go back-to-back with 2 players, this could be monumental for their game. Even with a map victory, they're in 19th right now. They are right on the fringe with our live leaderboard. They've got to lock in, and they're able to do so to find Fuzzin, but they gotta get Pentagon. Can we get the trade? No, Slayers is down. Impact, please, go big. Finish off one of the teams above you. Stay alive. This is huge. You gotta get top 5, and I think his teammates are shouting at him, don't chow, don't chow. let the other teams kill each other. We have to get top 5 for that 1.8x multiplier. There are 6 teams left, and we've got 1 player left for Tony White's team. We got 1 player left for Pentagon, and Pentagon is staying alive with a PDS in zone, trying to get an early rotation potentially to just get to top 5. And finally we get it, and who falls in 6? It's Impact. Tony White's out of here in 6th place. Pentagon just barely makes to 5th as we get to 4.
Javix picks up another. That gives him 8 eliminations, but now the numbers are not going to be in your favor. Can you hide out of line of sight? Team Wars is going to be the last one to make a play. There goes the bunker buster, but the push comes in. 1v2 against Xiao and Vida, and we are just going to make a Hail Mary play. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out.
The Spanish go down in 4th with cams, but a massive effort, but job's not done. Wars is on 10. He falls. We're down to still 3 teams as we've got 1 player left alive across the board, and it's Bubble all the way on the other side of the map. Gonna have to play hero to win a 1v3. I can't imagine it happens. We get the kill, we get the elimination, and we get the victory. Team Wars 2nd place. Almost a heroic play, but unfortunately can't get the job done. Definitely enough to make it, but it goes down to Prido, Cod, and Polo to grab the victory. With all 3 up, Tiff, again, player advantage always so key in the final circle.
It's very imperative you want to stack things in your favor for that end game. And honestly, getting a hold of where that circle pull does start to shift. I can't wait to run it back with that last stand to see just how chaotic this gap. Because at this point in time, we're sitting at just under 10 teams. It immediately goes down to 6, and the frantic, oh, I need 1.8x multiplier starts to ensue. Team Cavs there left Javix on that southern side. That's number 4 on the map, is just going for the early rotate, and you see Pentagon trying to do the same on the eastern side, and that's where you got that isolated 1v1 for Javix to pick up an elimination. Now every kill is worth 1.8 at this point for the teams.
Yeah, this was such a massive moment. Look at Team 18. This is the team that wins it all. And again, player advantage. They have all 3 alive, but they also have the best position in zone. They've got great cover. They're inside the circle. No one can chow them from angles because of the position of where they are in relation to Bubble and Wars' building. And so because of that, Bubble and Wars make the rotation on to Chow on the right-hand side to try to grab some easy knocks, because that team doesn't have the cover needed to take them out. But Bubble gets hit, knocked in the gas, makes a heroic play with a self-revive to take down Vida, or at least push him into the other team, and down goes both players, and a big win here from Squad 18. Let's take a quick look at their victory moment and hear the reactions to the win.
Tengo PvP aquí delante. Dale, voy por derecha ya.
Vamos, me cago en la puta. Lo he dicho, confiamos, hostia. Lo he dicho, joder. Confiamos hasta el último momento.
¡Vamos!
Hostia puta, ¿lo he dicho o no lo he dicho, hermano?
¡Vamos, hija! ¡Vamos!
Los huevos, hermano.
You hear it, vamos, baby, because they were in 34th place coming into drop number 3. And to take that with 14 eliminations means it's a 28-point game, which is substantially better than anything this squad has put together throughout their journey in the upper bracket, right? They got 38th place in the upper bracket, and well, hey, maybe this is what they needed to get themselves to finals.
Yeah, I don't know if it gets them to finals. If they can keep up the pace in the second half of the tournament, definitely the case. It definitely gets them close or right on the line of assuring their spot in the LCQs. Let's see what the desk has to say about it. Such a massive performance by a team, again, to keep all 3 alive. Reflections.
Without a doubt, to keep all 3 alive, and more importantly, jump up. You start at 34th place. Now, who knows where they end up? Top 20 is the goal, right? But 34th, that means you're bottom 8. That means you're going home, right? Your World Series of Warzone run ends today. And for Prido and Co., that might have just been enough to at least break out of the top, or bottom 8, I should say. Enigma, what do we know about this trio that just took it all?
I apologize, I was on mute, sorry for that. So when it comes to this squad, they are actually a Spanish trio, and you've got yourself here a team that came into this week low on confidence. They were really struggling because they were kind of bullied, I'll be honest, in upper bracket. They ended up in a spot where they had a landing spot, then started to get bullied out of it by multiple teams, and only had one game throughout the whole day where they got over 5 points. So they were absolutely slammed when it came to upper bracket. Again, low on confidence, and said that they needed to find that again today. And coming into that, I mean, you're seeing how they finish off that map. That's basically more points than they managed in the entire of the upper bracket day. So it's a good start for sure.
Well, I like the team chemistry at least, right? Pollo, Preto have played in the last 3 World Series Warzones together, so the chemistry is there, and it showed with that massive victory. Let's take a look at our highlights, because a lot to break down and some incredible moments that ended up unfolding. Now, the big thing, obviously, we start off with Soba, a team that we talked about early on. It's always chaotic at the beginning, but getting a full trio wipe off the start, Gio, you can't argue with that.
I know, this is one of the teams, and Enigma actually brought them up at the very beginning of the broadcast today, saying this is the team. They've come from Libya, they've relocated to Turkey, they've deferred all of their university placements because they're chasing the dream, and baby, this is them chasing the dream.
I love that, chasing the dream. That's what this series is all about. But Enigma, let's talk about the zone. You obviously broke that down mid-game. You knew what was about to start taking place, but I love that we go military. And the reason why, military for me is one of the best spots to be, because I like chaos. It's such a very, it's a punishing area to be, right? You've got the water that you have to, go over. You have to obviously go from mainland over towards the military side of zone. You've got to battle through these hardcover POIs. It's chaos. I like chaos as a player as well as a spectator.
I absolutely don't. I won't be joining you on this. I hate this region. I struggle so much here in my ranked games, I'll be completely honest, because nowhere feels like a strong point and everywhere does at the same time. It's so heavily dependent on that zone pull. I know you get that generally speaking in Warzone, but there's a lot here that kind of comes off of that, especially when you start bringing in like rotations through Academy and up through those hills up off towards that eastern side. They have a nightmare to deal with, especially in the current meta where we're seeing a lot of snipers and C4s. So yeah, I'm just going to say, like, come back to wars and the point that we're making there, it's almost as if they heard me. They've changed up their landing spot and went straight into that military base. They just waited there, set themselves up, picked up teams that were trying to come on in, held them for a bit, and pick up a second place. And no doubt, with alongside that multiplayer, some great points with their kills on top.
Yeah, great indeed. Some more Gulag plays. Not as magnificent as we saw before, though, Gio, but it was still always entertaining, because this is your final chance to get back into the action.
Yeah, I mean, look, listen, I'm sure we'll get some spectacular Gulag plays in the drops that are upcoming, but I think the most spectacular plays, Reflections, you'll agree, are a little bit later and, like, actually in the real game.
Or even right here, too, right? This was a big moment for this crew.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I mean, you're talking about the military base being this, like, great equalizer. This is where you see skill just pop through. Team Cams was about to go down. They were about to go down, and if Yavix hadn't have gotten that self-res, they would not have come forth overall in this drop. And they completely changed the trajectory of their success in this drop. It made a huge difference for them. They were already doing pretty well so far in this bracket, but that was an absolute game changer for them, and especially going up against certain squads, for example, Team Only, who haven't seen a lot of success so far in this bracket. You know, for them to be really close to actually starting to put some eliminations on the board as well, it just completely changed everything.
It did, and the third place, or should be first place, coming out for this trio that you broke down, a big game-winning moment. And just to reiterate, I mean, come on, how important it is for this victory. Any win that you can get, especially when you're dropping at least 10 or plus eliminations, starting in 34th place, 28 points coming out from them should put them into the top 20. Magnificent. And it just comes to show you, Enigma, I mean, any one game can change the trajectory of your entire trio moving forward in the obviously the qualifying stages.
Yeah, again, like, this is more points than they achieved throughout the entire upper bracket in one map. So they came into this week low on confidence. No doubt that will pick them up. You heard the Vamoses coming on through. Take all my Vamoses, because that was beautiful stuff to see them on into those qualification spots. And I think that if they're a team that was struggling with confidence because they were, you know, maybe getting run over a little bit, maybe they're an emotional team. And when we see them teams pop off, they tend to deliver a lot more through the rest of a tournament.
Loving that. Well, Emotional Team Wars was that emotional team, and again, they continue to just do so incredibly well. So impressed to say the least. Again, just I want to go back to that Havix moment where he clutches up and because it's so good and so impactful. He finishes off top 4 with his roster, as you said, Gio. He picks up 8 eliminations for himself. I don't know how many elims combined total they got. Getting a self-res like that, Gio, is not easy because typically you're getting finished off incredibly quickly. But in the chaos of those final 8 teams, right, there was just no opportunity to finish them off. Getting that top 4 has to feel good. Keeping your head and your wits about you in such a chaotic moment is so tough to do, but the top players find a way to just make it happen.
I mean, you kind of say it there, and that's what I really want to touch on there is the fact that it's about keeping your wits about you. It's about staying calm in a very, very stressful moment. I'm sure that the comms between this team were really, really good in that moment because you have to ensure everybody knows exactly what's going on and that you don't panic, because panicking in a moment like that is exactly how you fail to get the self-res and you fail to bring yourself back from that moment. So I think that's the thing that's most impressive for me because, yeah, you know, it puts Havix like in the top 4 in terms of personal individual kills, and that's great. It's an awesome stat, but it's more about what does that mean for the bigger picture? And in the bigger picture, it means that this is like a squad that's, you know, greater than the sum of their parts because they can navigate a really uncomfortable scenario.
I love that. And that's when champions are made, right? When they have that composure and they can navigate those difficult moments and make the most of it. Let's take a look at who is the champion right now, at least for our standings go. Team Wars leads the way, Enigma, by 84 over 77.4. Havix actually move on up, right? Team Cams, because of the good effort, because of that moment we broke down with Gio, they are in second place. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, and it's not by much that they're in second place either. Like, they could have easily been third had that whole situation not unfolded for them the way it was, and that would have benefited the German squad that we've spoken so much about. But pointing to that team at the top there, Lucien Wars Bubble, we opened up about it at the top of the show, the drama that they faced, they're overcoming it, showing that they are indeed a top squad, and as Gio just said, keeping their wits about them despite everything.
I love what I'm seeing, though, from many teams here, more specifically team number 8, Team V8 Showstopper, Vision, King AJ Showstopper, like a team that I've been watching throughout the qualifiers, and I must say, just so impressive that they continually finish up at the top. Chow and also they're in 5th, a notable name as well. Fuzzin in 3rd place, Gio, you can't argue with that. We look at 11th through 20th. Who else are we seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we spoke about Team Visions a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. They've still got a little way to climb, but there's a lot of room for them. Team Tony White, they didn't have a particularly inspiring drop that time. It wasn't terrible, but it, you know, if they want to hold on to the success that they managed to get in the second drop, they're going to have to be pulling it, a little bit harder in the next one.
Well, not to mention, too, Prido Khan jump up from 34th to 16th place off of the back of that win. That is a significant jump, and again, shows you one great game can push you to the top, or at least top 20. But this is where things start to get real, Enigma. 21st through 30th. Who's in trouble?
Yeah, so I'm looking at one of the squads in particular, Team Millsy. They actually came 3rd in upper bracket, lower round 1. So I did expect a little bit more from them. Looks like it's just not been their way this afternoon. Was it a case of that they were a big fish in that pond, or do they have more about them through this afternoon?
We'll see who's going to continue to fish and who's going to be catching the biggest ones out there as we head into game number 4. Let's bring in our casters once again. We're rolling along. 3 more games to go. We reached a halfway point. Things are getting serious for the bottom 8 and also for those bubble teams looking to break into top 20. Tiff Ghosh, take it away for game number 4.
Yeah, like they just said, if you're not within the top 32 to at least guarantee yourself a spot in the last chance qualifier, we got to figure it out because Team Prido, your last match winner, went from outside the top 30 into 16th place after 1 win, Ghosh.
Yeah, Prido, massive jump, 32 points in total. I'm looking right at that 20th place with Toyor, 26.6 points. You multiply that by 3, 8.86 is your current margin for error. Folks, we're dropping into the second half of this tourney. Let's see how map 4 goes.
just traversing over a little Urzikstan cargo, a nice plain path that will really favor that western side of Urzikstan. So for those teams that might have drops over by farms, even in Manor, well, you've got a long haul and a disadvantage when it comes to getting your loot on the board, because a lot of those teams that start hot, like we're witnessing here, looks like no one's going to chow them, though. You can immediately see Team Fuzzin on the opposing side electing to continue back towards the city. And honestly, I don't even know what we're doing at that point. Just like, here's my warning shots. I see you 300 plus meters away. I'll check in with you later, though.
Yeah, it's hilarious because Enigma broke down pretty much all of Pentagon, Fuzz, and Melvin's like strategy of where they're dropping, what they're doing on main stage for everyone to see. And I saw them in chat talking about it as well, which was so funny, but they ended up dropping there as well. We head over, though, to some early encounters. These always set the tone for the second half of the tournament. Who's going to stay aggro? Who's going to try to hit that threshold? And when you have advantage, you go for the fight, but OG is there, does get a trade with his teammate, just doesn't get in the room fast enough to not get full wiped. So unfortunately, frankly, a missed opportunity. It was a 3v1 and you still lost a player. That's got to be frustrating, but still an overall team win.
Have no fear. All we have to do is go straight back into some other teams, check in with them. Revolt, Zeet, Brandon on the screen. Now, this has been the battle that has been occurring every single game. Huncho from Fire, Revolt in the opposing building. It's gone both ways, with eventually squad number 7 on the left enacting revenge in map number 3. We're just waiting to see, but let's check in with Cargo here as Team Cams is getting into it with Sniper Pigna.
It's the north side of Cargo. This is a big one. Team Cam's in second place. They've been slaying out all day today. And Sniper Pigna on the other side on their back foot. On their heels. They are pushed back, but neither team willing to relent. Neither team willing to show face for too long. They don't want to give up position. They don't want to lose a player because, again, as per the usual, one mistake could set your entire team back. Send them all to the gulag. And so both teams back up, reassess, reloot, armor plates, whatever you need to reassess this fight from another angle. Will it end in Cargo? Likely no. So they're trying to clear this POI out from anyone near them. And frankly, these two teams are the only teams up on the north side of Cargo. There's only 2 other teams in Cargo, and they're on the south side. So plenty of room to work with. I think this is one of those fights that's going to last quite some time, Tiff.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Sniper Pigna's squad coming in 28th place on the leaderboard. So good enough for that last chance qualifier. There is a buy station here. You can see that Sniper Pigna's team was able to grab their loadout and start to immediately take angles. DGianni on the screen electing to use that Holger, but Cam's with the angle. It's going to be one that's going to be hard to contend with.
Yeah, and again, I really think this fight's going to be a very long one. Maybe if Sniper Pigna's team can catch this Cam's team in rotation, but it doesn't look like either team's willing to make a rotation yet. Like, have to fight each other before either of them move. So it's just back and forth fire, back and forth resource management. Interesting.
Yeah, that's all it's going to do is I saw Team 21 just across the way. That's going to be Team Marcus. Now, that's the squad that completely reaped lower bracket round 1 for EMEA. And you know they're going to hear this. They're going to see the distance, all the smokes that were being used, and want to get in on this. But if Cam's Loss and Yavix want access to that buy station that Sniper Pigna is ultimately denying them access to, we'll just have to maybe find a different way. But King AJ, Showstopper, Vision on the screen. Still looking for a bit of B Groovy?
Yeah, looking for B Groovy here on the south side of Old Town, western side of Low Town. Just trying to hunt down this team. Now, Beno gets the double buyback, and if I'm Beno, I'm saying, get out of here, fly somewhere else. Like, I am being hunted, and not by just any team. This is Showstopper, AJ, Vision, a team that, frankly, on paper, shouldn't have made it to the lower bracket. It's a frustrating performance for them. Everyone expected big things from them, and yet again, another team that's just trying to prove that they shouldn't be here by executing here on main stage. And so far, decent. I think not as great of a day as they want, and they're going to try to turn it around here in the second half as they get a nice wipe here on one of B Groovy's teammates.
Yeah, this is your 8th place team, Showstopper, basically piecing apart your 18th place squad, Be Groovy. They find Benno, immediately set their sights onto the remaining duo. And when you have that 3v2 and you're just waiting to see what is Benno going to be able to do in the Gulag, maybe provide some information, Showstopper's already deciding to leave the Opal Palace and kind of anchor back to deny anyone the chance to rotate up. That buy in particular was access to hit a regain, and that's going to say, okay, well, maybe I can grab that pick or maybe not. Little decisions being made, but we got a mobile buy and the PDS locked in tow.
Yeah, and frankly, I don't know if I leave. Like, they have a couple kills to boot. They're at Opal Palace, which is fairly centrally located in the zone, and they're all by themselves. The closest team is that Be Groovy team that just bought back and now finally have all three up again. But I think I hang out in Opal Palace for a while, so we'll keep hopping around here to Old Town. So the other side, this is a team that could be rotating towards Opal Palace, actually, with Scuffology and Marcus, a team we have high expectations for after dominating in the lower bracket. Want to step up here going into the second half of this tourney to prove they should be in regional finals. And right now, again, by themselves, the closest team is going to be that team in Opal Palace. It's going to be Be Groovy. You can see Visions off onto that south side of Old Town as well. So we'll see which side this team kind of defects to, because frankly, we don't know where this zone will go yet. And so they're trying to get to a good position while also pick up good kills.
But I like the pacing that we're on, mind you. The last we saw of them before they've made it over here towards Opal in Old Town was they were in cargo alongside Sniper Pigna's team. Now, they weren't necessarily engaging with them, and it's smarter to focus on hitting that rotation towards the eastern side. Now, granted, not as dominating as they were in lower round one, but they are sitting in the top 20, in fact, in 10th.
Yeah, so just inside top 20 and have a little bit of room for error, but still not quite qualified yet. As we swing over to Microvolt and Co. They are in a little bit of trouble as two teams come flying at them. Now, both teams seemingly only have a couple players to boot, but so does Microvolt now. At this point, I think they've only got two alive that we can see at least on the other side of this firehouse building. And Sadie might be trying to make a quick play on the outside with a bit of distraction from Santify. Are they just trying to cause a disturbance as Sadie gets a flake from above? I love that we can see this aero cam. What can Sadie do? Let's keep an eye on his perspective. Pushes the equation, finds one. Barrel stuffs, but unfortunately goes in too early. Just a miscue of communication. You gotta wait for Santify. Santify gonna chow this? This is psycho behavior right now. Santify goes for this, unfortunately gets punished for it. But Stage, at least getting something out of it.
Sage is just like, good luck over there, guys. I'm looking at the opposing squad. Now, Zany did need a big play here. They're in 34th place, which means they're in the bottom 8 and will inevitably go home if they cannot breach the top 32. So making that play would have been smart if they would have been more cohesive about it. Now, Santify in the Gulag has to clutch it up, going up against Crystal Shots, who, well, to be frank, are sitting in a much better position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, this is make or break for Santify for the most part, whereas on the other side, Crystal Shots seemingly almost already qualified for 3 games to regional finals. It's a hit marker. Slow rolls. How about a Molotov straight to the face? That'll weaken your opponent. Nice win from Santify. Back against the wall. Gets right back into it as well. His teammate is way up high in a radio tower, getting knocked by probably a Car 98 back-to-back. Yeah, see you later. Stage, unfortunately. Bad position, bad decisions, and barely on the threshold of trying to make LCQs. Watch out, that team is in trouble.
Here comes Team Starbrook taking on Team Physic. Physic down and out, finds himself in the Gulag, but Brent was able to hit the res onto Millsy. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stabilize in here because Baines and Starbrook are just looking for any opening, investing the precision airstrike to really deny them any chance of getting outside that building. But now we have to see Baines here looking to make a play.
Yeah, this is a pretty big fight. Look at where they're at in the zone. You've got to make a play here. You got to make it now. You've got to clear out your opponents in a massive kill, utilizing that C4 to his advantage, the barrel stuffing his opponent. Can he answer back? There goes the second. It's now a 2v1. Squad 23, Millsy, an incredible performance during group stages, a frustrating performance during the lower bracket that they ended up doing pretty well in, but they just haven't had a great day-to-day in comparison. They need a massive move right now. And speaking of a massive move, look at where they're at in the zone, Tiff. We have a crazy map pull all the way down to the southeastern side of this map. Farm still technically in it, but this is going to be a manor and an island likely final circle or a south side of farms. We are all the way over on that far right-hand side of the map.
This is very similar to a zone that we witnessed in North America yesterday. We just have to get there. If you're not already in, it's going to be a journey. And here at Opera House, we completely missed the mark. Open the door, try to open it with a C4, but get punished. Vision's now last alive, teammates in the gulag. What are we gonna be able to do here? Honestly, disengage.
Yeah, you just gotta stay alive. I mean, there's still 32 teams left. I mean, we're not even sniffing at any sort of sizable multiplier. 1.2x comes into equation here, the 2 more teams falling, but we'll see. On the other side, Team Wars already made regional finals likely, so how about add insult to injury and win the 1v1 in the gulag? Wars flying right back in. They want to prove something, Tiff. They probably watched the beginning of show, and they saw the drama and the stirring of the pot we did as well on top of their woes, and they're just trying to dominate this competition to prove that they're still one of the best teams here.
That's true. A lot of teams do that while we're kind of waiting here for Visions in the gulag. And one in particular happened, I believe it was last year with World Series of Warzone. And Wars, who's in this lobby, was listening in and he's like, why are people doubting me? And then you think of all the things that he's had to go through. It's a completely different duo that he's playing alongside. But for now, Vision going to have to get out of the gulag. Fedo on the opposing side. Let's see.
This is giant. This is make or break. His teammates fully eliminated. If Vision loses this, he's out of this lobby. Weak opponent means he's got the advantage. He's got some plays, and he pushed around the corner, gets shot, he's low. It's gonna be a 50-50 to win it all, and Vision goes down. Vision's team, squad 22, out of here, out of the lobby. See in a bit for map 5. That is a massive loss for Team Vision.
Well, here we go. You got Team Fuzzin on the screen in the road outside of 2 different squads. One of those squads is going to be Tony White, winners of map number 2. Impact's finding some moments and taking down a few teams. But for now, we're going to be able to gatekeep these. And if you start City, then this southern rotation through Urzikstan just makes sense. But you've got 4 teams just to your south.
Big Tony White reminder, top 20 make regional finals. This team's in 19th right now. I mean, you're just sitting there, basically averaging out about 9 points a game. They had an 18-point win earlier with 9 kills. Couple frustrating games thus far. Edge of zone and suburbs, like you were talking about, Tiff. This is going to be really difficult to rotate in. They've got one team directly below them. If they can wipe this squad, they might have a chance, but Millsy's gonna play spoiler. Millsy makes a move through the smoke. I don't know if Tony knows they're here, or at the very least not ready for him. C4 over the wall, gets Tony one shot, but can they answer back? It is player advantage on the side of Big Tony. They gotta grab a win here if they want any sort of semblance of chance to remain inside the top 20 for the final 2 maps.
Yeah, but Team Physic on the opposing side needs this even more. This is your 19th and 22nd place squad going at it. Incoming C4, not gonna connect, but impacts on 3 eliminations, just trying to hang out of that line of sight. They do have the player advantage, but only Tony has a gas mask. They start to wrap around the fence. Here we go. Slayer's gonna be the last one to approach. Brent just below them. There it goes, the full unfortunate, but GG's to Tony White, who can continue yet again on that rotation.
All right, Big Tony, I see you. Now, they got to rotate pretty aggressively. Zone's already moving. They're right on the edge of it. They're going to get held by likely a couple teams, and at the very least, just Prince Caspian up on top of Array here, shooting down Raining Hellfire. And luckily, with only 1 player on Caspian's team, this is not that difficult to float around. You can see a full team of 3, though, on the other side of this zone, right underneath Caspian as he gets the buyback. This is going to be a crazy little fight here, again, on edge of zone. Everybody running for their lives, but also having to take some shots, as it looks like Trance is on the other side, holding as well. This is a brutal rotation, and this is what happens, Tiff, when you go this late.
Yeah, for Team Solds here in the distance, you're just gonna have to wait and see. Tony White in the middle of the road, just getting peppered from the cross, cannot make it to the building. So we do lose out on impacts. Tony White Slayers will be the duo for now, but we're not done yet. We still have to filter through the remainders of these buildings and get closer. But when you have other squads like Team Huncho on your north, and even Squad 35 in the gas, you go for the easy eliminations that you can get.
Yeah, easy. They get a buyback. Nothing's easy. Everything is just war at this point. I mean, this is so tight, razor thin margins of these fights. But Tony does pick one off in rotation, about as free as it will get for the rest of this battle. Because yes, they have all three alive. They don't have a ton of resources. They barely have half a gas mask between all three of them, and still they find a way. Tony, our oldest competitor, and I'm not harping on it, but his gun skills looking impeccable, and the Team Kim is on top, somehow still in this with a sizable amount of kills. This could be the game they need to get off the fringe and get into that regional finals and be able to breathe for the final couple maps.
Yeah, I'm not breathing if I'm sitting in 20th place. So we are fighting for every chance that we can get to get out of this situation. Because at the end of the day, it has not been easy for this rotation. The majority of our squads have already hit Eastern of Manor. I'm looking at teams like Toyor. I'm talking Wars. Wars' squad is actually on that edge of circle that Tony White's team will have to get through after this cluster in front of them.
Great call out, Tiff. We're going to see Wars on the other side. But we stick with Tony. We stick with 19th place, trying to better their chances on this leaderboard. Here's a quick look at that circle Tiff was referencing here. Only a couple teams already in, and it's that Team 29 playing spoiler Pink Turtle, holding Tony White. Now, I believe we got a couple people banking on Pink Turtle, by the way. I think it was eBait saying, watch out for Pink Turtle, and apparently he was right, as Pink Turtle rates hellfire on Tony White. Tony White's team, risk of elimination here, just barely inside the top 20. They have fought tooth and nail for every inch on this rotation, but it's a Pink Turtle holding them out, stopping them from advancing and stopping them from a sizable game.
Look, if someone's gonna hold me, it better be a Pink Turtle. You can see just kind of extending out, looking for different angles, specifically towards impacts, and Bonzo's gonna push it. But you do have your map 3 winners on that hillside that is also taking some of their attention. Bonzo just waiting for the opening. Impacts is gonna have to swing out. There it goes, and a nice cleanup there. Goodbye, Tony White. We'll see you in drop number 4. But for now, job's not done. It's all water all time.
This is such a great hold by Pink Turtle, and they have a ton of eliminations to boot, and they definitely needed it. Team Skinner, 26th place going into this map, and I'm counting at least 11 eliminations just between 2 of the 3 players on this team. This could be a massive map. They need top 10, and they are close. Just on the other side of the bridge, though, they've held teams. Now they're about to get held. Who's already across the bridge? Here they are. King AJ, Vision fighting Cams, who's fully restabilized. All 3 up in one of the better positions here on the rocks if they win this gunfight and if they don't lose any of their teammates. Couple plates in means they have player advantage. King AJ out of here. Can he save his team? Where are the Cobs? Come help out. Lost looking for the last one. Vision still up somehow. What is going on? There it is. Finally, they get the knock, but they've opened their shoulders up to who? Pink Turtle running across the bridge.
Look, they've got to get across the bridge. It's now or never. That circle is going to close in about 20 seconds. Enough time here to try and hit the res onto Lost, but the angles are just too tough to contend with. Now you've got squad number 34. That's IR7AL on that opposing side. That's going to be gatekeeping, and unfortunately, Team Cams to fall.
Crystal shots rotating in deep inside the zone. If you saw that a moment ago, they're way out there having to rotate. That's Walker out into the gas, making this massive rotation. You can see Team 34 also PDSing in the zone, holding this massive rotation. The only team in the new is going to be Toyor. They have 2 players, but a great position. If they can pick up a couple, and yes, they do. Zesty, 1-2, buckle my shoe. How about a team wipe? Now top 5, a massive map when they needed it most. Toyor goes huge. If they can do it again here, if they can grab a win, this will push them so far up inside of likely top 15, if not further. This is exactly what they needed. And in the words of Juki's from LAN last year, it's about time.
It truly is. And now into the top 5 we go. A 1.8x multiplier for all of our squads. And Toyor was sitting in 23rd. And we are so close to being able to breach into that top 20 through our back half of our series. Just a few more teams to contend with. And they've been here since the beginning. One of the earliest rotating squads over towards the ranch. But for squad number 34, you've got a Pink Turtle, Skinner, and Co. ahead of you. How are we going to be able to take angles? Because you already gave away your position.
Who let Pink Turtle into this zone across the bridge? A crazy wrap, but Sharpie is cutting them down, making sure they don't have an advantage. Pink Turtle still has 2. I don't think anyone has 3 up at this point. It's all 2s and 1s, but still 5 teams as we get to our final couple circles here. It's going to start closing in dramatically. The only team with 3, Pro Urson, a team way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. But look at Skinner and the kill feed picking up a double, maybe a triple, a full team wipe. Pink Turtle's team is not out of it, and Rayon is setting them up for success with a massive flank. 1, 2, maybe 3. All 3 go down by Ryan. Squad 34 goes massive. May have just set up Pink Turtle for a win, but with a PDS, they still have a chance to take it. Here's the other fight across the board, Tiff. 3 teams left, and it's 2v2v2, but these 2 teams are about to fight each other, which is going to set up Sharpie and Pro Urson to win it all. We lose 1, get the res. A 2v2 for the final fight.
I was gonna say, how are we actually getting that res off? But it does. Now we see the 2v2. Both have officially cleaned out their side of the zone. Toyor with the height advantage and plenty of resources to make this happen. They have to cross and now start to isolate themselves. I love that we're keeping our eyes over here, but it's not the right way. We're looking for the wraps, and 1 goes down.
No smokes on the rotation means they lose one in the process. A miracle from Ryan, can't close it out. But finally, it is about time. Toyor is your victor. The top seeded team coming into this competition. They were 21st in the upper bracket, barely missed out on regional finals. They've been lurking in the shadows, almost at risk of going to LCQ, and they finally get it. The second half of the tournament apparently is theirs as they win it all, and it's because of their early rotation. Look at where they're set up. But they had been in this position, Tiff, for the last 4 or 5 minutes before this point.
Yeah, and they held all the space on that southern side of Ranch. Now, that's going to be great because you can constantly put pressure across the way. Squad number 29 able to win that big fight, but it's the swing that comes out from squad number 34 with the smoke straight onto Pro Urzon's team. That was massive and quite frankly, one of the most aggressive pushes for an endgame I've ever seen. And every elimination worth 1.8 at that point, you grab 3.
Yeah, and here's the other massive moment. Toyor got the zone pull, so the RNG gods on their side, but Skinner made a massive play to get to the roof. This is frankly the best position. They just didn't know that Toyor was there, so it was a free wipe. Like, all it took was 1 glance down below or listening to a footstep, and that whole fight changes. And I think maybe Rayon's team wins this because you probably lose at least 1. Even if Toyor wins the gunfight down below, it wouldn't be an even chow. Now, Toyor gains the high ground. Toyor has the best position, and frankly, this is a nearly impossible fight to win when Toyor has the roof, and they didn't have enough smokes to cover a lot of these advances. Couldn't give enough coverage. Bang, get the win. Let's take a quick look at the victory moment and see these players' reactions.
Sí. ¿Muerto? Delante, vente, Tony, vente. Sí. Vamos, joder, esa es, joder. Va, esa es.
El equipo, bien.
Está bien, va, venga.
Nada, no pasa nada, perdona, me hay fallado. Es lo que hay. Métela ahí, pero.
Tiff, that
You
was
love
sick.
to see it.
Yeah. Very, very cool. And frankly, Tiff, as we were looking at that too, I want to give a quick call out. I was afraid that they didn't have a ton of eliminations because, like I said, Toyor's team had been sitting in that building and farmhouse for like 5 minutes. And because of that, didn't have a ton of kills, but they got the win. 16-point game. Definitely super helpful to get them into our regional finals in a couple days.
Yeah, they were hanging around on that fringe in 20th place. So 16 points is going to be magnificent to at least shoot them up a leaderboard to give them more comfort moving into the final 2 matches. And I think it was a good shout, right? They constantly focused on their position towards the end game, knowing that we were going towards that southeastern side of Urzikstan, which has a lot of open areas. So to get into Ranch early on, it paid off. And now I'd love to hear what the desk has to say about it.
Desk, I want to hear you guys talk about Pink Turtle. Hello, Desk.
Hello, Pink Turtle?
You guys
Talk
there?
to Pink Turtle. Pink Turtle. Here it comes.
We're
Pink
back
Turtle.
now.
Talk to me about him. They went viral with that crazy rotation.
Hey, bro, Pink Turtle. They were the team to look out for. GL, talk to me about what Pink Turtle did and honestly why it was so impactful.
Who let these guys cross that bridge? Like, that's the question that I want to ask. I don't know if it was just there was some underestimation or people had just kind of lost track of where they were or whatever it was. But I was like seeing the circles go down. I have the map on my other monitor and I'm like, oh, we still have Team 29 in. Okay. And they're not, no one's looking at them. Okay. And we were actually talking kind of behind the scenes. We were like, they might win this.
Right.
You know?
And I was hoping they did.
Yeah, it would have been such a good story, but not that it's even a bad story that Toyo's team won it, right? Because they've also been really struggling. They came in at this in 23rd. We really wanted to look at some of those teams that were kind of on the cusp of potentially dropping down and not making it through here. You need to be in the top 20. So that was great for them as well, and really patience paid off for them. And that instance, which I think is such a testament to their kind of tenure in the game. Like, they're not feeling panicked to do things like that. But those are two really impressive, games that were played by both of those two teams for very different reasons.
Without a doubt, and a good breakdown overall, a big win for Toyo and his crew. We take a look at the highlights and we get to see a little bit of their run along with Pink Turtle. And mind you, Pink Turtle, I don't know where the troll was. You got to pay the toll to get across the bridge. And clearly they had the money to do it, or they slayed the troll out entirely. But one thing to take note, that top 5 performance was their best performance of the day. Game number 1, 17th place. Game number 2, 40th. Game number 3, 34th. So you want to talk about a major come up? This was it. We'll talk about a major downside. Enigma losing showstopper early on definitely hurt, but they get him back up on his feet.
Yeah, no, I mean, this squad, losing any of them is going to be a bit of a nightmare because of the quality that they possess, but it's a case for Vision AJ and Showstopper that they are very much so capable of, just the talent they bring, they're capable of bouncing back from those. We've spoken a couple of times about teams keeping their wits about them, and this trio, again, these should definitely not be in the lower bracket. They should definitely be fighting their way through upwards. They should already be in regional finals, and today they're proving exactly why, because of coming back in moments like that.
Coming back in moments like that is what really makes you a champion. Visions with the C4 throws it out. Unfortunately, can't get it deployed, and he ends up paying for it. You see him last alive, trying his best to stay alive. And ultimately, he gets away, but it took a lot of work to get to that point in time. And this was still very early goings, Gio, when it came to the games as a whole. Now, I do want to ask about one team, though, that started game 4, decently okay. And Team Marcus, what's been going on with them today?
Oh man, this team, they're kind of driving me up the wall. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they were playing so well in the lower bracket round 1. They just sort of looked like they were like pub stomping everybody. But I think, they finished lower bracket round 1 with 77 eliminations in 6 games. So far, we've had 4 games played. They've hit 30 eliminations. That's it. They're not even halfway to what they were before. And it's just kind of disappointing. We've seen this team do really well, but it also, I think, in a way, really highlights the difference between those teams that came in through the upper bracket and those teams that came in through the lower bracket, because they were that exact middle point. And I think it even more exemplifies how impressive it is when we have these teams that came in through the lower bracket who are really killing it here. But this team needs to be one of those teams.
Big Turtle going across the bridge. Enigma, how did they make it happen?
I mean, at the end of the day, I think they actually get a bit of fortune. I think there's a lot of things that happen in front of them that like kind of distracts everyone while they're crossing. Don't get me wrong, not to take away from Pink Turtle. You got to take what happens in front of you. That's the way Warzone is. There's a roll of the dice. You got to play it. Sure. But everything kind of kicks off on land at the exact same time. Everyone's going crazy, scrapping over each other, and it just allows Pink Turtle that free rotation in, and they take it and grasp it and seize the opportunity to have themselves a huge map.
And not to mention Lost and Cams, we saw them just a little bit earlier. Shout out to Lost for staying alive as long as he did. Remember Cams, that supermarket play, like he stays alive, he gets his teammates back into play. It was massive, and he does the same thing. Granted, they finish up top 5, but that edge play was not easy for them to do. We get to our final 2 teams, Gio. It was a 2v2, and ultimately we found out how it ended.
Yeah, and again, this is where I talk about that, the tenure that they have and the experience that they have, and that's actually shining through after a few really disappointing rounds for them. But really impressive, all of those teams who finished in the top 5, to be honest.
Very impressive indeed. And now we have our first place team still at the top. Wars again. That Louisium drama, right? It was the big talking point Enigma at the beginning of the day, but it hasn't affected them too much given the fact that they are in first place. Havix are in second still based off that tremendous play, but I want to focus our attention down to the bubble teams, right? And we start with Team Musty sitting in 20th.
Yeah, no, this is difficult to look at. I'm looking at some other sides as well around this point. Be Groovy, I spoke about them at the top of the show. The team Benzie, Walker, and Ben there. This is another side that we're seeing, you know, they made themselves through to LAN last year, and it's just difficult to look at them currently on that cusp of putting themselves in LCQs, which is very much last chance saloon.
Tony White there in 21st place.
Yeah, I was just going to also point out Team Repixer, who that we saw in 19th, who actually came in as 38th today. And we saw them, you know, back in the first game that we had. They had some really good movement, and it's just kind of nice, even though they've not been one of the teams that we've been really focusing on throughout most of these games, just to see that that's been building them up through the standings.
Building them up, and here we are, final 8, and this is where things start to get a bit dicey. Team Soba, again, a team that we highlighted in the beginning. They're in 35th place. So much ground they have to cover. Anything is possible after a tremendous game, or excuse me, after any game. There's only 2 more games to go, but they can turn their luck around. Let's see what Soba can do in 35th. But game number 5, let's get it underway. Bring our casters in, of course, Tiff and Goj. We're getting this ball rolling. Only 2 more games to go, and this game number 5 is going to be the most impactful yet if you are one of the bottom 8 teams. Tiff, Goj, take it away.
Hey, let's do it. And Goj, some things that we saw yesterday in North America during our last 2 drops of the day. Do you remember how action-packed they got? The pace really got picked up, especially for a lot of those teams that found themselves in the bottom 8 or potential LAN qualification spots at risk, right? So it's tough because you need to grab as many eliminations as possible. But if you go out too hot, you run the risk of not even getting to finish the drop at all.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up because I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, we got to map 6 yesterday. We're about to hop into map 5, and by map 6, I think by like 4th, 5th circle, we only had like 40 people alive. It felt like a normal pubs lobby, whereas these customs have been so tight, everybody holding positions until the final circles. Again, we talked about it at the beginning of this broadcast as well. There were moments like yesterday in the group stages and then lower bracket round 1 where we get to 6th, 7th circle, we still have like 60, 70 people alive. And so things totally change, especially as you get into the latter third really of this tournament, because these teams backs against their wall, and whether that's trying to make regional finals and you know that, hey, we're not going to drop out of LCQ contention, so let's just go for it, or maybe you are looking at being fully eliminated and so you just got to go for broke. So I don't know, I'm excited to see what these teams are going to do in this drop.
Yeah, it's pretty scary to think of because you've got a bunch of teams out here that are just reaping these lobbies. Now, some players have obviously had it a little bit easier than others. War's currently sitting at the top of that Elim board with 30. Pentagon in second with 20 and Yavix with 19. Actually, there's a few players that have 19, but lo and behold, Wars is out in the lead with 10. Now, if you're not finding yourself inside the top 20, I think that's the better spot to be, of course, right? Because we talk about that purgatory that last chance qualifier is if you're in like 32 to 21st. That is just kind of tough. You don't want to miss it out on just going to finals right away.
Yeah, and to be very clear with the people at home, like Tiff just said, Wars is leading individually in the kill tally by 10 over the second highest. That is wild. I had to relook at the stat as you said it because it blew my mind. Very, very cool stuff. I want to take a look back actually with Enigma because I want to hear, he's got a breakdown for us before we get into this map.
Sorry, I believe I do have a breakdown, but actually it's going to be the game code coming on screen. You got to be very careful with that. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we're just going to take a quick look here at a play that is attempted to come on through by Saini, Santify, and Stage. And you can see that what they're trying to make happen here is some sort of pinch setup that comes on through, that they're trying to put on through on Team 16 that are currently trapped in the Firehouse. And you've actually got Saini, who comes in from the roof, Santify, who you see on your screen there through the bottom, and then you had Stage, who was up on the crane. And if you just watch this moment here where they essentially just try and collapse this, they get it all wrong, and it's part of the reason why at the minute they're in the bottom 8, because what you need to do there is set up a kill box, basically, so that if there's any push coming out from one side by this team that's trapped, you can just get yourself around it and essentially collapse, trade it all on out. The problem is, Stage up on the crane there is not going to be able to do anything if the opposing team isn't baited out onto the roof, so he's useless, and he also gets distracted in this moment by Revolt & Co. So I'm not sure if there was missed comms or just a complete timing issue in general, but all this does is just split their own team apart. It's, to be honest, a poor execution on what was a great idea.
so much. That was a great breakdown, and Tiff, it was fun to rewatch that moment. And frankly, it goes right into what we were just talking about. Bottom 8, they're at risk of relegation. They're going home. They're not making LCQs, and you start making more than one maybe mistake across the board in this tournament, that could be you. And right now, that is Sani & Co.
Yeah, you have to pretty much play to perfection throughout the final 2 drops, and we'll see how that works. But I love that we did get to take a look back at that moment, because we were just really honing in on that misconstrued timing. And in Call of Duty Warzone, you guys know it, even a half a second can be detrimental, but that was missed by a few.
Yeah, no, definitely. At a couple more seconds either way, maybe that fight changes, and maybe that team's a little bit further in this competition. But, you know, one thing that while we're waiting, again, yes, we're getting the lobby ready. Tiff and I are not holding it up personally, okay? Twitch chat,
I mean, maybe I am. Maybe I am.
No, but while we have this moment, the players loading into this lobby, we're getting it set up for you. I think it's worth mentioning something we always talk about with Warzone broadcasts, which is just different play styles, right? And some of these teams, and Tony White in particular is the team I'm looking at, they are so good at making it to in-game. They just don't get a lot of kills, frankly. I mean, their top game is 16 points. That's 8 kills across the board. Wars is up by 10 on the second place individually. Slayer, he's got 30 overall in 4 maps. So it's just different play styles, and sometimes kills go your way in the in circle, and sometimes you just get the final one and get the win. So here's that elim leaderboard we're talking about. Wars at the top with 30, and then a nice even spread across the board from 2nd to 10th here, Tiff.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy to see Wars that far out in front. And I was kind of leading into it during drop number 4 with some changes based off last year's World Series of Warzone. We had that big slew of roster mania coming into this year's World Series of Warzone. But something about Wars, watching prior World Series of Warzone, anytime someone has something that's, you know, not necessarily the nicest thing to say about someone, he will take that, use it as fuel, and usually do way better the next time. And I don't know how it works, because, you know, he'll come into my chat and I'll be like, you're washed, right before a tournament. And sometimes it'll be amazing, and other times it won't. You know, granted, I believe went to LAN, killed it, and is looking to find themselves back there at some point in time, this time alongside Bubble CT, who played last year with Echo and Tomster Bomb, and also bringing in Louis CM to the mix.
Yeah, great shot. And again, top of the leaderboard. Here's a quick look back at that leaderboard once again. And frankly, again, our threshold we're expecting is 54 points for top 20. And this is after 4 games. We still have 2 more. And I think this is key to remember, because when you start looking at basically our top 5, they've essentially already made it if history repeats itself. And even if it doesn't, you just maybe need a couple more points over 2 maps. These top 5, they're pretty much in. We almost don't even need to pay attention to them anymore, aside from the fact that Wars is just slaying out an entire lobby. We're looking down at Huncho to make sure they can get a couple more points. We're looking down at Starbrook, who's had a pretty good day today in 8th place, to get a couple more points. But what we're really wanting to look at is this next leaderboard standings. This is where we want to live, and that next page of that 15 to 25th if you're trying to make regional finals. This is the threshold you have to break, and right now Caspian is just standing resolute on that cutoff point, 39.2 points, and it's going to come down to these tiny razor thin margins. Right now it's 0.4 points separating them from 19th place, and then right below them you've got Tony White down by about 2 points in 21st. So if the leaderboard were to end here, Tony White goes to LCQ, Caspian goes to regional finals, and in LCQs, to remind you, only 5 total teams from LCQs make it at all to global finals.
Yeah, you got your work cut out for you. And it's crazy that we see so many of our map winners find themselves kind of mid-pack on the leaderboard, because at the end of the day, if you can just get that 1.8x or even the 1.6x and couple that with massive eliminations, you're finding yourself doing much better than the rest of the lobby, because like you said, a lot of the wins that we've had have only not even broken double digits, maybe a few of them. We go back to map number 1, they had a massive game. It was 19 eliminations. However, they're still not solidified inside that top 20. They're there for now, but how running the risk of falling out of it.
Yeah, a great breakdown, Tiff, and I think that's so important to talk about. Again, there was a team in North America who won a map and was bottom 8 of the tournament, fully eliminated. Kills are so important when it comes to Warzone, and specifically this format. Multipliers only count if you've got something to multiply, Tiff. I know it sounds so basic, but it's so important. Some of these teams just aren't getting enough kills to push them far enough up the leaderboard. But back to against the wall. Final third of the tournament, drop number 5 right around the corner. Where will the circle pull to? What are we gonna see? Who gets the RNG? COD gods on their side, and which team has to make the death rotation across the entirety of the map of Urzikstan?
And the job's not done, right? We got 4 days of World Series of Warzone action that we've been having throughout this week. But who is going to advance on? Who's going to find themselves inside the top 20? Well, it's only a matter of time before we enter the last 2 drops. Let's get drop number 5 underway.
The final third, the last 2 maps. Map number 5 underway, and frankly, Tiff, I just couldn't be more excited. This is these moments. You know, I coach other sports, okay? Real, like, people in person sports, and I always say it's just this point that matters. Everything behind you, the teams, who you're playing against, your matchup, none of that matters anymore. It all comes down to just this moment right in front of you. What are you going to do in map 5 to find success for your team to push your way up the leaderboard? The rest of this tournament does not matter. Focus on this map and this map alone. Now, of course, if you're Toyor, you're thinking we carry the momentum forward, we grab another victory, at the very least go for some kills, because yes, they've increased their standings, yes, they're feeling maybe a bit more comfortable, but they are not out of the weeds yet.
They're currently sitting in 15th place, so we are just only 3 points north of 20th place that Team Caspian is in. That is how close everything is coming down towards the wire, and Team Physics on your screen is going to be another one of those squads sitting just inside qualification spot for last chance qualifier.
Yeah, no, and again, like, this is what we're talking about. You have early encounters here, and if you're down in like the 30s, GNCR, good grief, just cannot catch a break, losing the very first gunfight. Probably the first 3 people, joining a couple others in the gulag right at the very beginning, a full team wipe. Now, Millsy, the team that did it, fighting off against Infernal here, Team 19, all of these teams need a ton of points. All of these teams at risk of relegation or LCQs. All of these teams have a lot of ground to make up in the final 2 maps, and they're fighting each other for those positions. Woo!
You see the neighboring third party and rest of the team wanting to join back in fresh from the gulag, but Diablo gets annihilated. Just some more points on the board for Team Physics. Now we'll just have to see what that does for them overall on the leaderboard, because 25.2 points for them, and to get into top 20, they need to hit 39, so 14 to go.
Well, Sharpie D had a great showing in the last map, but Starbrook has had a great showing this whole tournament and is playing spoiler to any sort of momentum that they have, especially now. Teammate in hand, Donathan here to help out. Let's see what they can do. Donathan looks down the stairs, and the opponent's looking a bit wary to take this fight. Bane's still in the gulag, so it is a 2v2, but even still, they do not feel comfortable with the pressure that Donathan's putting on them. So backing out of here, Sharpie D takes the high ground position. Again, anytime you can gain an advantage in a fight, you take it. Sometimes that's player advantage, sometimes that's high ground, sometimes that's just the way you play trades with your teammate. Do you have a line of sight that you can get early shots? Can you get that kind of first blood on your opponents? All of these things going through these players' mind, and frankly, most of them are in their subconscious.
To be fair, where they've situated themselves in Urzikstan University is entirely tough to push. And now, with Louisiam, Wars, and Bubble making their rotation on into here, be curious to see how they're going to make a play. They're likely going to run into squad number 14 first on that low ground. And if I'm Sharpie, I don't necessarily want to push. We do have the PKM in hand, which will feel like it shoots for an infinite amount of time. And you'll hear it go ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. I'm not going to ever do that again. You're welcome. But that's basically what it sounds like in my head. And if I'm operating the PKM, you put an LMG in my hand, I'm just going to go exactly that.
Person, by the way, was just blind firing through the ground to try to grab a crazy wall bait clip for Twitter. So I can respect that as well. But talk about Ultimate High. Walker, OG, Binzy playing Ultimate High against their opponents. Team 34 down below them, but we're going to head to Pink Turtle. Made a massive move in the last map and a chance to take down one of the top teams today, fuzzing in the gulag. Pink Turtle looking for an opening. All was quiet in the gulag front until finally you get the first shots, and an easy win for Pink Turtle made that look simple.
Pink Turtle, real MVP of the lobby, let's be real.
I don't know, they're looking clean in the second half of this tournament. If they can do it again in this map and the next one, they are a second half team, and we'll wave that flag all the way to the regional finals.
I'm not gonna lie, I want Pink Turtle on my squad. Team Skinner though, Pink Turtle gonna be able to scout things out across Lowtown for Monzo and Skinner, plus loadout. So if we're gonna be able to have that come through, what a nice regain for Pink Turtle.
And a quick circle check too. Lowtown just barely kind of bisected in half with this new zone. This is pulling to the western side, but it's pretty midwestern, so you could see kind of South Cargo, North City. We saw a zone similar to this yesterday. Here's a quick look at it for the people at home over in the top left-hand corner of your screen as we see another fight here on main stage. And we told you, action-packed at the very beginning of this lobby. Two teams fully eliminated already. Would hate to be them. Hopefully we can turn it around in the last map here, Tiff.
For Visions, though, they're in 23rd place on the leaderboard, cannot afford to fall early. And with Cams being in second place and just immediately looks to push out and gets destroyed. Not where you want to find yourself is going to be that gulag, but you're in 32 points, 7.2 away from 20th.
Talk about juxtaposition of two different teams that are playing two totally different games right now. Cams is dominating with great comms, and it just seems like everything is just a hair too slow for this Vision team. But a well-placed nade might help out a little bit. First shots go down. Vision should have the win here if he can keep the push. The advantage. No, snaps around the corner. Okay, Vision, tap in, brother. I like that shot, and we're gonna see Lays trying to do the same.
Gonna need to, because one team member has already lost the gulag. If we can get two back, it'll make our life just that much easier. Molotov goes out, misses, but that's okay. The bullets will do the trick. 2 of the 3 survive, and their dream towards advancing on in the stages of World Series of Warzone still alive.
A couple people favoring the Seaport side of things. Team 26 on your screen off the right-hand side, and then Sani here as well. Again, this is the team that barely eked into this stage of the competition, barely making it through lower bracket round 1. Sanctify Sani, a team that, frankly, Enigma broke down and told them that, well, they're not playing correctly here on main stage, which I respect. It was a mistimed play. Let's see if they can turn it around here, the final 2 maps. And right now, both teams just erring to hold their positions. And frankly, Tiff, I think the issue with this is that if you need kills, this is the exact same thing we ran into a moment ago over on the side of farms, where it's like, if you land here and the zone pulls all the way to Seaport, you basically don't take fights for 3/4 of the entire game. And sure, you have resources, sure, you have position, but do you have enough kills for it to really matter if you get a 1.6 or a 1.8 times multiplier?
And that's the tough part. This is Team Viero, right? They are your winners of map number 1. They got 38 points in that game. Do you know how many points they have right now, Goj? 45.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
That is a stark differential between that map 1 performance and now being here in map number 5 in 13th place by just 6 points.
Yeah, it's not a lot. They've been struggling, so I don't know. Maybe they're going to play for placement here since they're in Seaport, and frankly, I think that might be a mistake. I think they got to get kills. I think they need to try to clear their POI out, but on to more kills we go, because Wars, our kill leader, continuing to slay, or at the very least his team is. Nice trades here. This is good team chemistry, plating the trades, not losing a single player as they pick Wars back up. Full team of 3, top of the leaderboard with only Cams and Fuzzin really staring down, trying to take that top position from, frankly, just an ego standpoint. Because again, top 3, top 5 really already qualified for the regional finals. If history repeats itself, we're looking for 54 points to be the threshold for top 20 after 6 maps, and after 4 at 92.4. Frankly, they're doing what they should be doing. This is one of the best teams in the game right now. Wars with $250,000 earned in this title. As we take a look at the map, Wars dominating on the outside fringe, but the team's in center. It looks like it is going to pull just outside of Seaport, potentially cut it about in half.
Ooh, we lose out on Bubble just as we get a check-in with the map. That's okay, though. Has Gulag. So we'll burn that earlier, still able to wipe squad 14 and stabilize here in this positioning in suburbs. Now, when you mentioned that map, right, this is similar to what we saw in North America yesterday. And you had asked me, would I prefer the cargo side or the city side? There's not a lot of playable space left on the cargo side in comparison to Zaravan City. So Team Toyor has already positioned themselves towards that eastern side of Stadium. But for teams that have found themselves on top of construction in the city, they do have to contend with a lot of teams that are going to be rotating in more specifically on that low ground, but you could go for a nice time third party.
Yeah, frankly, if I'm Caspian, I give up this PO. I jump. I already rotate. I go early. You're on the edge of zone. You know in circle's not going to be here. It's going to be on the northern side of city, if in city at all. And you're on that kind of, you're basically dead center of city, even a little bit on the south side with this construction building. I leave early because if you wait, teams are going to hold you. They're going to see you flying in. Go now, go early. Try to get one of those last remaining buildings where you think in circle will be, but maybe they're hunting for kills like we told them to. So two sides of the same coin. We'll see what happens on the other side as Benzi and OG push the equation and grab what looks like a decent gunfight until they get cleaned up from behind. Benzi, what in the world? Nobody will falter. How about a no scope? No. How about a fist to the face and the butt of a gun? Holy.
I'm sorry, but if we hit that no scope, we're all going crazy. Unfortunately, it doesn't come through right there. But for Alex Crack falling to Team Cams, who are just eviscerating this side of cargo, they will have to move, have plenty of time to do so. But for Team Alex Crack, we've got Rouge Rocks in the gulag against Benzi.
Nice crack. Benzi has little to no chance there. Hardly loses most of his life. Alex gonna try to do the same and does it. Nice answer back. A nice double win. Pushes him back into the map. But you're right. Yeah, Teams Cams basically just killed everybody in cargo and then are rotating in. I think they lost maybe one of their 3 as they rotate, but they actually have a fairly free and clear rotate. You can see this kind of overhead view of them hitting the redeploy drone and then flying to the far south side of cargo. And here they are now, all 3 alive. There's nobody over here. There's only one team just outside of the minimap view we have right now, Team 17, which will be kind of lurking off to the side. But I think if I'm Team Cams, you maybe just hang out here. You know you're free. You've got a buy station. You get your resources ready to go. You wait on this next zone to close in the next 35 seconds. See where it pulls to, then make your move.
I think that's smart, especially knowing that that buy station could be of use to Team Walker, which was 17 on the mini map. We did see one player of theirs just lose a gulag, so they'll have to think of an opportunity to regain. But elsewhere, Team Codwell on your screen here in condos. This is on that still northern side, but more closer to Seaport District, where 2 other teams are. But they will have to keep on rotating. My only thing is, where does that circle pop here in 3 seconds?
Yeah, and a quick shout, by the way, on that Cams team. You see them killing King AJ? Yeah, they've already crossed the river. They're over in city, and they're wiping squads over there. Here's a quick look at that view. Team 4, that light blue on the right-hand side. They jumped over the river with the redeploy drone, and then they wiped the team and are taking position in city. They believe it's going to be city with this new zone popped. It's looking like it'll basically be bridge or that north side of city. This is going to be a wild in circle. The big question is who's going to get there.
This is interesting. So this is why you do VOD review, because we are getting the same pulls we saw yesterday in North America.
Yep.
And think of all the squads that hit that late rotation towards bridge and tried to play on that waterline, right? They got annihilated early. So for teams like squad number 21, Team Marcus, I don't love the positioning, but for the squad number 15 on your screen, I love the thought of trying to clear out the south side.
Yeah, great shot. And I'm thinking of Caspian as well. Reminder, Caspian was 20th place. They were on top of construction, way over there on the south side of city. Will they be able to rotate in? Watch out for that team. See if they hang on. They are our threshold team. And so we're going to swing over with Tony White in contention. South side of city as well. Tony White trying to make a play. They're in 21st place. They've won a map, but they can't get the kills they need. And well, right now, Impact's doing everything he can to get some kills. Tony White with a little bit of backup, some C4s to boot, and it seems like things are paying off for them as they take these, what I'll call almost waterway fights that aren't quite into the river.
Well, Slayers not in a waterway, in the gulag against Chow. Lethal's going out, still looking for angles. I'd be really curious to hear where he came up with the not bad uncle name, but still, free fire goes through. Not gonna hit for much and just hits the zip and makes it. Chow lives to see another day.
No way. I thought he had vision on him in that smoke. He just barely lost some sort of weird shift. He hit a little Euro step, grabbed the zip, and somehow made it out. That just blew me away. But Chow's in 4th for a reason, I suppose. He's going to be flying back in. And man, you would love to have Slayers right now. I think the key about this team is that if you had Slayers win that gulag, he'd be flying in and could give info to Tony White's team, who right now are just sitting ducks in the waterways. That is brutal. And I believe we're seeing that replay there, bottom right-hand corner, so close, even cracks the shields. That is tough. Well, Taking a look at some of our other teams again. Viero, Jeff, you called them out. They won a map, and basically since then, they've earned 7 points in 3 maps. So they need a big one. And right now, it doesn't look like they have a ton of points, but in an okay-ish position. A couple teams in their way if the zone pulls, which it certainly will. Closer and closer to that bridge.
This is a stark difference from when we last checked in with them. Now on this far eastern side, the remnants of Team Toyo are just on their mini map in squad 20 and 31 over towards the west. But relatively clean over here. We just have to worry about teams maybe looking to try and take this building from them, which I highly doubt. But you've got the buy station that Team Tremze just hit. And when you see the pull come through, yes, it mirrors yesterday's.
Wow, right on, well, okay, it's EMEA, right on the football pitch, okay? It's right there on the football pitch, on the stadium. The soccer field for my friends at home here in America. This is going to be a wild ending, and you're exactly right, Tiff. We saw this near identical circle yesterday with Von Bot going big, I believe, and grabbing the win. So excited to see who wins it this time around. You can see Huncho actually has a nice high ground position to hold this outer angle. But again, I think Huncho's going to be late on the rotate. There's so many teams going early. There's like 5-6 teams rotating in the south side of circle right now. And this team, Team 20, they're all fighting here on the outer edges around this buy station. They are going to be in trouble with whatever remnants of a team they have left if they keep fighting.
Yeah, but they need every elimination that they can get. They've moved themselves up to 12th place overall, so 8 position difference to really bolster themselves inside that top 20. So this is finally starting to pay off and get themselves back on track. But we're actually going to coast along the waterway, keep out of line of sight from teams that are still in the main buildings, but we're going to be rotating straight towards Team Walker.
Speaking of some former EU talent, this is where Tommy's team, just underneath the bridges over here, tried to hang out with Obs, the Australian pair, down below with Teeny, and it didn't pay off. So I wonder if maybe they'll reverse the curse of underneath the bridge rotation. They've got a bit more room to work at with going into this 5th circle. They could hang out here, but instead, maybe they learn from that VOD review and thinking twice about going just only under the bridge. Take some fights here. Nice wipe there on Crystal. That is a top team going out. They're inside of top 10. And Crystal goes down. Full wiped, I believe, as well. Tony White full wipe there in the kill feed. Apparently ran into a bit of trouble as expected, just hanging out on the edge of zone far too long. And now with only 2 just barely inside the zone, this is going to be a brutal rotation when inevitably it pulls further and further to this other bridge.
Squads that are still alive on the other side, Team Wars and Team Fuzzin. Team Fuzzin's gonna actually get the circle pull. Will be dead center of that next circle. And so these teams here on the outer gas line are gonna have to fight so hard to get there. Louis CM being that solo is gonna need to be one of them.
Yeah, I'd love to swing over to the other side of this zone because these teams are just lurking for placement. We're looking for top 20, bang, we got it. Top 16, we're really looking for top 10, and you're going to have to wait for a while. You might even see Louis CM just PDS here if he sees a team rotate past him and then take the shots. I don't know what he's going to do, but it's going to be difficult. Long way to go. But Pink Turtle, here's the other side of the circle. There are like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 teams all trying to rotate in on this side, and this is about to be utter chaos. You see a massive fight happening around Huncho over there with Team 7, and so this actually opens up a window of opportunity for Pink Turtle's team to fully rotate in. Who's playing spoiler on the right-hand side? Team 25, they came from construction. This is Caspian. This is a top 20 team, but just barely in 20th spot, still alive. Somebody let them fly through the entirety of City, and now they have a chance to go big and make it into the top 10 this time around.
Yeah, and they've got the road on the top. Chow's team on the other side. Chow falls. Renzo gonna be last alive over there. And everyone is just trying to stay alive, whether it's utilizing smokes, C4s, all of your equipment and resources. And Skinner takes that angle straight onto the squad. On the other side, squad number 15, Team Enter Stencil just got wiped, and they're outside the top 20.
Fuzzin just saved this Caspian team Fuzzin was raining Hellfire down to get Skinner weak so he couldn't help out his teammate as he pushed in to fight Caspian and Fado, and it was busted coverage. Skinner has no plates and is just lurking in the shadows, hoping to pick up a couple extra kills, and frankly, is just hoping to get top 10. Other teams falling, he finally gets it and then opens fire. You see B Groovy fall in 11. That is brutal for a team we expected to be near the top of the leaderboard, Tiff. Skinner's just going to play a PDS and just hang out. There is nothing he can do but just bide his time and hope somebody runs right into the wrong end of his barrel so he can gun them down and take whatever points they will give him. He needs every second of it, but a C4 to the face, this is going to be brutal. And so you see Caspian drop the PDS because they don't have to leave yet. I think they're going to try to wait. They might have another PDS here. They might wait until the next zone pull.
They're gonna have to, and that's so tough for squad number 27. Team Zesty gets bunker busted by Team Marcus. But here goes the rotation for Team Caspian, straight into the building. We don't care. We're barreling through the doors, jumping all around, but for now it is safe. But the circle pull goes back to Team Zesty in 28th place, coming into drop number 5. If they can stay alive, this is going to be a magnificent game for them.
It's about time, by the way, for Team Marcus. Look who's still alive as well. Team 21, the winners of your lower bracket round 1 by a 40-point margin. We needed them to step up. They were down on our leaderboard. They were aggressively needing a massive game. They have the bridge. They have the high ground, and they're wiping Team Zesty with no harm, no foul, not a bullet going the other direction. They are set up for a victory here if they can hold off any advances and if this zone is somewhat friendly to them as we close it out. This is our 8th circle closing. The 9th will close around it and suck everybody into this tiny little zone they have to play around. He needs Caspian to answer back on Fuzzin, and unfortunately, all he does is get a knock and then hands a kill to the other team. It is going to be Team Fuzzin versus Team Marcus, and we got a couple floaters from Team 40 on the other side, now on the ground, getting their loadout and preparing for whatever is next.
Okay, but Team Marcus is in 16th place, and squad number 40 is Team Thaney in 27th place. So teams that needed to have a banger game. But if Marcus has the high ground here and really wants to find themselves, every elimination they get is worth 1.8 unless they hit the win. But now that it starts to center up, and in 2 seconds, we will lose this high ground slowly and have to jump on down. That's going to be tough for a team that's already found themselves on the low ground. And, well, we've got gas masks at least for 2 of the players on Team Zany.
3v3 v2, but a weak team of 3 with Sadie and Fuzzin and Pentagon say, give me all the kills. We're gonna get 1. Can we get a second? Yes, we get it. 2 down, the 3rd gets eliminated. Fuzzin, Pentagon may have just handed the win to their opponents. They wipe the other team. They get 2nd place. Melvin falls, but Pentagon said, you know what? That was so worth it for us. Sure, we might give this away to the other team. We set up Team Marcus for the victory, but they got a ton of eliminations with the 1.8 multiplier. But shout out Team Marcus. It was about time, gentlemen. It is time to make the move to the top 10, friends. A massive move at the very last second with the zone pull, with the high ground to grab the victory, Tiff.
Yeah, you really needed to do that. I'm not gonna lie, Marcus Raffis and Stuffology. That Stuffology pic just threw me for a loop. I was like, wait, am I back on camera? That's a lot of blonde hair, and thankfully not. But let's go ahead and run it back towards that last stand before Pentagon goes on a crazy play to take down 2 members of Team Zany. You can just see where they've already taken that high ground. To beat Marcus and Raffix on that highway, just taking angles on the teams, fighting it out in the building.
Yeah, this is huge. Look at the right-hand side of your screen. They actually lose Fuzzin here, goes down, and I don't know if they get the res because Fuzzin wasn't in this final fight. Yeah, the zone actually looks like it ended up killing Fuzzin. They couldn't get the revive, and so it's just Melvin and Pentagon trying to stay alive. But that's a full team wipe entirely on the back of Melvin and Pentagon, and then they get a 2nd full team wipe. That's 6 kills at a 1.8 times multiplier. That is a massive jump in points with 4 teams up. This is a monumental effort for Fuzzin, Pentagon, and Melvin to make a huge jump, continuing to say that they are the top team here, trying to take down Team Wars at the top. But again, both Zany squad and Scuffology with Marcus's team, they needed this. So huge credit to them to make the see it to this point with all three up. But frankly, high ground proves supreme in this instance. Look at this position for Team Marcus, and it forced Melvin and Pentagon to push the fight, push the equation, because they knew time was running thin. They weren't going to win with the team on the bridge, and so let's get the kills.
Yeah, that absolute wrap. Melvin's on the ground. Pentagon picks up 2 members of Team Zany, hits the mobile buy station, grabs the gas mask within an inch of their lives. But all Marcus has to do is push out the building. Scaphology just to ring it true, and they take it down. Let's check the victory moment with that squad.
Inside. Dead. Let's fucking go, Jungs. Let's fucking go. Wichtig und richtig, Alter. Nice. Nice.
All right, seemed like about high time, I suppose. Again, these wins, it's like these are massive moments, and it's like, yes, let's go, and that's about it. And I think, again, we're lower bracket round 2. These teams expected to be in the upper brackets. They expected to be into the regional finals, and so this is more of a, whew, we did it. We had position, we had the game, and we executed on it. So I'll be curious to see what the desk thinks about that one, but a very, very fun map.
Incredibly fun map, and that's game number 5, right? Only one more remains to decide lower round 2. Who will be the top 20 moving forward? Who will be the bottom 8? Who's going to the LCQ? All that and more to come up in the final game. But first, let's break down game number 5, which was incredibly exciting. And I think we got to go immediately into our replays because we had so many incredible moments, including Geo Marcus. Lot to talk about with them.
I don't, maybe they heard me because this was the team I was rooting for them so much. But yes, we have to talk about the way that they played on the bridge, but I want to go back to even before that first, because this team set themselves up in a little spot just by the bridge, and they did not move from that spot until nearly 18 minutes into the game. They were not playing it risky. They weren't going out looking for eliminations. They were just bunkering down in their spot. Now, obviously, they got pretty lucky in that they pretty much remained in the circle for most of the stages that happened, and then they went and took over the bridge. Now, there was a certain point where Team Caldwell were nearby, and I thought maybe there would be an altercation there. It didn't end up happening. They played it patient, and then being on the bridge and maintaining control of this bridge gave them the high ground that they needed to absolutely pop off. And Scaphology, especially at the end there, you know, he's the one who's come out with the most eliminations in this, but what was it, 12 eliminations for the team overall in this one stage? They've gone from being 14th overall to into the top 10.
Which is incredible and a big move from them, especially with only one game remaining. You're talking about a cushion of 10 additional placings to drop out of top 20. They should be good to go for tomorrow. But not only that, we had Team Fuzzin popping off as well, a deep run, and their positioning in the final zones. Let's talk about that, Enigma.
Yes, the final zone that comes on through is definitely something that is huge, right? The play from Pentagon, for example, at the end, but Tiff and Gojo did a great job of breaking that down. I feel like me and Gio are on a bit of a wavelength because I want to go back to before all of that. They actually land down towards their shopping center region like they did throughout the rest of this tournament. What they do instead is recognize that the zone's pulled over towards the west, and instead of pushing up north through the city suburbs region and fight wars again, what they do is play the coast instead, keep themselves relatively safe, drop in just as circles starting to condense, and then what they find is a squad called Team Physic, and they steal away the building from them, dominate them in a team fight, and seize it, for the remainder of that play that then ends up putting them into a great position for endgame. Just showing how like little decisions, deciding which routes to take in order to get yourself into that circle, are massive for setting yourself up for later.
And here's the final moments. Obviously, Melvin on your screen. We know what placing they ended up getting. But again, that high ground from Marcus and his crew, just beaming everyone below. It's a risky dive to go off of that bridge, right? Because you think you're going to get beamed. But, I mean, honestly, they just had the power positioning, and it really helped that Pentagon, right? Was wiping out the other team to bring it down to a 1v1. And ultimately, Pentagon just couldn't do enough. Scaphology would jump down and get the final finishes that were much needed for Marcus and crew to jump up the standings with the 12 eliminations. Now the only question remains is how far did they jump up, Gio? Well, let's find out.
They ended up in a...
Sixth place.
Sixth. was wrong. Yeah, that's an insane jump. And they weren't quite on that like bubble zone where they were getting towards 20th. They weren't at a huge risk, but like you said before, they're comfortable now. Even if they have a terrible game in this next drop, they're probably gonna be okay.
That's right, and they're probably going to be top 20, which is just, it's got to be such a good feeling for them, Enigma, to go from, first place in the last qualifier to now move into lower round 2, and then ultimately secure that 6th place spot, and who knows, maybe even further up. Vision still dominating. But now let's focus on those bubble teams, right? The teams that might be at risk to entering the LCQ.
Yeah, there's quite a few on the screen here that are squads that we've looked at throughout this and kind of talked a story about. I'm going to focus particularly on Team Ryan there, sat in 16th. And this is a squad actually from the Middle East, representing Qatar, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. And they came second in last year's Middle East and Africa qualifiers before it all merged together. And they're definitely a team that want to see themselves through onto land to represent their whole region. So I'm hoping that they can pull it on through and represent well and truly. But they've got a very close gap between that bubble. That is 4 points difference. It is touch and go going into your final map.
Already getting their first true challenge, right? When it comes to the qualifying stage, we go down the list a little bit more, and you gotta question Tony White, who was sitting in that 21st spot, Gio, and I don't know what's going on with them in that game number 5.
I don't know. I mean, they held out for quite some time, and then they just got to a point where they got completely team wiped, and it's just such a devastating moment for them, because you know that was a really important game for them to be able to get out of that bubble spot, and now everything is relying on game 6, and that's difficult.
We go to the final page, and this is where things start to get serious. The bottom 8 teams that will be eliminated, and looking at a lot of talented players. I continue to highlight Soba, Enigma. Any surprising names here that you're thinking to yourself like, wow, I can't believe they made it to the bottom 8?
I think there's a few that I'll come back to very quickly, but one team that has jumped out is going to be that Saini Luciano squad that we saw towards the back end of that last circle. They've managed to list themselves out at the correct time because they've been sat in that bottom 8 pretty much through the whole day. I broke down how one of their plays went horribly earlier on, but they've managed to fix it in that map. However, yeah, I'm looking at a couple of squads, like, for example, individual trends. That's a Czech Republic squad that picked up a big map in groups, expected to see a bit more of them. We've also got Bood & Co. They're a Saudi Arabian team that picked up a big map in groups. Just expecting a little bit more. We know that they can pop off, but this is your last chance to do so.
Last chance to do so indeed, right? Final game, game number 6 to either break out of that top 8, break out of LCQ, and go into the top 20. At this point, that's the main goal. It's not necessarily first place. That gives you a boost of confidence going into the next day, right? Going into finals. But your goal at this point is just to survive a little bit longer and then maybe thrive in a later stage. For some of those, Gio, slowing down, I believe at this point, is not the play. I'm looking directly at Tony White. Again, a guy that has made it to the biggest stage in World Series of Warzone history. He's looking to do that again. He's a little bit older, but I know he doesn't want to go to that LCQ. In order to do so, does he get more aggressive here, Gio? Does he start pushing the boundary in game number 6?
Listen, not only is it not the play, it's not an option. I don't think they want to get aggressive too early. I don't think there's anything to benefit from that. They survived for a decently long time in that previous drop. They just need to ensure that they are on it and they're getting those power positions when they come face to face with the other squads.
Power positions, get aggressive, let's see it. Bring in our casters, Tiff and Ghost, the final game of the day to decide it all. Who's going to end up on top? We're about to find out. Let's head into game 6. Tiff, Ghost, take it away.
Yo, Ghost, I'm honestly getting kind of nervous. If you're outside 33rd and below, it's do or die. Do you want to keep that World Series of Warzone dream alive, or are you just done and dusted and you have to go again next year?
Yeah, man, this is such a tough competition. We've got 2 different thresholds to stay paying attention to. 20th, 32nd. 20th, you get into regional finals, and anything above that, you've made it to regional finals, you get to showcase your stuff again. 32nd to 21st, you're going to LCQs. It's going to be so difficult, but you get one more chance, one last shot to prove that you are worthwhile to have at global finals. And yeah, this is a wild situation. And frankly, I want to pay attention to Tony White, who won map number 2, but is in 21st right now at risk of going to LCQ. I want to look at Prido, who's in 22nd right now, who won map 3, who's at risk of going to LCQ. CQs. And I want to look at Sharpie D and Pro Urson, who are in 33rd right now, at risk of being completely eliminated from this competition, because the little bits we've seen from them, they look like a good team. I've casted over Pro Urson for like 4 years, and they're at risk of being knocked out here in the lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, you've got about 20th place will be 44.4 points there. For 32, 29.2. If you're not there, you better get there, because it's time to lock it in for the final drop of the day.
Well, we've done the math. We've done the calculations. Over the past 5 maps, 20th is sitting at an 8.88 point average across the board over the last 5 games. And so if you are averaging less than that, you're going to be further down. If you're averaging more than that, you're going to be further up. You need at least 9 points in theory to move up this leaderboard by any sizable margin. And a lot of these teams down at 33rd or even further are looking for something monstrous. And this is the map that I need everybody to buckle in for. Strap in that proverbial seatbelt, because it's about to get wild. The pace of play is about to change. And for a team like Team Tony White watching their first drop, there are 5, 6, 7 teams all trying to float through this area around Opera House and further. And so far, it looks like they will not be contested on their drop spot, which means they can breathe for a moment, but they can't breathe for too long because they are outside top 20.
Huncho's squad decides to contest early on, fully wipes a team. Intercensal on that threshold, running into some issues, but at least we have cool, calm, collected moments for Team Tony White to get their cash up and grab a loadout. They're just a few thousand away from being able to make that occur here, and they should have no issue. Yeah, hit that cash register, get your money up.
Look, and I'm a big fan of the math, Tiff, so I'm going to give some more math for the people at home. Looking at historical numbers of about 54 being the number we want to hit for 20th place, there are 11 teams that are past that, with Caspian's team making a massive jump up to 12th place at 53.6. Pretty much everything below that 53 probably safe. 14th, Toyor, 49.6 points. You're not out of the weeds. You get wiped, you get sent to the gulag, you don't win your ones, you're out of here, and you're probably not making regional finals. So take a look at these numbers. Take a look at a team getting sent to the lobby. First team, second team out already. We said it was going to be hot. Huncho out of here.
That's crazy. That is not what you want to have happen. And I was curious to see where they fall on that leaderboard. They were sitting in 8th place with 60.8. They have eclipsed the threshold of 54 points that you were mentioning, but still, to have it all come down to the final, Goj, this is just absolutely wild.
Yeah, and I think they're safe. And I think that's what you were saying there is, like, I think they're going to be okay if math, you know, proves to be the same as last time. But that is going to be frustrating to sit back and just watch the lobby, because they're in 8th place right now, but they're only at 60 points. And so it's like this tiny little margin, and they just have to watch the rest of the lobby play out and just hope that things go their way. Oh, that is brutal. That is going to be so stressful when you have zero control of what happens next.
Team Tremze running into some issues now. They're not going to be in one of the safest spots. They're sitting in 38th place. Gulag will be mission critical for them. The Crystal Shots team here, Doomy on the screen, contending with squad number 8. You can see the pinch. One's already made a flank, but there's another squad in the distance, and we'll just have to see what occurs for them.
Crystal Shots, 7th place overall, looking pretty strong thus far. They've had a great tournament, very consistent. They've been hanging out in the top 10 since the very beginning of this game, consistently finding some kills, decent placement multipliers. They're doing great. They would love to continue that success and prepare for what's next. But again, a team that's likely safe, fighting, it looks like Team 8 on the other side, who maybe isn't as safe comparatively. And, well, Dooms takes a couple hits, but it's just going to back off, and as he should. He doesn't need to risk anything at this point. Again, they're top 10, so they're looking fine.
Yeah, but Alex Crack on the other side is in 28th place, 31.8. Not fine, not safe. Would like to really jump into the top 20 if we can, but at the very least, go on to the last chance qualifier. You already saw the streaks get invested, so we'll just have to wait and see. Why do I feel like there's someone lurking from above in a tower? to Team Alex Kraken. I don't like that for them.
Tony White's team, they've grabbed their loot, they've grabbed their cash and the resources, and now they're pushing the equation, trying to find some kills as needed. It looks like the team that they're fighting, Showstopper's actually cleaning up kills on the other side of the map, actually fairly aggressively separated from his team. And fortunately for Showstopper, Vision just goes massive, gets the knock, and then says, hey, here, hold this, as the C4 hits a down player in the face, and all of a sudden, Team Tony White's in trouble.
Just a Titan in the lobby in 5th place overall. You don't really want to run into them early in drop number 6, but Saini on the opposing side of this gulag from Tony White needs a strong performance here too, and pushes insanely. And all right, we're just trying to hold on there, but we pull into the prone player. Saini got cheeky, but still won it out.
All right, production, I want to make an executive decision. Tony White's team is at risk of being fully eliminated. We have to watch these gulags, because if they both lose this, they will not make top 20. They will be relegated to LCQs. This is massive. Slayers 1v1, Impacts 1v1. I think Impacts might have won his, so let's see if Slayers can help his teammate out. Goes for the zip out and completely uncontested gets out of dodge. All right, we're good.
I literally was like, I am losing my breath over here. That is such a risky move to even try to pull. And we do it. Slayers, Impacts still alive. We'll get Tony White back, but a regain is necessary for that squad.
Ooh, yeah, that was stressful. But Millsy's team, another team, Team Physic, they're in 27th right now, and I want to be very clear about something. Our threshold cutoff from a math perspective, if history repeats itself, which it has several times now, we're looking at 38 and a half points is going to be our cutoff for 32nd. That's at risk of relegation. This team is in 27th right now, but they only have 33.6 points after 5 maps. So it's not like they can just sit back on their laurels and say, okay, well, we make LCQs, we don't make regional finals. They want to make regional finals, still possible. They got to make sure they don't get relegated, and this is one way to do it. Wipe a really strong team out of the lobby early. If he could have grabbed a knock there, maybe Millsy has a chance, but we head back to the gulag because the life of the tournament's on the line. Farina has to win this. If not, Farina heads back to the lobby, Tiff.
Do not want to end here, and well, Farina able to live to see another day. Back on over to Team Physic here. Now on the roof of this building, we just saw Vision, Showstopper, and King AJ send Tony White's team to the gulag early. We don't want to see the same for our 24th place team on the leaderboard, Team Physic.
Well, Team Physic already with 4 kills on the back of Physic alone. This team seemingly doing something right this time around. 4 points will jump them up the leaderboard a little bit, but not enough to say that they're safe for LCQs. It's one of those weird flex positions. We got to pay attention to this team. They could be relegated, they can make LCQs, or they could make regional finals. Everything's still on the table, and not a lot of teams can say the same. So far, so good, and seemingly everything clear.
We're here just in the Opera House vicinity. Team number 37 flying back in. That's going to be Farina that we just witnessed in the gulag, looking for a regain possibility. But this area of the map is pretty vacant, so not bad for regain, but you have to start to think of when Circle 2 closes, we will get a fire sale at the beginning of Circle 3. So teammates will be cheaper. We can stock up on UAVs. Teams are going to be looking to grab advanced and hit that rotation on. The question is, where are we pulling towards?
Yeah, I really want to take a look at this map as it closes. Oh, production, I love you. Here's a quick look. Where's the next zone? And looks like we're headed towards Cargo. This is a further north pole than the last zone, albeit it was somewhat similar in the second. Now that we get to the 3rd zone compared to the last map, as a reminder, we were down there kind of north of city, right? And so when you start looking at this circle this time, Tip, I'm thinking we pull towards either Cargo or that kind of eastern side of C district, where basically Team 10 was sitting right dead center between the two POIs, kind of hedging their bets that will be somewhere on the other side of them, either eastern side or western side.
Yeah, that gives you some high ground as well, but for Tony White, finds himself in a bit of a pickle here, last alive for the squad. Smoke's going out, but when you've got the entirety of squad number 3 pushing, we just can't keep it together. Pro Urzen single-handedly ending Team Tony White in 22nd place.
Like we said before, a map win doesn't secure you anything besides a 2x multiplier. If you don't have the kills to boot, you're going to struggle. And I think with that elimination and that team fully sent to the lobby, Tony White, we'll be seeing you in LCQs, my friends. Hopefully you can make something crazy happen. We'd love to see you back on main stage in our global final, but we've got a lot of Warzone to be played until then. So LCQ, a couple weeks. See you later. Tiff, here we go. Let's lock it back in and see which other teams get fully eliminated and sent to the lobby, because there's a lot of fights going on all over the map. And I'm seeing Millsy fall. I'm seeing B Groovy's team nearly full wiped. This is brutal. But Prido, another team right on the fringe, got to pay attention to them.
Yeah, and we're on that rotation here. Just on the outskirts, on that south side, maybe looking for eliminations towards the edge or wanting to double back and hit the redeploy to cross the water. Either way, I'm okay with it, because we are going to be one of maybe 6 teams still on this side of the water. But for Paxor, swinging with numbers, a nice 3v1. If you can isolate the remainder of Team 21, use that personal radar to give you any kind of information, that's going to be key. But for teams that have made it so far into cargo, Team Toyor still in Seaport. I'm talking about Fuzzin's squad that's been reaping the northern side, which is uncharacteristic. They've made a full circle wrap all the way to the north.
Toyor's team still at risk of relegation. You've got to pay attention to this squad. Paxor was another one, 17th place. Toyor, look, this team's been playing great today. They finally got that win. They're just not netting a crazy amount of points. They're right on the fringe of being okay. They're at 54.4 points in total and counting if they keep racking up a couple kills. And this is what we were talking about. Look at the total amount of players in this lobby as our third circle is closing. 75? We were seeing 75 in 5th and 6th zones, especially when we're pulling the city. Like, totally different game right now. Backs against the wall, everything on the line. People are making aggressive plays and either being punished for it or being paid for it.
Yeah, you talk about those aggressive plays. It was 100% Team Fuzzin. That squad is doing crazy things. Obviously, they start on that south side of Urzikstan, but we've seen them all over the map running into a lot of our teams that are on the bubble. And even Team Zany, who's found themselves in 25th place with 37.2, they're still over in Seaport, just south of Team Toyor. And for now, they're okay. But once that circle pulls, they have to get moving.
And this Paxor team, again, right on the fringe, 17th, 18th place going into this one. They've got a nice position on the edge of zone, but frankly, I don't know what they're going to be able to do with it besides just gain some information about where some of the other teams are. Here's a quick look at that zone, and as expected, pulling towards cargo, probably a south cargo finish or maybe mid cargo potentially. Team 33, right kind of dead center of the zone. Team 23 as well, both hanging out there. But I'm watching out for Team Showstopper as well. Where are they? Are they dominating this lobby? Where's Team Marcus? Are they good still? There's a lot of heavy hitting teams. You've been talking about Fuzzin's team. They're reaping the northern edge of the lobby right now. These top teams, they're just ruining this last map for everybody else. And that's their goal. They've made it. Let's play spoiler to some of these good teams that aren't quite safe.
Well, back on over here, they absolutely full sent Team Toyor, and we lost out on one. Here comes the push, Toyor himself in the room. Now, we'll see if we can keep him out. There goes the full, and well, only one player left alive, but it looks like they still had their gulag. So to have that for a safety net is quite nice, but Ali on the opposing side.
Gotta win this, Toyor. Keep your resources to yourself. Your team doesn't have that much money to go around. Nice early shots. Hits the shimmy shake. Trades back and forth. Does he know he's prone? No. Nice Molotov. Gets him weak, but it's not enough. Ali goes huge. Oh, that's a brutal loss.
All right, Palooka, your turn. Ely on the other side. We want to see as many of our players make it back to Urzikstan and don't want to leave anything to chance. Ely looking for angles. We're going to invest. The Semtex have to move, and that's one way to force yourself out of cover.
Good grief. This is stressful. teams flying at each other. I saw, I believe, B Groovy drop a raid to the main channel, which means they're fully eliminated, I'm guessing. Probably inside the top 10, I think, at the end of the day, but still a little bit too close for comfort. We continue to watch these gulags because, again, these are so important in this final map. You lose these, you're sent to the lobby, you're done for the day. And wherever you're at on the leaderboard will likely stand. Hoyo looking for it and cannot find his opponent. Not even a single bullet fire. That was brutal.
Gosh, they're in 21st place. 1.6 points separating them from 20th. And we do have one still back on the map, has the money for the buy, gets the buy off, but they're not alone and will fall. We get Pollo Jerry back in it, but hopefully Prido can win the gulag to at least get strength in numbers.
Yeah, this is brutal to watch and wait in anticipation. I mean, what are these players feeling right now? The gulag's closing, the last chance to stay alive, the last chance to get back in, and frankly, was given a gift. The gulag closed, didn't have an opponent, so he gets to fly back in for free. But where do you go from here? We pull to that kind of south side of Cargo, but as expected, Team 10, quick look at that mini-map. Look at Team 10. They've been hanging out there for the past 5 minutes, hoping that would pull somewhat central, holding teams trying to rotate in from that outer side with a bit of high ground between Cargo and Seaport. This is a very good location for them. Watch out. And on the other side, we've got Pollo just struggling with Prido to even do anything to get decent weapons, find any loot. They are in a brutal position, especially right on that fringe in 21st place.
Ground loot and a dream. They're already bunkering their money together to see if they can get their full numbers back. But back on board with Team Toyor. Now, granted, they did win drop number 4, already on 5 eliminations, but we still have to maneuver our way down through condos. And a squad that is going to need success here is just in the other building.
It's Paxor, about 15th place overall, roughly somewhere in that margin. Both teams need this. Paxor arguably a bit more. Want to secure their place into the regional finals, and they could do it with a team wipe on another team close by them on the leaderboard, Toyor down below. But if they do so and lose their lives, or even win the fight and lose a couple, there's so much risk with some of these fights that neither team want to take the chance. Not yet. Wait until it's forced upon them. And again, Team 10 just lurking, waiting for anyone to come their way. That's Splawick. With that sub we talked about there in the analyst booth, they've just been waiting on anyone to contest them. I can't imagine they have hardly any kills.
Yeah, but the issue is they're in 31st place on the leaderboard. That is the ultimate bubble, and they just have to stay alive and pick up eliminations on for that rotation. But for squad 19, on your screen, we get the reset, we get the res, but it's not over yet. We've got Visions just ahead of us who needs these eliminations. Diablo falls, can't get in. And Bayer.
Tiff, 16th place. Life of regional finals on the line for Bayer. Got to make a move all by himself. Burden of responsibility entirely on his back. And Gas Mask is now gone. Has to make a move. It has to make a move now if he wants to make it into the zone. 3 people standing his way. Bayer down in 19th place. Will it be enough to maintain top 20? Who knows? A lot of math about to happen behind the scenes. So we're going to tap into the action, folks. 46 players left alive in the 6th zone. And frankly, this is more than I thought would be here as our 6th zone is closing. Everybody's still playing for those multipliers as all of a sudden Trims is in trouble, Tiff, as they push the equation. And well, I thought it was going to be a free kill. Certainly not the case. BKS tries to go big, but only gets 1.
It is so tough with Team Tremze. Now, mind you, this squad in 35th place needed every elimination that they can get. And we still have to hit that rotation, try to make our way around straight towards Team Tremze. It's going to be that 11 on the mini-map in the building, but Toyor falls.
Paxor had a monster effort to get top 3 in one of our final zones before. All 3 alive. This team has set themselves up for success. Look at this zone pull. It is so out in the open, and it doesn't look like there's any vehicles to boot to use to cover. A couple of these teams been lurking in the buildings nearby, but now everybody has to rotate out. I think Paxor made the move early. Paxor gets to the zone first, and no one punishes them for it. We see Team Wars finally get eliminated. We've got 12 teams left. The only vehicle is the one we just saw on our screen, and a quick buyback from Santify gives them something to work with, a double buy rather, with the vehicle. Finally able to sneak inside of the zone with 2 floating. If they can find some loot, Team 40, they can get back on the board. They can make a move for regional finals.
Up to a duo here for squad number 38. Team Tremze was still in it. Grabbing Nox as well. That's your 33rd position. That is so scary for teams. Now this squad is on the cusp of making it to finals, just 2 positions out, and we'll need every bit of these eliminations that are available into the top 10.
This team started this map in 20th, by the way. This was the Fringe team. And they need kills, and they need them now, but they're getting flanked. Somebody from behind can rip her answer back. No, it's a full wipe. This team in trouble, massive trouble, but the map will come later. We have the final fight in front of us, top 5. VDOT still alive, getting that 1.8 multiplier. Who is it? It's Cams going huge yet again in a final circle. They've been dominating all day today, and they're about to play spoiler for somebody else that needs the points. Looking for a win with all 3 alive at zone. Here comes Marcus. Team 21, they jumped to the top 10 right before this map, and yet again answering back to the win they had last map. Could we go back-to-back? Team Marcus, grab the wipe. It's a full team wipe. 4 teams left, and they're able to get the revives. Team Marcus could be the first team to go back-to-back in our lower bracket here in World Series of Warzone.
Yeah, but we've got a lot of things on the line here. Team Zesty on the outside looking in for finals, and squad number 11, the last member. This team was outside the 30-second benchmark to even qualify for the last chance qualifier. Can they do enough here? And well, you get another elimination on double digits. This is single-handedly saving their life of their World Series of Warzone tournament.
Sudi on 10, make it 11. Sudi goes huge. Tries to make a final play and can't close it out. But that, I believe, is a back-to-back win for Team Marcus. We asked where they were in the first half, and they said, Coach, don't worry, trust Gio. She knows what she's talking about. They are a back-to-back team. They are a second-half team. A massive victory in the final map. There's no question we'll be seeing this team in regional finals.
Yeah, to win 2 out of our 6 drops here in lower round 2, knowing that you had an astounding performance in lower round 1 with a 50% win rate. Okay, look, you just had to wake up and you do it in style. 12 elims the first time. I would love to see an improvement here for drop number 6.
Yeah, just a beautiful performance. I am so excited to look back at what happened in the final circle because, as a reminder, this was a huge play from Scuffology to keep their team alive. And here's a quick look at where they were. They rotated up the low side, pulling up into the zone. And this fight was a huge one. This is not some scrub team. This is a top 3 team in the competition today. Cams has been slaying out this lobby, and they made it look easy because Cams had no idea there was still a team on low side. Because of that, they get a full wipe, and specifically super important, they don't lose a single player to that fight, so they have player advantage going into this 3v2v1v1.
Yeah, but Team Tremze right here on your screen, we're just prone, crawling on in. Look straight down the barrel at Team Zesty, who was just outside that 20th place threshold. I don't know if they did enough to advance on to the finals from here, but Team Tremze then goes into that 3v1v1 and just tries to pick up as many eliminations as they can to avoid going home. Let's bring up that victory moment because I'm ready for a celebration.
Fucking go! Ja, scheißegal, scheiß auf die Kills. Scheiß auf diese Kills. Wirklich. Wirklich scheiß auf diese Kills. Wirklich scheiß auf die Kills. Dieses Inconsistente. Weißt du doch.
Tiff, I don't speak a lot of German, but I do speak a little bit of German, and I have a pretty good feeling that they said they basically dominated the teams in front of them, or dumpstered on them, or a number of different words I can't use on broadcast. So very well done. They executed it flawlessly at the end, and huge congratulations to that team. Again, going back-to-back, map 5, map 6, huge second half effort to push likely into the top 5 for Team Marcus. And reminder, they won by 40 points in the lower bracket round 1. They said, we shouldn't be here. We're going to prove it again after we did it in lower bracket round 1. Let's do it again in lower bracket round 2. Very, very well done. I got to see what the desk has to say, because that was a riveting final map.
Incredible final map, right? And a good ending to the lower bracket, right? I mean, talking about it, 2 back-to-back wins, you can't beat that. And it proves that they might be one of the top teams going into finals, because, well, they secured their spot without question. Let's hit our replays and Geo as we watch and we talk about Marcus's run throughout the lower round 2. I mean, simply stunning.
It does prove a number of things, including the fact that they just have this habit where they constantly have these terrible rounds, and then they'll just bring it back and have the most outstanding rounds. In the lower bracket round 1, they had 3 first place. They also had 3 terrible places. Here we've got 2 consecutive first place. They are making it perfectly comfortably through into the finals. It's just, you know, like the blood pressure, given how long it took them to do it and pull through, it's up there, but we can work on that.
I mean, look, there's a couple of things here that are really great when we start talking about Team Marcus. I mean, they had really tough 2 opening days when it came to their group stages, and they sat down and came together and said, look, we got to talk through this. We got a VOD review. We got to figure out a couple of things that we need to change. Those changes have been working. There is some inconsistencies in there. For example, when they're in lower round 1, they had 3 wins, but then 3 pretty poor performances. They come into today, they weren't really a massive part of the conversation until these last 2 maps. We knew they could pop off, and boy, they did, with 2 great maps here at the end.
2 back-to-back, you cannot beat that. And let's talk about some early exits, though, and maybe some bubble teams that could have made it. We'll have to wait till the standings first. We start with Tony White, Geo.
Yeah, this was actually kind of insane because, I mean, I said at the beginning, right, like, I don't want them to get too aggressive, but they ended up in the gulag very, very quickly. It was really concerning, but this was definitely the most insane gulag that we've seen so far today, because Impact just deciding to take the way up and go unnoticed, when if he had not succeeded in doing that, the team would have been out even earlier than they were. So they eventually went out in 22nd place, which was really disappointing for them, but to have even been able to have prolonged their life because of that one play kind of blew me away.
Oh, but I love this final end zone. We saw Sunny just a second ago picking up at least 2 with the drop. That was incredible. Marcus to secure the victory, and I do believe Marcus and his crew were down to just a sliver of health at one point, but managed to come back and bring it all the way to a victory. That is incredible. Again, a team that made it happen today that we hyped up since the very beginning. And Geo, to give you credit, a team that just shouted out early on. And I tell you what, Geo, you look like a genius right now.
Oh, well, maybe, you know, I am.
Humble as always, too. I love it, Gio. Hey, keep it coming. Come finals. I'm looking for another prediction from you. Enigma, let's start running through what today looked like throughout all the drops. And drop number 1 started off the day with some incredible moments and a big round 1 victory coming out from the team of Believe & Co., who ended up taking it right. And we looked at that, and that was also the first indication we get to see what Fuzz and Pentagon were going to be up to, given, you know, hey, they're a much hyped up team. We're surprised to see them in the lower round 2, but they performed well.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to come back into that conversation around Fuzzin, Melvin, and Pentagon later on, but focusing very quickly on this Italian trio, Bell, Viero, and O Strong. Honestly, like, coming into this, they had a really good chat with me about the roles that they have and how that they, you know, they're a structured team. They have a way in which they like to play and like to execute. One of the things that they were getting wrong was they get to end games and just kind of like have been picked apart throughout the mid stage of the match. They always have like 1 player left, 2 players left, just trying to rat around maybe for a bit of placement. And what they wanted to fix was giving away no easy deaths mid-map and then getting to end game together. And they not only do that here, but then they utilize the numbers advantage themselves this time to execute a brilliant flank play and give themselves the 2 times multiplier, give themselves the map.
chaotic end zone too, man. Smokes were out, not a lot of coverage, shots back and forth, and it just came down to where finally Vero was like, enough is enough. I'm going to push up with my team, and they made the most of it, taking down Musty and Co, along with Fido being the last alive. Never a good feeling, right? But then we headed into drop number 2, and Gio, this was a great game because it was a game that also showed us that, hey, at this point in time for Wars and his crew, we're seeing some consistency. They're already in first place. They're looking strong. They're slaying out. But more importantly, it was our first shot at seeing Tony White in all his glory.
I know. This is where we praise the older men
exactly.
as a tactic. No, and it's a shame just given what happened in game 3 that they couldn't quite pull it through, because this was a really fantastic game for them. But yeah, as you mentioned as well, Team Wars, this is where we were like, okay, they just seem like locked in. You know, they had a really good gulag in this drop, and then they just played very solidly, really clean comms throughout the rest of the game. And it's where we started to get that idea that you know, they kind of had it together, and they never really let down past that. Wars got the highest eliminations in the entire lobby after this game. So even though they weren't able to actually pull through and come first in this particular drop, they never dropped that consistency.
Well, this was also the game we had some tremendous buybacks too with the portable buys. Shout out to them. Then we go into game number 3, and this was all about Military Enigma, which again is all about chaos. I loved every bit of it, and Cam's right there in the supermarket had an incredible play, staying up, getting his teammates back in. But the big story was number 3, right? The number 3 winners, Keely and Prido and Co, taking it all.
Yeah, no, the Spanish trio go absolutely massive, picking up more points in one map than they did throughout their entire upper bracket run. And I spoke a little bit about it earlier. They came into this afternoon struggling with confidence. They really weren't sure where they wanted to land. They weren't sure about how they wanted to push things out as a team. And what they ended up doing, you saw it in the end with the celebrations. The Vamos has come out. They said they're all running with the hype there. And hopefully that gives them some belief that they can contest against these top teams, because we got some big fish in this pond. So definitely keen to see how they've done. Wondering if they've qualified on through to regional finals. Definitely a team to keep an eye on through the rest of this.
I hope they did. I mean, come on, they win game number 3. You would expect them to make it up, but again, that competition was at a peak, and well, it really never slowed down. The final moments through the smoke, you could tell how confident they were. They were pushing up onto a couple of solos, but also a duo. There was one, and then the other fell shortly after, giving them the victory, and also some impressive eliminations. And then we go to map number 4, Pink Turtle crossing that bridge, Gio. That was a big talking point, and this was also the first chance Palooka and Co with Tojor. They made a big impact, taking the win.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a fun one because that bridge crossing was wild, and I think it was one of the most major instances that we had throughout the series today of a team who came in pretty low in the standings, having such a wild, upsetting impact, even if they didn't quite bring out the win. But then, yeah, it was so nice to see Team Toho also do really well here. It's a shame that they ended up kind of on that bubble spot, like towards the end of the series, ultimately, because this is what we were really looking for at the beginning of the day. This is a very experienced team, and they kind of showed that when we were in this level playing field that kind of happened at the end of this drop.
And it was also the first chance we had a chance to see Marcus's team and what they were about, and really started questioning their consistency. I believe they were middle of the pack by this point. You know, obviously they finish off miraculously with 2 back-to-backs, but it was our first kind of glimpse as to how is this team going to pull it off, or will they be able to pull it off? This rooftop play was literally everything, that high ground, making it work, and Rayan, unfortunately, second place in that one, but they will go on to have more success. Then we get to game number 5. Things start to get serious, Enigma. Our bubble teams, they're getting nervous. Those teams who are bottom 8, they're thinking this is the time to step it up. But little did they know Marcus would be coming in with his roster to get one of their first back-to-back wins.
No, absolutely. I mean, as you said, this is the first of 2. And the thing is, like, as you said, they were kind of sitting around mid-pack, and they came 48th in groups, but then win losers round 1. It's, okay, well, how good a team actually are you? You didn't miss out on upper bracket by much, but lower round 1, are you beating up on teams that are a bit soft, let's say, kindly? You know, where you're just running over some smaller fish? what have you actually got about yourself? And they come into today, and clearly the changes that they've discussed and what they've worked out is indeed proving that they have quite a bit about them and that they belong in the conversation. There's plenty of tournament left yet until we start getting to those global finals and start talking about LAN, but it has been a very impressive end to their lower round 2, and they fully deserve where they're going next.
Without a doubt, Marcus, Scaphology, man, such a crazy duo. Also, the trio in general just making a big impact coming up. And, well, they will finish off in 6th place. Congratulations to them. But the big story, Gio, we move up, right? Team Fuzzin will lock it in. Javik's not far behind, but shout out to Pentagon, Fuzz, and Melvin for locking in the 1st place. 83 eliminations, Gio.
Yeah, I have to say Pentagon especially was just absolutely going ham this entire series. He was constantly in the fight for one of the, the players who had the highest number of eliminations throughout the whole thing. But they just never once dropped it. Never once dropped the ball. They were so good in every single round.
So good in every single round. And Visions too, right? Visions, King AJ, Showstopper, Enigma, a team that I highly expected to make it, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, this is a team that we've kind of pushed over a little bit. They were caught up in the Esports World Cup drama as well. They had a couple of things to figure out. And, Vision himself, when they actually ended up falling out of upper bracket into lower bracket, Vision was so disgusted with himself that he was threatening that he was not going to play because he was so disgraced with his own performance. But comes back together, sucks it up, and decides that he's actually going to put on a show. Finishes 5th here, puts himself through to the regional finals.
What a shame that would have been if he didn't play. We would have been missing out on this performance. Never give up, never surrender. That's what you have to have, that mentality, right? We look at 11th through 20th, and Gio, Vision's barely skating by on that bubble, right? They make it into finals, but they got it just barely.
I know. And that was one of those teams that we were kind of keeping an eye on because, they never necessarily did anything that was so huge that it was like the middle of our attention, but they were always just there on the periphery and you're just thinking like, are you going to make it through? You're going to make it through. And they just clinched that 20th spot.
Well, but very quickly, by the way, I just want to jump in there. That team finishing in 20th, Samardzo, ex-professional footballer. Bizarre story. We talked about previous NBA people coming into this potentially. He used to play professional football in Switzerland and is now putting himself into the regional finals here at World Series. Talk about multi-talented.
I'm telling you, hey, these traditional sports players that come in, they never cease to surprise anyone. They've got the competitive spirit there, and they have the competitive spirit here. But this is where things start to get a little bit heartbreaking, right? Our bottom 8 teams, Gio, the teams that are going home, and unfortunately for Soba and crew, the team that we highlighted at the start of the show, they will be eliminated, but they put up a great fight.
I know. I really think these bottom 5 teams have kind of mostly been hovering around those bottom 5 positions throughout most of the series. And I look at teams like Team Ali. We saw some great kills come out of that team as well, but it was just never enough to actually get them anywhere. But honestly, they made it here. You can't take that away from them. I know it's not what they were looking for, but it's still impressive.
You'll take the little victories you can get, right? And that's the important thing. Overall, tremendous performance, and only few teams made it to this point, so we'll take those W's when we can. And speaking of taking the W, I'm ready to talk to our first place team, our winner from today, and Pentagon. What up, my dude? It's great to see you. Big smiles. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. How are you feeling?
Dude, come on top of the world. I get to watch you play all day long, dominate the competition, and you know how much of a fan I am of you. Alongside that of Enigma, we've been watching you for the longest time, man. Congratulations again, first and foremost. Talking about your run, you get first place today, but talk to me about getting 23rd in upper bracket. You were just on that cusp, but the moving forward, 3 spots away. How did that have effect on your mental? What teams are you looking to face off against when you go into the finals?
I'm pretty sure that we only placed 24th because of our landing spot, because we just landed somewhere next to NQ's team. And I mean, everyone in Europe knows NQ's team is like maybe the best team, and you don't want to fight them at the start. If you can choose to fight someone else, you should take it. And our landing spot, like the day we placed 23rd, we was always out of the zone, and we only had this one landing spot. We don't had a second plan. That's why we focused up to get more landing spots, and it worked fine. We played very well. The new landing spot is such a great spot, and I hope today we could show everyone that we can slay the lobby too.
I mean, that's pretty much exactly what you did. And that was kind of leading on to what I wanted to ask is, you know, were you anticipating that going as well as it did, as early as it did? Because within the first 5 circles of the first game, you guys had already put up 15 eliminations. Were you accounting for that, or did that just like fuel you going forward?
Yeah, we tried to get our confidence up, and we knew we're gonna place top 20 anyway, and we tried to get the first place today. That's why we played so aggressive for more kills. I think when we play at the finals, we won't get that aggressive, but we're still going for like 10 kills early, and then we're trying to play for placement.
Congratulations, man. I mean, as Reflection said there, we saw much love for you here on this side of the desk, and really happy to see the performance that you've put on today. And I've got to ask, because let's face it, you were unlucky with the World Series last year, not making it onto global LAN. Very unlucky indeed. Coming into this year, you had more unfortunate things happen. For example, a clip where you're literally piloting a chopper and get taken out of the air by a loadout. When those kind of things happen to you, how do you stay locked in? What drives you to keep on going?
I think it's all about mindset, and I'm really strong in my mind, but sometimes it's really hard to keep going. And I mean, if you disconnect, you get a death error, or you have a bad round, you need to stay focused, and that's all you need to do in the big tournaments. Because if your mindset is broke, you won't make it. You won't make it after that. If you have a bad round, just focus up and make a good round after.
I like it. Well, Pentagon, look, you have another big day ahead of you. Obviously, the finals, right? Your chance to make it to the global stage, a chance that eluded you last year, right? I would love to see you on that final stage without question. When you go to finals, right, you're once again going against a competition that you faced off against an upper bracket. You picked a new landing spot. It's clearly working out. You dominated this lower round 2. What are some teams that you're looking to dominate going into the finals?
I mean, I don't really know who's landing in near, but we don't really care. Whoever comes first, whoever gets wiped first.
Hey, dude, that's my motto.
We're ready to fight
whoever comes first gets wiped first. I love that, Pentagon. You're a savage on the battlefield. And like I said, I'm supporting you, and we all are, without question. What are your final words before you get out of here, man? Anything you want to say to your fans moving forward?
Yes, I want to say a big shout out to everyone who's watching, and I want to say a big thank you to my teammates, because in this year I'm more comfortable and confident than I was ever before. With Melvin and Futzen in my side, it's such a great team. It's such a great team. Both of these 2 kids are so amazing. Like, they're so good, and I'm really happy to have this team.
We're really happy to have you here as a competitor, and your team as well. Pentagon, I wish you the best of luck going forward. Congratulations for today, man. I can't wait to see you in the finals.
Thank you very much.
Such a good guy. Great to hear from him. I think first time talking to him outside of on X, you know, so really good guy. A lot of love, obviously, Gio. I mean, just giving credit to his team. Such a beautiful thing.
I mean, yeah, I love how kind of sure of himself he is, and the fact that he talks about just having that really strong mental. And, you know, the kind of praise he has for his teammates suggests that he also probably provides a lot of that foundation for them as well, to be able to kind of keep them on track and ensure that no one's kind of losing themselves. And that's clearly worked extremely well for them.
Extremely well. And shout out to Enigma for asking, how do you keep your mental in check after a loadout drop takes out your heli? Always a big thing, man. And honestly, it's a valid question. My mental would have been shocked. Pentagon's like, yeah, whatever. It's just a funny moment. Enigma, let's take a look at our elimination leaders, because we've been keeping track, and it was an exciting day for sure. You notice Wars in first, but Pentagon in second. No surprise, but with that first place performance, I loved it. What other names stand out to you on this list?
Well, the fact that Pentagon's teammates there, Melvin right behind him with a kill as well. Fozzen's inside that top 10, showing exactly why they led the line today. All 3 players inside your top 10 is quite frankly ridiculous performance. But also, I want to take a quick look there at how far Wars has put things up. We've spoken a little bit about the drama that's happened between them as a squad and whatnot. Looks like they've well and truly put that behind them, putting up some serious figures.
Big numbers coming out for a lot of them. I can't wait to see what it's going to look like tomorrow. Obviously bringing in North America once again for the finals, and that's going to be intense for sure. If you like EMEA, we'll be back again on Thursday at 12:45 Eastern time for the pre-show, and then our first drop should be around 1 o'clock. An exciting time and an exciting day all around. Big wins, great action, and that's to be expected at every single stage of the World Series of Warzone. Enigma, always great working with you, brother. What are your final words before we get out of here?
No, it's an absolute pleasure, as always, to talk over our region and the storylines that they bring and the incredible competitors and everything that they get up to. And of course, working alongside yourself, my friend. And finally, working with Gio. Absolute pleasure, as well as the wonderful production team in the back.
Yeah, Gio, great working with you. You killed it. You did well. And your team, you shouted out Marcus back to back. Come on, I give you credit. It's great to have you here on the desk.
I'm a Noah. Yeah, no, it was so much fun, and we were really blessed with some incredible storylines and narratives and just outcomes of the games today, I think. So I feel extremely lucky to have been able to have my inaugural Warzone broadcast be such a good one. So I hope it continues when we come back on Thursday.
And it is going to continue. An exciting day, and we owe that all to you out there in the chat. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we're coming back. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Gio, Enigma, Spider, Tiff, Goja, production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Return tomorrow, same place, same starting time, 12:45 Eastern time, as we see NA Finals battle it out. Be back tomorrow.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Let's believe, good to see. Stomping on the ground to the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, this is high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. I'm ready for war.
Ja, scheißegal, scheiß auf die Kills.
Win back to back. Jungs, back to back.